Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Topstep TV. This is the opening call for Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. I am JD. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. Over there on the right, we've got Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters, Topstep VIP. Good morning, gentlemen. Hoag, how you feeling this morning?
Hey, happy Wednesday. Halfway through the week already. Time's flying. Let's get down to business. Happy to be here. Ray, how you feeling, pal?
Let's go. This is a trade day. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. All right, we've got some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour, so we are likely going to hold off on this gold opening range breakout trade again. If you're new to the show, let me break that down for you. Every morning, 7:20 a.m. Central Time, gold and silver, all metals futures open. Regular trading hours, ding, 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 the bell rings for metals at 7:20 a.m. Central Time. So we take a look at a 1-minute opening range breakout, meaning we take a look at that very first 1-minute candle, and we play a breakout on either side. We'll wait for a confirmation candle, but if that second candle closes outside of the opening range, we'll either take a buy or a sell based on the direction of that confirmation candle. Likely going to hold off, though, because we do have some pretty important numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour. We've got PPI, retail sales, a couple of other things. There's actually a whole lot of news coming out today. Lots on the docket. We'll go over the economic calendar in just a few minutes. But, guys, this is our decision, right? Hoag, we were just talking about it. Taking this opening range trade. And basically you broke it down to if I want to take it in my own personal account, I'm not going to take it live on air. Does that seem to be the consensus all the way around?
Yeah.
For me, for sure.
Okay.
I mentioned yesterday, I've taken a lot of big positions into some really important numbers, and I've had wildly successful days and absolutely horrible days because of that. But if I add up the P&Ls of all of those times I held positions into these releases, it comes out to about zero over the years. Mm-hmm. So with that in mind, I figure why bother? Eventually, it's just going to come back to zero. It doesn't matter what happens today. Just over time, it always just seems to come back to zero. So in my own account, I would never be holding a position into this PPI number. So I don't want to do it in anybody else's.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Ray, you ever hold a position into a big economic release?
By accident, I have. one of my first combines got blown out. I thought it was an excellent trade, and all of a sudden I'm in the red, and I don't understand why. And next thing you know, I'm no longer that account is no longer. So tell you there that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And what kind of journal note do you think I made in my journal that day?
Whoops.
Not doing that again.
And for those of you that didn't know, Coach Ray has one of the longest tenured live funded accounts here at Topstep out of anyone. You've been in that live account for quite a while, right, Ray?
I have. I think it's like 5+ years, I think. Once I passed the combine.
That's longevity, folks. All right. Let's break down. We've got gold opening in just about a minute. Let's break down the economic calendar for today. What is going on? So we had some earnings out. Again, I didn't check the earnings. Hoag, I don't know how up to date on the earnings. We had some Bank of America, Wells Fargo, a couple other this morning. I'll take a look at those in just a minute and report back. But we've got the PPI number, the Producer Price Index at the bottom of the hour, also retail sales. Tentative on the schedule is the Supreme Court's opinion on tariffs. We may get that today. We may not. It's on the calendar still, but they may kick the can down the road just a little bit. We got a bunch of talking feds out this morning and this afternoon also around 9 o'clock. Paulson is going to speak. Then we've got Bostic, Kashkari, Williams, a couple other people on the docket for today. We might get a few more popping up also. All right, gold is officially open for business. Later on this morning, we've got crude oil inventories at 9:30 Central Time. And it's looking like it. There's also going to be an announcement, a tentative meeting between the U.S. and Greenland today. We'll see what happens with that. But quite a few moving parts to this trading day. As always, we will keep one eye on the ditch for you, meaning we'll always keep an eye on the news and be watching these charts to make sure that you are fully informed of everything that's going on, anything that's market moving, anything we can get our hands on, we're going to share with you. All right. What is gold doing to start the day? A little bit of a rip. I'm looking at the micro contract. Again, not going to take this trade. I've got a high of 46.39.10, low of 46.35. 41 tick wide opening range. You see these ranges getting smaller and smaller?
Yes.
In gold.
I like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gives us some opportunity to participate.
It does, yeah. With a little bit of size, too.
Yeah.
Back when there was some weeks there we had $17, $18 wide opening ranges. And you couldn't trade more than a single micro because you were taking so much risk, $300 worth of risk on a single micro to get into one of these opening range breakout trades. It was quite a bit. All right. Well, before we start getting into anything else, let's make sure everybody's prepped for the day and go over that trading checklist, if you please.
Absolutely. So what we're doing here is we are trying to put context over the markets, so always remembering risk management and patience. Make sure you're doing your pre-market research. Morning checklist. Make sure you take care of yourself. Make sure you got your coffee, your water, your walk in, so you are prepared for the day. Mindset check. Of course, anything that's going on inside or outside of trading can affect your decision-making process. Make sure you are in the right mindset to trade. Trade entry checklist. Got my pen, got my paper. Going to be writing down those trades and reviewing them for my post-market checklist at the end of the day. Take care of your journal. Take care of the trades you're taking. Review those trades. Review the journal and be ready for the next trading day at the end of the day. That is our TopStep Daily Checklist. If you don't do the homework, you don't get to play.
Simple as that. Work hard, play hard, right?
Right.
All right. Looking at this 1 minute, if we were to take a trade, gold did break out to the upside. We would be in a long position right now. But again, we've got about 7 minutes until this number comes out, the producer price index. We're going to find out how much producers are paying for the materials that they use to produce their goods and services that consumers buy. We saw consumer prices down just a little bit yesterday. Came in pretty cool, that CPI number. So we're going to see how producer prices are affecting consumer prices. It's kind of the trickle-down thing. When producers are paying more for materials, that gets passed on to the consumer. But we saw a little pullback in consumer prices. So maybe we'll see a little pullback in producer prices too. It'll be interesting. Which one of those numbers do you think should be released first? PPI or CPI? You have any opinion?
I think they do pretty much everything backwards.
Yeah.
I would go with PPI first, but that's just me.
Yeah, I agree with you. They did do that 1 month too. It was almost like they heard us. We were talking about it here on Topstep TV. Why don't they release the producer number first? And then that following week, that's what they did. They released PPI before CPI, but they never did it again. They haven't done it since. A little bit of buying still coming in gold. What markets do you guys want to take a look at for the knee-jerk reaction? I'll keep gold up. Somebody want to take equities? And
I got a yes.
Okay.
I'll take a look at NQ.
Sounds good. Sounds good. You know, we got a lot of Russell traders in the house now, the RTY.
Oh, really?
Did you guys notice that? Yesterday, when we went over our top 5 live funded P&Ls from Tuesday, 4 of the top 5 P&Ls from Tuesday were Russell traders trading the
Really?
RTY.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Somebody's asking me to look at the RTY.
I'll pull up
Don't
the
have that set
RTY.
up. Don't have that set up on my charts, to be honest.
Neither
We're
do
not
I.
taking a gold trade, so I'll take a look at the Russell then. There we go.
We just added silver. We can't add another market, can we?
I
We'll
only
run
have-
out of time.
I only have 4 screens.
I mean, we can do whatever we want, Hogue. We've got a blank canvas here.
We don't even have to have a reason.
Check me if I'm wrong there, Sandy, but I only got so much real estate on the screen.
Maybe I could.
All right,
maybe I
before
could project something on my forehead. Maybe see.
All right, before we take a look at this number, how about a little bit of news? Trump is still pressuring Fed Chairman Jerome Powell to lower those rates, and the rhetoric was heating up yesterday. President Trump again ramped up the pressure on Fed Chair Jerome Powell to lower interest rates just days after the federal prosecutors opened a controversial criminal investigation into him that has prompted significant GOP blowback. Great. Low inflation numbers for the USA. That means that Jerome, too late Powell, should cut interest rates meaningfully. If he doesn't, we will just continue to be too late. That's what Trump posted on Truth Social on Tuesday. As CNN reported, the latest consumer price index showed that the annual price of inflation was unchanged from November at 2.7%, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics data released. So ramping up that rhetoric, trying to pressure Fed Chairman Jerome Powell to lower interest rates. We'll see what happens there.
When is he going to give up?
He called him a jerk yesterday, too, right?
Really?
Powell is just not going to bend. He's not going to do it. He's done.
I would
He's
have.
like-
I would have loved for him to rip that letter that he handed over to him with his report. After he said, that would have been classic. I think if the same opportunity presented itself, he might.
Yeah, it's not his job to do politicians' bidding either.
Right.
You know? That's not what we pay him for. I also love how Trump said he spent $2.5 billion on a renovation that I could have done for $25 million. That caught me. It tickled my funny bone also.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes till PPI. Let's take a look at some forecasting numbers. What are we expecting? PPI month over month, prior 0.3%, looking for no change at 0.3%. Year over year, 2.7. Prior, looking for a consensus. Consensus looking for about 2.7%. Also, no change there. Excluding food and energy, month over month, prior 0.1%. They're looking for a little boost there, 0.2%. Year over year, food and energy, prior 2.6%. So basically looking for no changes unless you're excluding food and energy cost. And then we're going to see a little boost, possibly. That is what is expected from this number. Also, retail sales could be a market mover. What are we expecting from retail sales? Let me pull up the estimates. Retail sales month over month, prior 0.0%, no change. They're expecting a little boost of 0.2%. Excluding vehicles month over month, boost of 0.3%. And excluding vehicles and gas month over month, 0.5%, looking for a little dip there to 0.2%. That's the consensus range. One more minute. 1 minute to play in the period. If you know, you know there, right?
Yep.
Do they do that at every hockey game, or is it just in Chicago?
I think so.
1 minute to play in the period. 1 minute. 30 seconds to PPI. Sound off in the chat. Are you holding a position through this number? Did you hold a position yesterday for CPI?
Lotto time.
Right? Welcome to Coin Flip Capital.
Yeah.
Take a guess. 15 seconds.
S&P is just kind of wandering around the session lows from yesterday before the number here.
Yeah, similar on NQ.
May
Ooh,
determine whether we open with a gap or not.
Right.
gold dome's really thinning out. Still got the
Here
gold
we
ladder
go.
up. I'm
Here
looking
we
at the
go.
Russell.
We're out.
U.S. core PPI 3%. Producers coming in a little hot here. Core PPI year over year, actual 3%, forecasted for 2.7%. U.S. core PPI month over month, 0%, forecasted for 0.2%. So month over month, a little better. Year over year, a little worse.
Hmm.
You've got some retail sales data. Here it is, month over month, 0.6%, forecasted at 0.5%. So sales are picking up just a little bit. Producers are paying a little more for materials year over year. Seen a little dip in the Russell. Knee-jerk reaction, not much of a reaction at all.
Same in the NQ. Looks like we got a little.
Yes, same. A little bit of a downward pressure coming in here.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing huge though.
No.
It's all going to be in how it's digested throughout the day here, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yep. That is for sure. All right, guys, it is 7:31. The numbers are out. We're not seeing much reaction from the markets. So what do you say we dive into some of these charts? Tell us everything we need to know about gold and silver today, fellas, if you please.
All right. Well, as always, starting on the daily, we did put in another new all-time high in the extended trading hours last night. And we all know how the market does not like to leave all-time highs in the extended trading hour market. So what are we looking at here? The upside auction certainly appears to be intact. We added 7,800 contracts yesterday on a higher high and a higher low. We've added a little over 10% in open interest from January 2nd. That's just off this end of the year low. Since then, we've been putting in higher pricing, accepting higher pricing, and seeing continued buying coming into this market. Most days we're adding open interest. And again, a 10% increase in open interest means something to somebody. We are seeing longer time frame buyers coming back in to buying this market. They've been buying it. Well, I mean, we could go back as far back as January to where we really saw the buying in longer time frame accelerate, and we're still seeing new buying coming into this market. I'm not selling it with anybody's market here just yet, with anybody's money here just yet. We've got 46.60 as the potential next weekly kickoff level. We're already above last week's, and well, basically this year's weekly kickoff high of 45.60. We ran above that on Monday. We're still showing signs of acceptance. We're still doing okay as far as volume is concerned, but again, the increase in open interest is what impresses me the most. The auction is doing well to the upside. I'm going to give it a B, just a B, because I don't like to give it an A. Once we get to an A auction, it tends to be, the market always looks the best at the top and the worst at the bottom, and I don't see that we're at the top yet here. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, everything is, like you mentioned, is looking to the bullish side, right? We're above our moving averages. I kind of identified a couple of levels here on the daily. I always like keeping kind of daily levels in the back of my mind. I might set some alerts should price come to these levels. I have 46.27 kind of highlighted up on the top. That's kind of the area we just broke. And then I'm looking at a value area high level, a little bit lower in the market, but you never know, right? So 43.89 is kind of the level that I have here on the volume profile here on the right. I look at my DMI. Everything about the DMI is looking good. I mean, I have a ADX reading of 25. If I had to change one thing about it, I would like to see that the positive DI kind of follow the same kind of upward slope. That would kind of align me into thinking that we are in a, we're basically headed in the right direction. The fact that it's kind of waning here a little bit is causing me a little bit of pause, but nothing to cause me to say, oh my God, this market is about to roll over type of thing, right? So very, very bullish market, this gold.
Yeah, that DI, that ADX coming off like that kind of goes along with the volume from yesterday, which was a little lower than the previous day.
Hmm.
However, slightly above the moving average of volume that I have here on my chart. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the 30 and see if we get any good, interesting opportunities or levels off of the 30-minute chart. So there's one thing that we can all notice is when we're up at these highs, the market seems to be having trouble holding rallies. It rallies, and at the end of the day, it pulls back. Rallies, at the end of the day, it pulls back. So, we're seeing some continuation to the upside. Sustained continuation on a daily basis has been hard to come by. When we are looking at the overnight inventory from last night, so we opened right here. No wick at the bottom of this. The market opened and just started seeing buying coming in from the very beginning. So we're seeing overnight inventory to the long side, looking like we're going to open above range, well, above value from yesterday. On this platform, we're seeing value high, basically at 46.32. We just took a look down to that, and we see some buying coming in on that. So, one of the other important nuances is, yeah, we put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hours. I don't expect that to be a lasting high. As far as, opportunities, if the market pulls back, if we've opened above value, if we reaccept value, we reaccept below 46.32, that could bring price back down to value low on this platform, which is around 46.0630. We do have, kind of an afternoon. Well, it's not even an afternoon pullback. The market extended the range, but did not create a late spike to the downside. So, on a pullback, I'm looking at value low from yesterday for an opportunity. If we never get that pullback, value high looks like a pretty decent opportunity to help you limit risk if the market continues to the upside. Now, just something we kind of mention every day, and I'll just mention it quick. There is no weakness in structure above. We're at all-time highs right now. It's difficult to even say, when or if the market is going to see much of a pullback at this time. But there's a lot of weaknesses in structure down below. We've got a session gap that could take us all the way down to 45.27, not too far off of your 45.30 something area there. I think you were talking about, Ray. And then there's lots of, different gaps and naked points of control lower. Those are only going to become important when they become important. We've got a new all-time high in the regular trading hours. I don't expect that to be lasting. Ray, what are you seeing here on the 30-minute chart?
Yeah. So as you mentioned, Asia was pretty much up. London probably a little bit more in the way of neutral. But like you said, I mean, we are above value from yesterday. This would be kind of a good spot if we are going to continue the auction to the upside. We can manage our risk. But should we get back inside the value, I have this range of 46.09. I'm kind of looking at this on the 30-minute chart. What was the most recent area? Should we get below this 46.32.8 level? It would not surprise me if we were maybe possibly come back down to maybe visit this 46.0910. This is kind of an area. This is kind of close to the value area low of my visible range, and also right up against this area where price broke out of that consolidation range. So this might be a logical area for price to maybe come back down and revisit if we are going to remain in some sort of range, maybe for a period of time until we get maybe some other catalyst to kind of drive the markets. Because I am seeing a DMI that's kind of indicating to me that of late, really don't see any sort of direction. You can see that in the candles as well. I see an ADX reading of 9.9, indicating there's really not a whole lot of strength in any of the directions, either bullish or bearish at the moment, right? So it is telling me that I need to remain patient and wait for some indication of participants that are willing to drive markets. I'm looking for initiative price action, as you often comment in the training.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's kind of what I'm looking. I'm seeing responsive at the moment. Right. So,
Mm-hmm.
again, I'm gonna be setting an alert down here around 46.10, 46.09 to see if maybe I can get price down to that level. That might kind of entertain me into taking a long position in the gold market.
Got some good confluence there at that 46.09 level as well. You got 46.0820, which is the IB low from yesterday, and you've got value low right in that neighborhood as well, right around 46.06 on this platform. So some
Yeah.
good confluence there, good opportunity to limit risk. Let's take a quick look now at silver. I continue to do more studies and learn more about the charts here in silver, and I'll be coming up with some weekly kickoff levels maybe this weekend if I feel confident enough to do so. But let's take a look at the daily. What do you say about this market? I mean, it's like, how do you even? What do you do with this? It's like, what do you do with a problem like Maria? It's what do you do with a problem like silver, which just won't let anybody in? And then
No.
if you do the buy the high, you get this sinking feeling like, well, they finally roped me in, and that's going to be the high, and we don't
Right.
want that. So again, we've put in another new high in the extended trading hour session. Good volume yesterday, an increase of approximately 2,100 in open interest, which is relatively substantial for open interest in silver. Ray, what do you do
Yeah, I
with
mean,
this thing?
it looks pretty parabolic to the upside. I mean, to be honest, I mean, I've never seen a reading like this in some time. An ADX
Spoken
reading
like
of
a
six.
geometry teacher.
We have a reading here of 64.6 on the ADX, right? Positive DI at 39, a negative at 5, right? So yeah, what is to say? I mean, I have this level marked at 82. We're at 91. Do I realistically think this is going to happen overnight? No. But I mean, it is a level, right? If it does decide to break down, this is a logical place where I can manage my risk, and I see some evidence of some significant buying there. So, yeah, not an easy market, but doesn't mean that I have to participate, right? If it's not a market for me, I move on to something that's more conducive to my ability to manage risk. So, silver, as much as I'd like to be a part of it, it would be prudent for me to kind of sit aside and see if I can get something a little bit better pricing if I'm going to participate in this auction to the upside.
So one of the things that Dalton says is, exactness is mechanical trading. And on these lows, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're seeing relative exactness on those lows, which indicates short time frame mechanical buyers. It may be representing the possible hypothesis that what we're seeing are the late to the party laggard buyers, which we don't know how far they can take price.
Right.
Just keep in mind that is a possibility. Where would we be able to see any kind of meaningful selling coming into this market? Here we are, all-time highs. The 30-minute bar, obviously, we are holding overnight inventory to the long side. Here's our open last night, and we are above everything.
Yeah.
We are above value. We are above range. We've opened with a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're looking for continuation to the upside. Now, I want to kind of refine this trend line just a little bit here. So let's look at this. So if we're looking at this as possible weaker hands, late to the party, laggard buyers, it's this exactness. 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on that say it is possible that these are the last of the buyers to come in, at least for a little while. I can't sell it up here. Where would we find meaningful selling? According to yesterday, we had a pretty good up day. We had a P shape, which would indicate some short covering, which is not supported by the increase in open interest. This was still new buyers coming in. Those buyers gave way at the end of the day, and we've got an afternoon pullback low, $86.11 and a half, $86.11 and a half cents. We're not going to be seeing any meaningful selling above that level. If we get a pullback to it, it might provide an opportunity. But according to the day session yesterday, we've got that afternoon pullback low. We've got another one here. We talked about this yesterday as well. We're not going to see meaningful selling below that level yesterday, and we saw what happened. We saw the market continue to push to the upside. We never even revisited that level. What are the odds of revisiting this afternoon pullback low from yesterday today? I don't know. I would say relatively low. We've opened with a gap. Gap guidelines are in play. We can't close the gap relatively early. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. We give up this trend line. We give up this afternoon pullback low. Where is the level? I guess what I'm looking for, Ray, is where all of these weak buyers are going to turn tail and head the other way, because they'll be the first ones out. And if they're the first ones out, you never know if they're going to get more selling coming into the market. Again, not picking a top here. This is all hypothesis. And according to what we're seeing with the exactness of the top of this rally, this parabolic move to the upside, this is looking, and again, I say looking, there's no 100% anything, that we've got the retail buyers finally noticing, finally getting in, and the retail late to the party, weaker hands traders are always the last ones in. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, again, I mean, if of the two markets, I mean, silver is by far the most bullish, right? So I'm looking at this market again. I'm looking for areas where I can participate. And again, if it's not in the cards, it's not in the cards. I move on to a different market. But I got a couple of levels that I've had. I'm going to highlight here. I mean, I have 89,930 or 940, which is the top end of this visible range volume profile I have here on the right hand side. And then I have the, I guess, high of the session or high of the range from yesterday at 89, right? So those are the couple levels that I would maybe possibly entertain to participate in this move. Certainly not interested in, paying a premium to be part of this market at the highs. So, and I'm not willing to sell into a freight trade. So what is to do? What do? I wait. I patiently wait in the brush and wait for price to come my direction, or price, right? I wait for price to come in an area where I can participate, right? So the only thing negative I can even say about this is the ADX indicator is not giving me a very strong reading. Again, maybe an indication of the weak buying that you mentioned earlier, Hogue. I see the positive DI kind of losing a little bit of steam also to the upside. So the upside auction, it feels, at least based on the DMI, is losing a little bit of steam. Right, it's not above 20, but it's still moving higher, right? So again, we have to respect that until we get other information that tells us otherwise.
Excellent, Ray. Profile yesterday again, normal variation day, somewhat extreme. You've got the point of control above the IBI, and then the pullback put settlement right back inside the initial balance. Strange day yesterday. Strange day. We're seeing pullbacks late in the day in silver, similar to what we're doing in gold, but just not as severe in silver. Let's see what happens today, man. Thank you, Ray. That's what we've got for gold and silver.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just an update too. If we had taken that gold opening range breakout trade, 90+% chance we would have been stopped out on that knee-jerk reaction after the 730 numbers. Again, that 1 minute opening range breakout triggered a signal to the long side, and on this move lower to 46.3160, we likely would have been tagged on a stop and we would no longer be in this trade. All right, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Asia closed mostly higher overnight. The Hang Seng Index closed up 0.56%. Nikkei up another 1.48%, and Shanghai Composite, the lone laggard, closed down 0.31%. Stocks in Europe currently trading mostly higher this morning. Also, you've got the DAX. DAX is down 0.48%. FTSE is up 0.34%, and the Stock 600 is up 0.05%. U.S. dollar index down marginally, 99.058 is the last on the dollar. The VIX up almost 9%, 8.5% right now, 17.32 on the VIX. It was trading below 15 yesterday, if you do remember. And the yield on the 10-year Treasury note down marginally, 4.16% last print on the 10-year Treasury note, U.S. 10-year Treasury note. All right, guys, let's take a look at that S&P 500, please.
All right. So, as always, starting on the daily chart, what did we talk about yesterday, Ray? We talked about the fact that the auction to the upside was not performing well.
Correct.
I gave it a C- on the daily chart here. We weren't seeing any real good participation. Volume was relatively low. Just not seeing confident initiative. There's that word again, Ray. Buyers up there, and it's hard to say because we put in another new all-time high yesterday. How can we say that the auction is not performing well? The auction to the upside was still in play. It was still intact. It just didn't give the nuances that said a continuation is probable. As a matter of fact, continuation was less and less probable at the higher we went. Yesterday we lost 14,000 in open interest. All right. Well, there you go. Some long liquidation came in. Maybe we weren't the only ones thinking, this thing isn't really doing all that good. And again, it's so hard to say when the market is at all-time highs. Right. Indecision, uncertainty versus resilience. Yesterday, uncertainty seems to have won. Resilience will eventually. But we're seeing the market continue to pull off now. We've got PPI retail sales. Those are out. We did have some earnings. Bank of America beat expectations on both earnings per share and revenues. Wells Fargo and Citigroup beat on earnings per share, but both of them missed on revenues. The last time you heard of a bank missing on revenues? I don't know. But does that have anything to do with this pullback? Probably not. I mean, there's lots of other things that are going on. And technically, the way we were talking yesterday, Ray, we needed a little bit of a pullback. Ray, what do you think?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm looking at this again. We have that little pattern that we've kind of drawn here, and we've already kind of are working our way into maybe completing a little bit of a 3-bar reversal pattern up here at the tops. I feel like we're destined to maybe come back and revisit this 69.10 level, to be honest, before we make any sort of continued move here to the upside. I just feel like with these two candles and the reaction that we've gotten up here up to the highs, and the visible target that we have here at 69.10, I think it's just a matter of time before we get down to that level. I see a market that's coiling. I see a market that really is not giving us much in the way of direction. Some of the readings that I'm seeing on the DMI are not indicating over a lot of strength in either direction. I have a momentum indicator of 11, right, compared to 65 for the silver, right? So again, really not telling us that there's even we're developing a bearish candle. It's not with a whole lot of momentum at the moment. Now we're getting a little bit of a curl here on the DI, but the ADX has not followed suit yet. So we'll have to wait and see on this market. It just feels like a market that's ranging, maybe coiling and figuring out maybe what is going to be the next catalyst that's going to drive the market in a sustained direction.
Thank you, Ray. We've broken one-time framing to the upside, but how many times have we broken one-time framing structure to the upside and then just had the market recover? Who knows? Let's see if we're going to get any hints here off this 30-minute chart. So value moved lower yesterday, even after putting in a new all-time high. That new all-time high, again, happened in extended trading hours. So we don't look for that to be a lasting high. Doesn't mean it has to happen today. we were looking at this market kind of struggling on its push to the upside. And with an upside auction occurring, we both agreed that the upside auction was not performing well. So we're starting to see our little bit of a pullback here. So overnight inventory, what are we looking at? We are short in the overnight inventory. We're going to open with a gap. We've got session gap close right here at 69.7650. Who knows if we're going to close that gap or not? It's not a very large gap. If we can't close that gap, however, gap guidelines remain intact. Where would we expect to see meaningful buying coming back in? Well, we talk about afternoon pullback lows, afternoon pullback highs a lot. There's an afternoon pullback high that occurred right at the end of the day yesterday. Maybe some short covering came in. That short covering ran out at 670.03 and a quarter. So I'm going to use that level as you know, an important level. It's just a level, and it does have some confluence. It's got settlement right in that same neighborhood, 7,001 in the orders. We've got value high on this platform right in that neighborhood as well, 7,500. So there's a little bit of confluence, unrelated studies, unrelated levels in that whole area. So if we do manage to get a pullback to that, it looks like a good place to possibly try and limit risk. But overall, I'm not looking for initiative buying. I'm not looking for meaningful buying below this afternoon pullback high. We've got an afternoon pullback low from the day before yesterday. And when the market opened and looked above it, there was no meaningful buying above it. We came in as sellers. No meaningful buying above the afternoon pullback high. Maybe some more continuation to the downside. This exactness, keep seeing this exactness on my chart. And this price, 69.62, means something to somebody. How many times has it shown exactness highs, exactness on lows? And it seems to be something that people are focusing on and looking at. If everybody's looking at it, that makes it important. Our overnight low, relatively close to it. We're going to see if that plays into anything at all. Ray, what are you thinking?
Yeah, again, I'm aligned. I think with you. I think we're seeing a lot of downside pressure right now in the market. I think on the lower time frame, it's even more evident than what we were seeing on the daily. We have a 31 reading on the ADX, indicating there's a good amount of momentum. Currently in the downside, we have our negative DI above. Prices below our value range, right? Or actually our value area low here on the visible range volume profile, and also on our fixed range. So for me, I think it would be, I would be looking for opportunities to maybe potentially look to find a little bit better pricing to sell this market. And that area for me is probably right around the value area low at 69.82, 64, somewhere in that range, for maybe an opportunity for a continuation move to the downside. But I am seeing, at least on the 30-minute chart, a lot of structure here that indicates that there is maybe some further discovery or further price discovery lower. Okay. And 69.52 is probably the earliest that I would probably look at maybe a reversal in price. So I'm just looking at this area over here, just kind of the area that where you got that little V-shaped reversal pattern. 69.52.75 is kind of what I got. So.
Awesome. The profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral day, and value moving lower. It was an inside day yesterday. I also find that relatively interesting. Inside regular trading hour range. Of course, we know we put in a new all-time high in the extended trading hours. Keep your eye on that. When it becomes important, it will be important. So basically, I'm kind of focused my main hypothesis on gap rules. We know we've got overnight inventory to the short side. If we can't close the gap relatively early, I'll look for opportunities, maybe down to that kind of 69.52, 69.50 level. because we do
Yeah.
have this trend line kind of coming across down at that level, which is a longer time frame trend line. So there's a couple of thoughts there for the ES. What else we got? JD, back to you, my friend.
We've got crude oil opening in about 5 seconds, guys. We're going to take a look at that 1 minute opening range breakout trade in crude. A couple of news items that came out earlier today in a report. OPEC published a report this morning. Reuters reported on it with some demand going forward. OPEC said in that report that demand would rise by 1.34 million barrels per day in 2027, similar to the growth of 1.38 million barrels this year, 2026. Also, I came across another interesting article from oilprice.com, which I find to be a pretty solid resource. Oil and gas is set to fuel the 500% surge in data center power demand. Here's a quote from that article. Hydrocarbons are set to meet about 3/4 of the expected 500% surge in power demand from data centers as the AI boom and global economic growth push energy demand accelerating across every dimension. Oil and gas set to fuel a lot of those AI data centers. Pretty interesting. All right, we're about to close this opening 1 minute opening range candle. Got a high 61.77, low 61.62. I'm looking at the micro contract. But why don't you guys rip through these charts real quick?
76 on the big contract.
76 on the big. Got it. Thank you.
Yes.
1.1
14
tick off.
opening range so far.
14 ticks. All right, I got a 3-lot loaded. Why don't you guys rip through these charts real quick, and I will jump in if we get into a trade here. Sound good?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So, things changing here a little bit in crude oil. Yesterday, I had a lot more focus on crude oil in the things that I was looking at throughout the day yesterday. And if you didn't notice, there's some things going on here in crude oil that might be very interesting. First off, it's rollover. We will probably be trading the March contract tomorrow, but this rollover has been probably giving our longer time frame traders fits because it is a directional rollover, and they don't like that. They try and keep things relatively range bound during rollover, which they have been unsuccessful. I saw Trump yesterday saying he would love crude oil at $53 a barrel. Obviously, the market has ignored that. So some of the geopolitical fundamentals have been driving price higher. Volume and open interest yesterday. Volume, pretty good. Good volume yesterday, and a 19,000 contract increase in open interest. Now, this is the front month. Okay, this month is going to be probably rolling into March tomorrow. That's really good volume for an expiring month. The fact that we added 19,000 in open interest on an up day is more difficult to read during rollover because there's a lot of split between, the legging of the rolls. It's difficult to say if this is new longs coming in or if it's just based on rollover legging going on. If it was not rollover, I would say, we added a whole bunch of new longs yesterday, and that's probably good for the auction process, which we can see is continuing its move to the upside. We've got breakout potential above a trend line. It's not a very strong trend line, maybe 3 points of contact, 1, 2, 3. A longer time frame, but we're also breaking out above the weekly kickoff high, which is 60.80, which was resistant, has now become support, and we'll see if we see this market continuing the upside. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of maybe we're in the middle of a change in sentiment in the crude oil. I think we've been very bearish in crude oil for some time. I'm seeing price above my little pink area here, my 200 EMA, right? Indicating that, again, that we're starting to see we're on the positive side, indicating bullish. Our positive DI is, in the 26 range, followed by momentum of 21. So it seems like we're kind of maybe picking up some steam to the upside in this market. I'm kind of holding out. I think I'd like to see maybe price come back maybe to 60, 64. I know you mentioned the 60, 80 level. Maybe it might be another level that I could be looking at. It's at 61.80 now. So these are kind of some daily levels that we can be looking at, but definitely a market that's looking to head higher.
Thanks, Ray. Let's take a quick look at the 30. And all right, so before the open yesterday, 60.80 was pretty resistant. We were watching that. We talked about how those resistance levels kind of get worn out. All the sellers got worn out. There was some news that came out that just pushed price through it. Where did it come back to? It came back to that level and found support at 60.80 and at VWAP yesterday. So today we are looking at overnight inventory a little bit to the long side. I mean, it got a little bit short, but now obviously we're probably holding longs, and we're holding basically above the high from yesterday's session and above value. Value high I'm looking at from yesterday at 61.43, which was also the IB high. IB low is the low of the session. We did take a couple of little looks above the IB high yesterday for leaving some excess on those highs. But is it real excess? Not necessarily, just a little bit of excess. Not too much, just a little bit of excess. But as long as we're holding above, we opened with a gap, we're in an uptrend. We seem to have new information in the marketplace. There's a potential change in value in market state. And we saw, some pretty good buying coming in yesterday. Below, there's lots of weaknesses in structure that are going to become important when they become important. But the main hypothesis for me today is if we can't close this gap relatively early, we've got a couple of really decent upside targets in the form of naked points of control, naked points of chill, prices that were important in past days as they were levels of comfort, and those are often targeted over and over again. We've seen how short time frame traders target these levels, and if these levels get walked through, that's going to be your longer time frame participants. 62.41, first target to the upside, naked point of chill. 64.28, the next naked point of control, point of chill, visual target level above that. If this market continues to grow legs to the upside, there is space, folks. There is space. Where are we looking at potential meaningful selling coming in? I don't see that coming in until we get relatively well below this 60.80 weekly kickoff high. Ray, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I see a market again that's I think is changing a little bit of market sentiment. I see a market that's maybe turning a bit bullish on us. On the lower time frame, looks like it's been ranging of late, but we're starting to get some readings here on the DMI and the ADX that are positive and aligned with the general move. As you were kind of talking here, I did a little kind of measured move of this most recent swing that we've been kind of consolidating on currently, and I see us getting up to this 63.20 level. That would be a measured move on the 30-minute chart right here, right? If we take this little move that we made, this swing here, currently we're consolidating, assuming that we continue in that direction. 63.20 does not seem out of the realm of possibilities here in this market. So a market that's probably changing market state, in my humble opinion.
And Ray, we've been talking actually for 15 years, and who brought it up the other day and reminded me, Crude has a tendency to trade to 20s. There's your 63.20.
There it is.
80s.
Yes.
Weekly kickoff high. 50s and the big fat round numbers. So you've already picked out a really, really, viable potential target for a potential upside move. Awesome. Yeah. Again, the profile yesterday, normal variation, neutral. This market is still seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Watch the gap. If we can't close the gap, look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. And as they say in Britain, mind the gap. JD, what are we doing, buddy? We long yet?
That was the worst accent I've ever heard, Hogue. I'm joking. Yes, we are in long 2 micro crude from 61.78 right here, right now. I was going long a couple micro crude. All right, quick piece of news before we get into the NASDAQ. Saks Global filed for bankruptcy. Let's run it. The parent company of luxury retailer Saks Fifth Avenue filed for bankruptcy protection late Tuesday. Saks Global filed for Chapter 11 protection in U.S. bankruptcy court for the Southern District of Texas. This marks the first major retail bankruptcy of the year. The company had struggled with a heavy debt load following its purchase of rival Neiman Marcus in 2024. Saks Global was the product of former Saks owner HBC buying Neiman Marcus for nearly $2.7 billion. Saks is going down. Has anybody ever stepped foot in a Saks Fifth Avenue store?
Not Saks. I don't think I ever have.
Not I, said the blind man.
My Saks Fifth Avenue is called Bass Pro Shops.
There you go. I'm with you on that one, Hogue. All right, once again, house account long a pair of micro crude from 6178. All right, Hogue, Coach Ray, we got about 10 minutes left. Let's give the people what they want. Let's talk about that
NASDAQ notes. I'm like Ray Rayner. I got to have my notes here. If any of you guys know who Ray Rayner is, you're as old as I am. All right. So NASDAQ, same situation as the S&Ps. We talked about it yesterday. The breakout did not perform well. The upside auction was not performing well. While we gave the ES a C minus, we gave the upside auction in NASDAQ a C, and I think those were probably both a little bit generous, seeing what we've seen now. So the weak breakout, low grade upside auction, it's turned lower. We've broken any kind of one-time framing move to the upside. Looking at this as somewhat of a pullback. Some of the longs that came in yesterday, we added 3,800 in open interest yesterday. If those are longs, they are now in losses. Still seeing indecision. Last week's weekly kickoff high was in play yesterday. It could still be in play today. That's 25,880. And we're kind of coming back into and right near the apex of the pennant pattern or the Dorito pattern, as maybe some potential support. We've got the October 10th high, which has been support at times in the past, and it still seems to be impactful today. Ray, what are you seeing?
Yeah, very similar to what we were seeing and we were saying about on the ES, right? We see a market that's really lacking definitely some luster to the upside. We came up on the upper end of this Dorito pattern here, and looks like we are in the process of reversing away from it. Again, I have some visual targets below me, 25,400 on the lower side, maybe as low as 25,000. I got the lower end of this is 25,240. So right now we're headed in that direction. Okay, so looking at the DMI is kind of picking up on the selling pressure, but the ADX has not followed through yet. So whatever direction we're headed right now, it's not doing with a whole lot of vigor either. So we have to kind of wait and see how this kind of plays out. I'd like to see the ADX kind of pick up here, where right now the reading is at 13. If we are indeed going to have a momentous kind of move here to the downside, that ADX kind of has to follow the sort of the slope. More math terms there. Has to follow the slope of the price here, the price candle here. So market's coiling, but I would say neutral to probably bearish on the daily chart for me on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, and I mean we're already seeing the VIX up 7, almost 8% this morning. It's still only at 17 and change. But 8% move in the VIX on this down move, might be indicating a little bit more fear coming into the marketplace. Not huge or anything, but let's take a look now at the 30. I like the fact that you picked out 25,400 for a possible pullback, because that's weekly kickoff low, Ray. We're seeing things. I see you. We're seeing things, we're seeing. All right. So again, the market really tried to rally yesterday. It just did not perform well. It hasn't been performing well. Overnight inventory, obviously, we are to the short side. We're opening with a gap below the session low from yesterday, which was 25,812, the initial balance low. So again, gap rules, gap guidelines, very generally speaking, if we can't close the gap relatively early, and yes, relatively early is a subjective term, apologize for that. I can't put an absolute number or figure on how long it should take to close a session gap. But if we don't close that gap relatively early, probability state that we're going to be continuing to push value lower. Value should be outright lower than yesterday. If we can't close that gap, of course it will be. And what else? There was something else I wanted to say. Oh, yeah. I mean, the upper trend line for the Dorito formation or the pennant formation, whatever you want to call it, is coming in, with relative confluence with that October 10th high. I could certainly see, if we can't close that gap, a move down to that level to test and see if we'd see any buyers down there. We've got that same kind of V bottom that you were looking at in the S&Ps here in the NASDAQ. Lots of lows here along that October 10th high recently. A few highs above it as well. A few lows above it, a few highs above it. That seems to almost be our exactness level like we see in the S&Ps. But really, that same exactness level in the NASDAQ is up higher, 26,115. Ray, what are you thinking here on the daily? On the 30-minute chart?
Yeah, I mean, I see a lot of visible targets here for continued downside move here. I mean, we could certainly hold around 25,730, but I have my eyes down at 25,660, which is again that little V pattern. Look at the spike in the ADX here on the lower time frame. I mean, we went from all the way up to 32 on this move. So it's indicating that there's a fair amount of momentum here to the downside in the current direction, which is to the downside. So again, I'm really not interested if I'm a buyer to participate. This is kind of my level here at the moment, 25,660. If I'm a seller, I'd like to see if I can maybe get a little bit of a pullback, maybe back up to this value area low, or from yesterday, maybe value area low from the visible range up here at 25,856 or 25,820. These are a couple of levels where I can maybe manage my risk, maybe around my VWAP. That would also offer me another kind of location where I can participate, right? This is kind of what I'm looking at here. Right, this is kind of what I'm seeing right now in the NASDAQ. So, looking a bit bearish. I don't know if I necessarily want to do anything at this moment in time, but maybe sell some strength if I get a little strength in this market. Otherwise, I need to wait until I get down to that little V pattern that we talked about earlier for a buy.
Well, now we all know the brand name of Hoag's new 4K camera. Wonderful.
Yeah, right?
We can still hear you, Hoag. We just can't see your face. You want to keep talking about it for a
that's
minute.
probably better. Let me see if I can get this figured out. But anyway, that's our kind of view at these markets here so far this morning. Let me give me a second. I'll try and get this figured out.
Yep. Quick update on our crude oil trade. Rolled over on us just a little bit. We traded down to, I've got an overnight VWAP on the 1-minute chart at 6160. Traded right down to there. I'm going to switch over to a 5-minute chart. We've got much further to go on a 5-minute chart for an overnight VWAP, all the way down at 6136. Our CYA on this trade is at 6148. We're taking 30 ticks of risk, 30 cents of risk on this trade. Hey, Hoagie's back. Hoaglethorpe. If you know, you know. Welcome back, Mr. Hoagland. All right,
Thank you.
Let's go over the schedule for the day real quick. We got a couple minutes left. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got our usual cast of characters, Jay, Jack, and Hoag, and then our rotating guest, OFEC, will be here from 8:30 to 9:30. Coach Vince, 9:30 to 10, and Dakota will be here to close it out from 10 to 11. Hoag will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap. He's going to go over the trades we took here in the opening call, any potential trades we might take in Fast Markets also. Power players at 11:15. Dolby Time and I are going to be here with Antonio. Shoulder Tab, Jack, and Risk Manager Ben. They're going to roast and toast a couple of live funded traders. We'll take a look at some live leaders and go over everything that's happening in the live funded account. Group coaching at 12:15. Hoag, Coach Robert will be here, and Hoop. That'll be an exciting group to talk with. If you have a question for either one of these, or any of these traders, I should say, not either one. One of these three traders, or all three of them, we're going to post a form to the chat in just a little bit. Grab that form, fill it out, ask your question, and they'll answer it live right here on Topstep TV. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. I'll be back with Gabe and Dr. V. Dr. V will be in the house. We'll do a little mindset check and take some trades. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, Mandy, and Dolby Time. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way on this Wednesday. Bell to bell all day long for you. We're taking some heat on this crude oil trade right now. All right, guys, I got one more piece of news. It's a video. It's a news clip. It's about 2 minutes long. You want to hit it? It's our public service announcement for the day regarding second passports and dual citizenship.
Oh, yeah, very important.
Requests are going through the roof. A growing number of people are seeking dual citizenship for easier traveling and the opportunity to live and work abroad. But it's getting harder to get that second passport. Ivan Rodriguez reports. Is it getting harder or is it getting easier? Let's hear it.
Dual citizenship is the ability to be a citizen of 2 or more countries. Most people qualify through one of 3 routes: descent, investment, or naturalization. Experts tell me getting a second passport comes with lots of upsides and little to no downsides. For as long as migration has existed, many immigrants who naturalize in a new country have wanted to retain their citizenship of origin. In recent decades, the wealthy have also embraced dual citizenship as a way to expand global mobility.
What we've seen over the last probably 4 or 5 years especially is a significant increase in demand from more developed nations. So the US is the clear sort of leader in that regard.
Dominic Volek is group head of private clients for Henley & Partners, which assists high net worth individuals in attaining dual citizenship around the globe. Last year, they assisted clients of 91 nationalities, but Americans were top of the list. A November Gallup poll found that 1 in 5 Americans would like to emigrate, including 40% of women aged 15 to 44, a 400% increase on a similar poll taken in 2014.
We had a few, interesting political cycles, and so both sides of the political spectrum had concerns on the other and vice versa, and so they were looking to build in that optionality.
Professor Peter Spiro with Temple University says, in a way, gaining dual citizenship can serve as an insurance policy.
Even if you're never going to use it, just knowing that you've got that other passport in the drawer results in a kind of peace of mind.
And other than application fees, experts say there's little downside to obtaining dual citizenship, especially if it's through descent.
Most countries, there are very few obligations of citizenship that apply if you're living outside of the country.
Several countries, notably in Europe, tightened their criteria for citizenship last year. Italy issued an emergency decree limiting citizenship by descent to 2 generations, requiring the most recent ancestor in the line to have been born in Italy and to have died exclusively as an Italian citizen. Several judges have already referred the law to Italy's Constitutional Court, which has a scheduled hearing for March. In Atlanta, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
Pretty interesting. And on that note, guys, we're up on time here. Coach Ray, thanks for joining us. We'll see you back again on Friday, I believe. Yes, Friday. Until then, have a great day. Mr. Hoagland, you ready to take us home?
Absolutely. GD, Ray, always a pleasure spending the morning with you guys. And of course, always a pleasure spending the morning with all of you. We are certainly holding in here on our crude trade. Now I want to take another look at the reason I don't hate the longs is we have been unable to close the session gap. Session gap close would be 61.50. We've overnight longs here, but a lot of those overnight longs have been kind of reconciling in this area of balance that we're currently in. You're looking at JD's chart here, and you see that area of balance, and we have not again been able to close that gap. So we're holding above the gap. The market, has some potential new market state. If we do see continued buying coming into this market, which the fact that it's rollover does kind of slow that down a little bit. But I have no problem with the position we currently have We're down just a little bit on it, but the market seems to be holding up here pretty well. And we are holding above that weekly kickoff high, 60.80. We broke out above it yesterday, was supportive for the rest of the day. And, we got that 63.20 level that, crude oil does have a tendency to trade to the 20s, the 80s, the big fat round numbers, and the 50%, the 50 level, 50 cent level, if you will. And we're going to see how this plays out. As far as, our equities are concerned, we are looking like we're going to be opening with gaps to the downside. Meaningful buying is at higher levels in those markets. The auction to the upside has been relatively weak. We're going to see how that plays out as well. But folks, as always, I like to talk about the early birds in the chat this morning. Tommy C., my little brother's name is Tommy, by the way. Tommy C. is first one in. You win the prize, which is purely bragging rights for being first in the chat. My good friend Nick Nichols is with us. Hopefully things are going well for you, Mr. Nichols. We got Shubham. We got Anastasios. We got Chunky Bear. We got Charles Henry. We got JK Window Cleaning, Acoustic Immersion, Mayoki. We got Gorillionaire, Dan Trader, and all of you. We are happy you are here. Remember, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. We are heading into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody out there. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Horns. All right, we got OFIC in the house. We got about a half an hour till the window opens for the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. Jay, right now in Polymarket, there is just a 26% chance that the court will rule completely in favor with them. So we got some volatility built into the schedule today. What do you think?
Awesome stuff. I like that, Jack. I want to know what's the probability that we actually get the Supreme Court's opinion today. We were supposed to get it last Friday. I know they moved it to today. Do we actually think we get it?
I would hope so. That would be pretty lame otherwise.
I would agree. I would agree. That's supposed to be, it's tentatively on the schedule for 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 9 a.m. Central Time. But we got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you guys today. This is Fast Markets. I'm Jay. That's Jack. That is OFEC. OFEC, how are we doing today? How are you looking at the markets?
Yeah, I'm good. I want to see some longs today, I think. Okay, we're waiting for the open. We have something like 2 minutes. Want to see us breaking this level. I'll mark just here and come back to the CPI. I don't think the CPI high, you can see there, but I want to see us taking some longs. Okay, to the session high. We have London high here, Asia high here. Okay, so I want to wait for the open and wait for some longs.
Sounds good. We got 2 minutes until the open. OFEC looking for the long. We did have that PPI number come out a little bit higher than expected. PPI year over year came in at 3%. Forecast was 2.7%. Month over month came in line with expectations, and core PPI came in higher than expected as well. Jack, anything you take from those inflation numbers?
Well, yesterday the metals exploded on a softer inflation number. Today they exploded on what you would think would make them go higher. Silver's trading above. Silver's trading damn near 92, isn't it?
91, 98 right now.
Oh my God. Bitcoin, the metals are pumping right now. The VIX is up 7% as well. We'll see how much of that is just, like event premium here. But right now in the VIX, we are trading 17.2. Once we get the bell here in under a minute, we'll talk a little bit about what to expect come 9 o'clock when the Supreme Court releases this, because most of you have probably dealt with lawyers before. They get paid for not giving the straightest of answers. So there's going to be degrees to this. So we'll see what happens.
Agreed. We got that bell coming up in about 20 seconds here. I got my eye on the equities and the metals as well. Silver did make a new all-time high last night, 92,195. We got gold making new all-time highs as well, 46.50.10. We will see if we continue the rally. Are we getting $100 in silver this week? We will have to wait and find out. 2 seconds to the bell, and here we go. Markets are open. Seeing some selling early here in the NASDAQ. 25. There it is. There's that bell. 25.740 last trade in. Now we can begin. I didn't know what to do. 69.75 last trade in the S&P. Seen a little bit of early selling here, but OFEC looking for longs. OFEC, do you have a time hold on your trades? You wait a little bit after the open, right? First couple minutes.
Yeah, let's see if my levels are holding. Okay, I want to see us go up from 25,700 and 25,680. Those are my level to take the longs. Just waiting for more confirmation.
Got Dow moving to the upside, the NASDAQ moving to the downside, Russell moving to the upside as well. The S&P kind of stuck in the middle right now. First minute is done there. We'll get Hoag's opinion on the opening range when he comes back in here.
Indeed, first minute in. Off the open, all of the Mag 7 plus Broadcom are in the red right now. No dramatic performers. Broadcom's down 1.6%. That's the lowest. Nvidia is down 1.3. Tesla down 1.6. We're selling off a little bit.
New lows there of the day in the NASDAQ. 25,687, 685 now. Trades. New lows here in the S&P, not just yet. 69.63 half last overnight low in the S&P here. The NASDAQ continuing to sell. Everything's red, Jack. All Mag 7 red. And the NASDAQ is following right now.
Check out the overnight lows there in the ES. As I was listing those prices, I was noticing them go down quite a bit. Now we got Broadcom down 2%, Amazon down 1%, Microsoft edging in 1%, Meta edging in 1%, Nvidia down 1.6%.
Is a wild Wednesday so far. The NASDAQ 76-point sell-off from the open, 25,684. Now, OFEC, do you have some levels down here that you're looking for the market to respond to?
I don't want to see us go below 648 if we're gonna do it. So, if we're gonna do it, so we will go so much lower to these lows. You can see. If we break this level, we just mark here.
Yeah, then there's really nothing under there.
Yeah,
really nothing under that 648 level.
I just want to wait for more confirmation on the 1 minute. I want to see us inversing some gaps to the upside to take my longs. Let's see.
We will see here. Taking a look at the tilt early, we got 61% long in the S&P, 50-50 in the NASDAQ, and 57% short in gold. Gold last trade 46.38.30. And silver, for all of our silver traders out there, 91.43 last trade there in silver. But NASDAQ right back up into that 1 minute opening range. What a move so far. 25.736 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Quick turnaround there. 70 points to the downside, 70 points to the upside. Again, we do have a potential Supreme Court opinion at the top of the hour. We will let you know as soon as we get that. We also have existing home sales at the top of the hour as well.
And
turn around
there.
We got
Myron's. The Supreme Court is going to overrule all this, but we technically have a tentative meeting between the Greenland and the
I think I take some longs from here, Jay. Okay.
All right. OFEC is long.
Three micros.
Okay.
We're 3 micros.
OFEC.
Okay.
I like it. OFEC long 3 micros. What price do you get there? 748. 3 micros from 748. OFEC is long. NASDAQ right now trading 25,773. Like that. Just jumping right in there.
Yeah, I just want to take some longs to, will tell you, just a minute. Let's see. So I risk 3 micros in this trade. 3 micros,
Okay.
$6 per point. We have 62-point risk, $372. So we want to take some 1 to 3 risk to reward. We don't want to take here, something like that.
Okay. Nice. We got yesterday's low, 25,803 and a quarter. We're about 20 points off of that right now. Let's see how the market.
We have some highs there we can go up to. So this is my level.
Very nice. Well, great trade so far. About 40 points in the money right now. OFEC just jumping right in there. Nice trade so far. 25,766 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.74 last trade in the S&P. Jack, you have any levels that you like in the S&P? We saw you yesterday with the sniper entry.
Yeah, I'm waiting
in the
for
S&P.
things to populate today. I could have, if I was being bold, kind of had one today. I'm a little bit hesitant to trade in front of this 9 o'clock number,
Yeah.
but you'll see on the open we peaked right below the overnight lows, which are both around the SPX 69.25 level here. Then we bounced 15 points off overnight VWAP for now. But yeah, my first look is kind of maybe what OFEC was looking there. I do like, man, that was like too early in the day for me, but it did just, I like the setup where it peaks right below the overnight low and then buy it when it rejects, like see what happened here and then buy it right there.
Right. Yep.
But I'm old and slow. Although we're selling off a little bit now.
It's all good, Jack. Selling off a little bit here, 25,716. And I agree with you that, Jack, I don't know if the market knows what to expect from the Supreme Court when we get this decision. So, you know, I think we could see that reflected in the markets right now. Looking at the order book, it looks pretty thin from what I'm seeing here in the NASDAQ. And let's see here. We saw the metals selling off a little bit here. Pretty interesting opens so far.
Well, I saw
somebody still in this one.
Yeah, still in this one. If I get stopped out, we'll look for a lower price to take another entry for the day. Let's see.
Gotcha.
Still in this trade.
Still in and out. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, so I've been trying to gauge, you know, looking around to see opinions from actual lawyers and what have you, as opposed to me. I never went to law school. But it's you can see the Supreme Court. Everyone does in their darkest hour, Jay. Everyone thinks about going to law school, and if you haven't, you're lying.
Right.
No, love lawyers. My mom's a lawyer. That being said, there's like a whole spectrum of outcomes for this case, and there's maybe 6 different that are most likely. You can see it as at one end of the spectrum would be like everything's cool, keep on keeping on, and the other would be like you have to pay back these tariffs. It seems the consensus is that it will be in the middle somewhere, maybe along the lines of going forward, we can't use this reasoning for doing tariffs, but we're not going to make you pay them back. So
Gotcha.
We'll see. This is fun. You don't often get the Supreme Court rulings shaking the markets like this.
No. Yeah, if we have to pay them back, that's it's a different story there. Different story for sure. Seeing some selling here in the metals. 46.3180 last trade here in gold. Just saw about 280 contracts trade in a second there in gold right at those lows. Trade holding up for now in the NASDAQ, 25,720 last trade there. 69.71 last trade in the S&P. Let's take a look at the Dow. Shot out of a cannon early. Yeah, it is 96,210. High of the day, 96,400 there in Bitcoin. I heard someone say, Jack, at the end of last year, January was the month to buy Bitcoin. And if you look at a daily chart there, it has been going up since we started the year. Buy it in January, selling in October.
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves yet, though. We're still a long way off the highs.
Yeah,
you know, you're better off saying that the beginning of the year was a good time to buy Intel.
Right.
Coming down to test at 69.25 again. Let me see if we've populated the 0 dates.
Yeah, I just get stuff here.
All right, OFEC stopped there on that trade. It's all right. And you 2 trades a day, right, OFEC?
Yeah, we have another trade to take. Wait for another confirmation. If we break,
Nice.
if we break this gap to the upside, okay, so I can retest, re-entry to my position, take some longs. Let's see. Just wait for a couple of minutes.
25,685 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.69 last trade in the S&P. Jack, I see the question in the chat. You still have eyes on that Bitcoin whale. How are they doing?
Of course. Obviously, they're doing pretty well today.
Yeah, right.
Right now, as of this time, they still have not touched anything in 19 days. They are up about $53 million. No, let's call it, no, sorry, $48 million. The funding is getting close to 7. So they're up about 40 mil. Maximum low, I saw they were down 85 million at one point. So that's no fun.
That is a hodler for sure.
It's a
nice swing there.
$120 million swing, not touching anything in 19
That is
days. That is
conviction. That is conviction for sure. 25,700s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Wouldn't be surprised to see the markets kind of establish this range early, especially with, we have news, we have planned news coming out at 9 a.m. Central Time, and we also have that tentative Supreme Court decision. So I think what we've expected to see so far potentially here in the equities, we did come up and tag the full session VWAP there in the NASDAQ and rejected off of it. That price I have at 25,776. So now we just wait. So OFEC, you took that one trade, was going in your favor, stopped you out. Now you said you look for lower prices, right? Would you not? You wouldn't take it from that same price, and we are seeing some selling here. Wow, there we go. 25,660 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.63 in the S&P. New lows of the day in the NASDAQ, 25,651.75. That is some real selling there. Ton of size just traded there. 2,600 contracts traded in a second there in the S&P. You see that, Jack?
Yeah, and we're actually kind of compared to those other block orders, we're kind of staying down here for now. So some sustained selling.
Yeah.
Yep. Say watching that massive Bitcoin, Solana, Ethereum position for 19 days, it really gives me new kind of insight on what it takes to actually lose or make that much money. And I think back to that MF Global trader who lost $150 million in wheat futures over the course of like a week. It's like, man, that's nasty work. This guy's holding a huge position.
Yeah.
And he was never down 150 million. And that was in like 2012.
$150 million trading grass. Right. That is a lot of money. 25,645 last trade here in the NASDAQ. The S&P just made a low, 69.60 and a half. 69.60. Last week, we saw a 2,000 lot on the offer. It got filled right at 69.60. And I was trying to remember why that price was significant. But there was a 2,000 lot that traded there just last week. Came in on the offer. Market filled it and rallied from there. But now we are back at that spot. That might be somebody who's holding a short. We'll see. 25,640 here. Taking a look at the tilt. Hasn't really changed much. 50-50 across the board. 64% short in gold, which is continuing to sell off here. 46.22 last trade in gold. Silver selling off as well. $90.46. About $2 off the all-time high, which it made right before the open. Some real selling here.
Yeah.
Where are we? I heard the guys in the opening call talking about the October 10th candle in the NASDAQ. Let's see how close we are to that. That was the last time we really heard about tariffs, and we are right at that high right now. 25,635 is that price in the NASDAQ. That was the tariff tantrum candle, we called it. In October, we heard the president talk about tariffs, and we are trading right there right now. We start to see price acceptance here, in which we are. The NASDAQ continuing to sell off here, making new lows on the day, 25,626. And
Got the VIX up 10% right now. Within striking distance of that 20. We're at 1763 right now.
1763 in the VIX. S&P made a new low of the day there, 69.55 half. The Dow's starting to sell a little bit as well. Getting these selling bursts in the NASDAQ, seeing a couple of them. We saw the same thing yesterday. And at some point, sellers just run out of room and we see the market turn. But for right now, still seeing some heavy selling. I'm looking at a VWAP for the New York session. It's still inside the first 3-minute range. So price is advertising lower. Volume hasn't gone yet, but we'll see. First 15 minutes or so, we had back and forth action, and now seeing some selling gain some traction in these markets. $25,625 last trade here. So OFEC, what was that price again that you said? If we get below here, then you said there's a lot more room lower.
Yeah, we can go to 573. This low.
573. Okay. Gotcha.
Right,
you were going to say there, Jack?
Yeah, if we're selling off, next big level would be like 6,900 in the SPX, which is down around 6,938 or so in the ES futures. I'm going to keep a close eye on this poly market on the Supreme Court. A lot of bold people with just orders sitting a couple cents off the bid or offer. Seems insane. See if we get any late surges from anybody who, might know a guy who knows a guy.
Somebody knows somebody. Somebody knows somebody for sure, Jack.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows this.
And you guys know what this segment is called. It is Fast Markets. Hashtag Fast Markets. You see it in the upper left of your screen there. Tag us on your favorite social media platform, preferably X, so we can share those towards the end of the day. Hashtag Fast Markets. Share your trader wins, your setups, anything that you got for us today. I saw some traders trading the metals last night, taking some pretty nice trades. So hashtag Fast Markets. Tag us at TopstepTV on the X platform. Bring those to you later in the day. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here in the equities, 25,640 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.65 last trade here in the S&P.
Bitcoin very much ripping, as noted in the chat.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. 96,780 last trade there in Bitcoin, making new highs of the day.
10-year yield actually on the lower end of their very tight range, down around 4.15 right now. 4.2 has been the cap, but we've kind of been between 4.1 and 4.2. Little interesting that it would do so off of a little bit hotter than expected PPI number.
Where are we in that range? You had that trend line you drew, Jack. Are we pulling off from it in the yields?
I mean, like, we're just not moving very much. Like, for everything that's been going on, let me share this real quick. The yields have been very subdued. I mean, this goes all the way back. This is September 25th. You can see how strong the resistance has been at 4.2. We're kind of, I guess we're at the higher end of this range, but this is the lowest yields we've at least seen since the 8th, so maybe like in a week or so.
Gold is getting absolutely smoked here. 46.15 last trade here in gold. That last 1 minute candle was about $10. 46.15. We've seen the metals do this. Could this be one of those days where we see, an $80 sell off in gold? We're halfway there right now from the high. 46.50.10 was the high of the day in gold. right now trading 46.1780.
I mean,
Taking a look
regardless
at the
of what you
tilt there,
think
it
about
was short.
silver, it's going to have
Yeah.
one of those days. Sometimes you can't go up 10% every day.
It has
will
to.
be up, silver will be millions of dollars by the end of the month.
Right. It has to happen. And it's healthy. We saw it the other day, right? We saw it, what was that, 2 weeks ago, when everyone was talking about margin calls for silver. We saw 15% sell off in a day or something like that. And we're right back up. So we'll see here. OFEC, what are we seeing here?
Okay, we have swept the lows on NASDAQ, but didn't sweep on the S&P. Okay, you can see right here.
Okay.
Didn't sweep on the S&P. We have a divergence to the upside, so I still have a bias for long, but I need to wait for more confirmation. Need to see us breaking those gaps to the upside. If you want to get
Gotcha.
another situation for long. But the market is looking very bearish right now.
Yeah, seeing some heavy selling come in. We came up to, there was 870 contracts traded in a second there, and the NASDAQ on the way down. The range of that selling was 25,659 up to 688. I think that's the gap you just had on your screen there, OFEC. We came in, kind of tapped into 50% of that and selling off right now, back down to 25,636 here in the NASDAQ. Gold continuing to sell. Silver selling as well. Bitcoin is the only thing, honestly, I see is moving to the upside right now. And crude oil as well. I think the house count is still long crude. Yeah, long 2 micro crude from 61.78, pretty much right here, right now. That is from the opening range trade. We'll see here, we're getting closer and closer to the top of the hour. Saw somebody ask in the chat, are we still getting that Supreme Court decision? It says tentative on the schedule, but we're expecting that we are going to get it. As soon as we do, we will bring that to you guys, and I'm sure we'll see the markets respond to it somehow. A couple of things coming out at that time, though, so could be responding to a bunch of different things. Existing home sales, Myron speaking, and the Supreme Court opinion on tariffs, and Wells Fargo earnings as well. It's probably not going to be Wells Fargo, if I had to guess.
Yeah, probably a little down the list there.
Probably not. Right. Probably not. Still 50-50 in the NASDAQ here. 59% short in the S&P, 59% short in gold. Average price, 46.29 in gold. So tilt is getting paid to the short side. In gold right now, 46.19 last trade over there. Crypto Unmasked says 100K Bitcoin today. Like it.
Okay.
Are you long? Crypto Unmasked, right? I would assume that you're trading that micro Bitcoin
long,
contract. You have to be. You have to be with that name. It's another 3% from where we are right now, but hey, ACH. ACH. Let's see what we got here. Jack, with the options levels that you have and them developing throughout the day, is it normally a time thing? Is it that first half an hour where you start to see that volume pick up?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the option market opens, people start laying down their zero dates. And I think the zero dates account for like 60% plus of volume or something like that now.
That is insane. Insane. Let's see if we make new lows here. New lows there in the NASDAQ, 25,611. Saw a little bit of a bounce there. OFEC, you were talking about the divergence between the S&P and the NASDAQ. The S&P not taking out that low yet. 69.52 is that price. 69.52 half is that low price in the S&P. The NASDAQ, and this has been the theme for the last 3 months or so, is the weakest of the equity markets right now. It is on its lows while everything else is kind of holding up. The Russell's going the other way. The Russell said, forget you guys. I'm going to make highs of the day. NASDAQ on its lows here.
A little bit. Holly market odds on the tariffs ruling in favor are dropping ever so slightly. It's hard for me to see the volume in this. just a 24% chance that they just uphold everything.
NASDAQ made that low up about 40 points off of there. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
The Carlisle asks, where's the max pain for the options holders? So max pain's a fun concept. I think like most of the year, I'm sure it's way lower than here, but it's not something I look at all unless we are very near a Friday, like monthly, quarterly expiration, and it's kind of close. I'll look it up for fun.
Thanks, Jack. Got a couple numbers coming in at the top of the hour here. Existing home sales. We have Myron speaking, and another opinion on tariffs from the Supreme Court. It does show tentative, so we will let you know if we do get that. The NASDAQ kind of hanging out at its lows here. That 635 price is the high of that October 10th candle. We just saw a rejection there as we continue to see new selling coming in here. We get Hogan here. I want to know if Delta is congruent with this direction right now. Are we actually seeing aggressive selling coming into this market? Bring Hogue back in just a little bit. NASDAQ making new lows, 25,603. OFEC, nice out on that trade, right? Sometimes what we can do is hold on to conviction in a trade and just take unnecessary loss. You knew where your out was, and we get to reassess from there. Negative 2,600 NASDAQ Delta.
I want to wait for 10 a.m. open. We have 4 minutes for that.
I think it's a good call.
Once again, we're about 3 minutes and 30 seconds from when they could start dropping the PDFs on the Supreme Court. I will remark last week when this was originally, they dropped some other rulings as well. It happened pretty close to 9, as I recall. It wasn't like we were sitting around waiting.
Right. Yeah, and when we saw Jack, and you know, it was they pushed the date and the markets rallied from there. Right? Does that happen again today? Who knows? You know, we have one data point to tell, but when that opinion didn't come out last week, we did see the markets rally from there. So let's see what happens here. 25,618 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.57 last trade in the S&P. Got a Delta update from Hogue, positive 400 in the S&P, negative 1,800 in the NASDAQ. Thank you for that, Hogue. Seeing everything maybe slowing down just a little bit here. $25,618. Russell on its highs. The Dow kind of stuck in the middle of the range here. Gold slowed down a little bit. Crude oil about 5 ticks under our entry price right here, 61.73. Joshua says, bruh, it's going nowhere, no direction. I would say the NASDAQ just picked a direction. Everything else.
I mean,
everything else trying to figure out what to do.
Down about 0.66 ES, down over 1% in the NQ. Russell is flat on the day. That's fun.
The Rusty.
Rotation. Get him, Rusty.
New low of the day there in the NASDAQ, 25,596 and a quarter. Who's short? Who caught piece of this short in the chat? Let us know. Tag us, hashtag Fast Markets at TopstepTV on X. Share your trades with us. Really nice job if you caught this. But if you're going to take a screenshot, make sure you take profits first.
Down to 21% chance in the poly market. So there's some late breaking movement to Supreme Court overruling in some way the tariffs. That could be not a big deal, or it just depends on what the ruling is.
45 seconds here. 45 seconds here. we are getting that existing home sales and the potential opinion on tariffs from the Supreme Court. Again, understand that these decisions and the numbers do have the potential to cause some volatility in these markets. 30 seconds until the top of the hour. If you're in a trade, know where your risk is. And if you don't want to be in a trade, yeah, we're definitely getting home sales. Make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple of times if you do not want to be in a trade in this potential volatility coming up in just about 15 seconds. We also do have Myron speaking as well. So a lot going on here at the top of the hour. New lows in the NASDAQ there, new lows in the S&P. Seeing the book clear out here in the S&P.
Oh, yeah.
And selling. New lows there in the NASDAQ, new lows in the S&P, new lows in the Dow. Metal's not really responding too much. 25,533 new low of the day in the NASDAQ, trading 573, about 40 points off the high there. Existing home sales came in at 4.35 million. Forecast was 4.22 million. Looks like some stops went off there, Jack.
Yeah, we puked down to almost to the 6,900 SPX level there. See if the sellers continue. We're now in the window.
This DOM is extremely thin in the S&P. Normally you see a couple hundred lots. There's not 100 lot within 20 points of the S&P right now.
Yeah. Careful.
Just be careful out there. New lows of the day in the NASDAQ, 25,530 and a half, 69.38 quarter. Low of the day in the S&P. Hanging out near its lows. We will let you know if we do get that Supreme Court opinion. But home sales, again, came in at 4.35 million. Forecast was 4.22 million. Prior was 4.13. Tariff court news potentially coming. We see it on the calendars. But we will see if we get it. Market is still very thin here, though. Honestly, there's not a 50 lot within 10 points of the S&P here. That is pretty thin. I'm assuming, Jack, everything in the Mag 7 still red. Gold getting ready to make new lows of the regular trading hours here as well.
Sure is. Broadcom's down 4% now. NVIDIA down 2.4. The most notable. Got the VIX up to 1784.
Gold continuing to sell here, 46.12.50 last trade there. Silver selling off as well, $90.56. Crude oil selling off, 61.62. Everything kind of looking red here to start the day, 25.540. OFEC, you said it, right? If we break some of these levels, there's a lot of room lower. And we're seeing that right now in the NASDAQ. Definitely our leader to the downside today. Good out on that long trade you took earlier. Excuse me, 53% short in the NASDAQ. 58% short in gold as well, as gold continues to sell off. 56.11. Got a pivot in gold at 56.05. See if we go tag that. OFEC, I want to ask you, so you take those. Yeah. Do we get the opinion? I'm listening to some news feeds in my ear. I'm just waiting for it to come out, but not hearing it yet. OFEC, do you ever? Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
I just really hope they don't delay. You can ask OFEC your question. I just really hope they don't leave us hanging for a long time here.
Yeah. And you would think, right? Like with the numbers, it's a little easier, right? Because the number is the number. You put it out, and that's it. But with the opinion, are they just going to say right at the top of the hour, or are they meeting to come up with the opinion? How does that work? It's almost like with the Bank of Japan numbers. They always show up as tentative. They give us a time, and then they just put it out whenever they want. That kind of is what this feels like right now, where we could just get this opinion whenever whenever they decide it's finished cooking here. So the market's a little bit of uncertainty. Again, that S&P DOM is looking pretty thin, the NASDAQ as well, as we trade near the lows of the day. Let's bring in the man, John the Goat Hoagland, to get his opinions on the first half an hour here of the markets. What's going on, Hoag?
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, OPEC. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Jack. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I mean, we were kind of looking at the auction process as it was continuing to move higher, and it wasn't doing a very good job. We need a pullback, and I think a lot of this uncertainty of waiting for the Supreme Court to come up with something is getting on the nerves of traders. The S&P's opened, initially leaving the opening range at the dead ass high. It did come up and just close the session gap to yesterday, and the sellers have been in control ever since. Delta currently negative 400, not very deep, so probably not a whole lot of participation in multiple time frames coming into this market. We've moved through the exactness level that I've been kind of watching, kind of held up there for just a little while and then broke through. As long as we're holding below yesterday's ranges, I do like the short side in this. NASDAQ is similar, did not fully close the session gap to yesterday. When we don't close the gap in reasonable time, we're looking for opportunities in the shorts. Jay, we're back inside the October 10th and the October 10th bar. We're holding below a couple of trend lines. There are visual targets down below. There's a lot of space down below as well. Everybody right now is just waiting for the Supreme Court to say something, like, we're not going to say anything today would be good, or here's the outcome, here's our ruling. Either one would certainly take at least some of the uncertainty out of the market. Domes are very, very thin. Everybody seems to be waiting for what's going to happen. I wouldn't touch this with a 10-foot pole until we get some sort of news from the Supreme Court. As thin as the dome is, seems like everybody is just sitting
I'm just getting into the trade.
What's that?
All
OPEC?
right, OPEC.
Oh, he's in.
He's long.
OPEC's in.
Yep.
Long 2
Just a
micros.
minute. Yeah, 3 micros again.
3 micros again. What price did you get there this time?
What's your entry point there, OPEC?
This will be my last entry, my last trade for the day. 590 longs, stop at 548. If we get stopped here, so I'm done for the day.
What's your entry level?
590.
All right.
The OFEC long 3 micros from 25,590. We inverted that fair value gap. I saw what you had on your charts there, OFEC. See if this holds up here. 25,565 last trade in the NASDAQ. Yeah, go ahead, OFEC.
Right now, it's not looking so good for me.
Hey, you don't. The game's not over until the clock says 0, right? The game is not over until the clock says 0.
Let's see.
We did see that heavy selling momentum that we saw early on start to slow down, and maybe that's just a function of the markets anticipating a Supreme Court decision. Slowing down for now. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
The odds of the court ruling are people are buying the dip in that a little bit. We're around 25%. I don't know. There's not enough volume. It's not like trading futures or something. So let's keep an eye on it because it'll probably break before we realize it's out or right at the same time.
Let's see here. 25,580. Last trade here in the NASDAQ. Hogue, the opening ranges, 1 minute opening range. We looked at both sides.
Yes, we
It
did.
does near the highs of the day, not the dead ass high because we did look above that high, but we took a look at that full session VWAP in both the S&P and the NASDAQ and rejected from there.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we couldn't close the gap in the S&Ps. We barely closed the gap in the S&Ps. Couldn't close it in the NASDAQ. Looked lower, came back, checked that VWAP, and that VWAP was just golden as far as opportunity there, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yes,
There it is
it
in the
was. That
NASDAQ.
was up at 790s in the NASDAQ. We're trading 200 points lower than that right now. Got OFEC long
Yep.
right now. Seeing some buying stepping in here. Hogue, you gave us those delta numbers a little bit earlier as well. Have those changed much since then?
Not much. Negative 300 now in the S&Ps and negative 2100 in the NASDAQ. Kind of unusual to see, a move of this magnitude in the S&Ps and just basically inert delta.
Yeah. Was slightly positive when you shared it before, maybe a little bit
Yes.
increasingly negative now. NASDAQ congruent with direction here.
I'm trying to wrap my
Hanging out
head
here.
around what that means. We don't see this a lot.
Something that's absolutely insane right now is that I'm looking at, these prediction markets are the Wild West, right?
Yes,
And
they
what
are.
I'm looking, there's a whole lot of bids and offers sitting off the market. Not for huge size, but anyone sitting there is a moron because it's going to resolve one way or the other. And if you're on the wrong side of it, there's no fade in that move.
Not at all. 25,577. Jack, I think we need to have a more in-depth conversation about the prediction markets because, like you said, it is the Wild West. You could really put a bet on anything, which is pretty insane. Wonder how long that stays that way. But for now,
Well, it's where there's some edge for the big people too, is a lot of people are just trying to collect all these dead bids and offers as soon as something resolves.
seeing
Right?
some
So
buying
just
coming in
free
here.
money. Here we
Big buying
go.
coming in here. 25,600s last trade in the S&P. In the NASDAQ. 69.56 last trade here in the S&P. Nice buying coming in there. Did we get something?
Let's see.
Che traded right up to my exactness level, 69.62. I'm telling you that number, that level means something to somebody.
69.62 Hogue. Well, it might mean something to that 2,000 lot we saw in the offer last week. Right around that 69.60 price. Supreme Court doesn't rule on Trump's tariffs on Wednesday.
Oh,
so
what
here we
F.
go. No ruling.
Okay, the 10 a.m. results. So let's see.
OFEC's like, keep
Yes.
the trade looking pretty good here.
Let's see. Let's see.
You have a target on this one to the upside, OFEC?
The target is. You wanna say the number?
Okay, I see it there. Oh, you're looking at. Oh, wait,
If you
you
want
were
to.
looking at those CPI highs. I like it.
No, just this high. Okay, 807.
807.
This
Got
is
you.
my target. 1 to 5 risk to reward
I like it.
trade.
Nice trade
Nice.
so
Good
far,
intestinal
OFEC.
fortitude on that one.
Yeah, seriously. But this is what we were just talking about this, Jack. The last week, Supreme Court's tentatively supposed to give us their opinion. Doesn't happen, and we see the markets spike from there. How many times does it happen before you call it a pattern?
Well, what's happening is the same dynamics as before, right? Like someone put lotto puts going to zero. Yeah, that's what it is. I mean,
Yeah.
people have trades to anticipate this probably in options, right? Or they're just
Right.
blasting out of them. So we probably blasted a whole lot of people who were long puts there, just panic selling, and then the market goes up.
Huge spike there. 69, 65. I kind of really like the longs now too, right? We got that out of the way. No one's scared anymore. Find a place to buy it. 25,650 last trade here in the NASDAQ, Hogue, we're right back above that October 10th high, 635s. Honestly, I want to see the market's response here for continuation, but it's looking pretty good here. The Russell on its highs of the day. The Dow's turned around as well.
You're seeing some aggressive short time frame buyers here. We've got Delta in the S&P is now up 1,700. And the negative on the NASDAQ has come off pretty well. It's only down 1,300 now.
Buyers stepped in there for sure, whether they were covering or just getting in long. Some buyers stepping in there for sure. Almost a complete turnaround here. In the S&P back in that 1 minute opening range. The NASDAQ still has a little bit of work to do, 25,673. We got OFEC long from 25,590, 100-point banger right there. Looking for more. See another gap that you have there, OFEC. We just inverted that fair value gap as well, it looks like. Or am I just making shit up?
Just give it more minutes.
Give it another minute. Yeah. Give it another minute.
We will go break even in this trade if we can get this 930 first gap. Just a second. Yeah, this gap.
Yeah, so this is where this price range, quoted that price range before in the NASDAQ, 25,689 down to 659. We saw about 800 contracts trade in a second there. We're back right back at 50% of this. So if we're assuming that that was a seller shorting the market, candle close above 689, we could see some more covering coming in here. VWAP for the day is still a down sloping line. 25,709 is that price. We did reject off of there once earlier today, but looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, let's see.
Seeing some buying coming back into the metals now. 46.25 last trade in gold. $91.47 last trade here in silver.
Bitcoin's exploding.
New highs of the day there, Jack. $97,470. Who said crypto unmasked? Looking for 100,000 today.
Well, here, if we look at a longer term chart, let me go to the day here. And
I think I'm gonna go break even here.
Going break even now?
Yeah, break even on this trade. I don't want to lose more money from what I'm losing.
Yeah, I think it's a good call, especially up 100 points.
So let's see. We move to the percent of this range, so like what you said. So for now, I'm gonna be break even or let's say that break or take. Okay, break even or TP.
There we go. Break or take.
Break or take.
I like it.
And if it's gonna go to break even, we will finish for today down $381.
Not bad. Not bad. Good risk management. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Go to my chart real quick. I have the spot Bitcoin up, and we're breaking out today above. There's been strong resistance around 94,500. We've kind of tapped off of it 3 times strong, one more maybe, and then we just broke out of it today. So probably up around 100,000 is the next point where we could see some action. But good job for the long Bitcoin folk.
Nice job. Who's trading micro Bitcoin? Let us know in the chat. Who is trading that MBT contract or micro Ethereum? You can trade that as well. If you can make money in micro Ethereum, I don't know how you do it. It's 5 cents a tick and it barely moves. Well, actually it moves, but 5 cents a tick. Even if you
let's see if this 3-minute gap still holding to the upside.
5 cents a tick.
What are we supposed to do with that, Hogue?
It's a mess. They gotta. I don't know why they chose to make it 1/50th or whatever it is.
Looking pretty good in this trade. OFEC holding that area there. That 660 area held. The 6960s held in the S&P as well.
Let's get up through VWAP now.
Hogue, do you like anything here in the S&P or the NASDAQ for a potential trade? We got 10 minutes before the initial balance is set. I can't say that we have the IB high set yet. Anything could happen. I would assume that we have the lows in for the day, but we're also just right back in the middle of the range. So in the next 10 minutes, anything can happen. What are you seeing here, Hogue?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting right at the point of control. And then in the S&Ps, we're sitting right at the TPO point of control, right in the center of the range in the NASDAQ right now. So there's really nothing I can do in my time frame, but sure was a nice long OFEC. Man, oh man, that was really some guts on that one.
Thank you. But let's see what happens.
Either a break or take here. The gold is pushing back up here. 46.29 last trade here in gold. Let's take a look at the tilt. It never really got heavy either side in the equities, but it is 70% long in the S&P and the NASDAQ now, 57% short in gold. I think everyone kind of jumped on board there. So, all right, no Supreme Court opinion. Find something to buy. Let's see if it holds up.
Gold's back to the IB low.
Gold. Oh, do you know if we got stopped out of that crude trade?
Yes, we did.
Gotcha.
Yep. One little spike to the downside there got us. We're almost back to break even right now if we were still in it.
Yep.
CJ, I have this 5-minute gap. I don't want to see us break it to the downside. So the break even is very good, I think.
It's a good call. Yeah. That 5-minute candle is the one that kind of brought us up from those lows. We did see some nice buying in there as well. It's holding, but yeah, I see what you're saying, right? Under that, there's really no reason to stay in that trade because we could just continue to flow to the downside, which has been for the day, right? This is technically for the day time frame a counter trend trade, counter the flow so far. That candle showed a potential flip, but it has to hold or that's invalidated. So good decision there, OFEC. Would you ever partial out of a trade, right? Like take one off and let the others run, or is it just all in, all out? You're taking
I can do
one size.
I can do that, but
Yeah.
I have 3 micros. If I have 4 micros, it's gonna be more interesting. I will take 2 out, but I have 3.
Yeah, it's kind of hard.
I think, yeah, it's kind of hard. I think I will stay in break or take for today.
Break or take mode. I like that. Trust the trade, let it work. The NASDAQ is holding up pretty well now. Held, I got a New York session VWAP 25,651. We came down, checked that. No selling traction below that. And we're right back up here. Next level I would have is the full session VWAP 708s. Let's see if we get a test of that. S&P is at it right now. Those 660s holding in the S&P as well, 6960.
Man, inside I'm just seething right now. I'm so irritated with the Supreme Court thing. Like, what is the possible, like, I don't even care if they rule on it, but what is, in the name of God, what is preventing them from just saying which decisions they're going to release?
Right. Or yeah, just don't tell me anything, right? I don't even think, it wasn't even
just
a
a
thought
mystery box.
Right.
Is that like decorum? Because like 300 years, 250 years ago, they're like, well, we would just give what we gave. Like, shut up. Just say what you're going to release.
Agreed. I definitely agree there, especially coming from the Supreme Court, right? You don't have to say anything. But once you do say something, once you put it out there that we are potentially going to get an opinion, you would assume that, you know, we're actually going to get that opinion. But yeah, I'm with you, Jack. I'm with you.
This has nothing to do with like politics either. It's just like administration. You don't put a meeting on someone's calendar and be like, you'll find out.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially not something that big.
Psych.
Maybe.
It's like it's their world. We're just living in it here. 25,660 last trade in the NASDAQ, 6960 last trade here in the S&P. Seeing that flow slow down just a little bit here.
Oh, in fact, great patience, man. Great patience. You probably never Lenny a trade, do you?
Say it again?
You probably never Lenny a trade, do you?
Not everyone might be familiar with that.
Overmanage a trade.
I can how I said, I can get my stop very close when we go to the take profit, so
Start getting
I can
closer,
hold this.
right?
Yeah, I do something like that sometimes, but now we need to stay patient. We still in the break or take level. If we can break this high, this internal high, it's gonna be something else. Let's see.
We do have, let's bring in some of our live leaders so far for the day. These 5 live funded traders are having a great Wednesday so far. We got on up $33,142. Omar's been on this list a couple times now. $29,605. Sydney, $20,457. Kyle B, $20,093. And Sento, $14,035. Those are our live leaders for the day. Top 5 live accounts at TopStep right now, pulling money out of the real live markets. Make sure you take some of that home, if not most of it. And if you continue to see the markets well, trade well. Think it was silver again, Jack? New all-time highs.
Oh,
You
perhaps.
yeah, the live leaders. Maybe silver again. Great trading by those traders here. Great trade by OFEC right now, long from 25,590, up about 60 points on this trade in break or take mode. It's like cruise control. Just let the markets decide.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice place to be in. I think that's a function of the position size you're trading as well, right? We have the tip of the week. We'll bring that in a little bit later, but that's one of the main things on there, right? If this is a 3 mini trade, you're probably more inclined to overmanage it, right? Where there's a lot more profit that you're giving back in bigger size. But trading the 3 micros, you've accepted that, hey, it's either going to work or it's not.
I don't think it's very smart to trade with 3 minutes. With the situation I have something like $10,000 in this account.
Yeah.
So trade 3 minutes. I think this is over leverage, no?
Agreed. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. Yeah, one of these candles, if you, I'm measuring that 5-minute candle that you had marked out there with 3 minis. That one candle is $4,800. That's half of your account. Could it go right? It could.
I risk 5% a day.
Okay.
I risk like 5% a day. So 3 minutes over leverage. I can trade like.
Absolutely. Well, good trade you got.
Maybe a little bit of a bull flag forming here in the NASDAQ. We are also seeing volume dying off as we're kind of creating this bull flag. So if we can just break out above that VWAP, I think we'll be in really good shape, OFEC. I think you got a good shot at this. Make or break, though.
Yeah, just like that. You want me to stay until the trade is end? You have 3 minutes. 2 minutes.
You got 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah, that'd be awesome if we got it here. Hogue, I think now it's safe to maybe start looking at the IB highs and lows. We got about 2 minutes before the initial balance is set. What do you have as the initial balance low or high and low in the S&P?
In the S&P, let's take a quick look.
As I say that, we see selling coming in here.
Yeah. So IB low in the S&Ps, 69.38 quarter. IB high, 69.79.75. About just over a 41 point initial balance. How about in the NASDAQ? NASDAQ IB low, 25.530 half. IB high, 25.790 quarter.
Thank you for that, Hogue. We got that initial balance about to be set in the next minute or so. We'll take a look at what we can expect using those levels. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here in the equities, 25,626 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 69.51 in the S&P. crude oil starting to rally here, 61.84. Last trade
course
there
it is.
in crude. Yeah, right. Just had to stop us out, Hogue. Just had to stop us out.
Absolutely.
So really quick, I saw someone mention that the poly market went up to, like 32% or 30% right now that are rules in favor. I'd be careful of reading too much into that, just because I think a lot of the reason where the price was had to do with the way Trump and the administration has been talking the last few days, was signaling to some people that it sounded like some part of it was going to get overturned. But now we know the Supreme Court hasn't done anything yet, so that can't be the case. So we'll see how it plays out.
We will see. There is the bottom of the hour. OFEC, keep us up to date on this trade. Seeing some selling coming in here right at the bottom of the hour there. We did just get crude oil.
Yeah,
It's a break even.
Trade.
Break even trade.
Yeah.
Nice hold there. Nice patience and great risk management on the trades. OFEC, thanks for joining us. We'll see you back on Topstep TV soon. And I didn't forget. You do want to trade with Dakota, so I got that in mind. I got to have my people talk to his people. Dakota's a busy guy. He Hollywoods us a lot of time. But we'll see if we can get him on air with you soon, OFEC. But nice trade there. Nice trade management. And we will talk to you soon. We're going to bring in that Top Step tip of the week. We just saw OFEC do that, actually, with the trade he just took. Optimize position sizing. Calculate size based on account risk. Adjust for market volatility levels. Never exceed your personal loss limit, and size down after consecutive losses. We just saw OFEC do that, right? He said he has a $10,000 balance in that account. So trading 3 minis is just way too much risk. So calculating that size based on the account risk, not how much you want to make or lose. Usually it's, when we see traders over leveraging, they're thinking about how much they can make and not really considering how much there is to the downside. So optimize your position sizing. We got another guest coming up in just a little bit here. And yeah, Gandhi, maybe that joke stopped, but they can all work. Who do we got here? Let's open the door. Coach Vinny Lamborghini. What's going on? How are we doing today?
What's up, fellas? How's it going today?
Going pretty good, man. Going pretty good. How you doing?
Nice. Good, man. I'm short the NASDAQ. I'm short the NASDAQ right now, looking for a pretty big move here. We'll see what happens. I took an L though in the Dow before all that madness happened. So, but yeah, we're short NASDAQ here. Let's see what happens here. I'm looking for continuation to the downside.
What are you short there? Micros, minis, and what price?
I'm just short. I'm short one micro, 25.673.50. I'm looking for 25.12.50. So I'm looking for a huge move. Call me crazy, but that's my target today.
Hey, nothing crazy.
What was that downside target, Vince?
25,012.50.
Oh, wow. All right. That is a hey, why not?
Hey, if I get that move, that's it.
It's a hell of a trade, Vince.
That's a good wishing order.
That would be early candidate for trade of the year.
My trading card is in my pocket, man. That's it. It's sitting right here.
Nice. I like it.
See what happens here.
How many micros are you short, Coach Vince?
Just one.
Just one.
Gotcha. Just one.
From 673, 25,608 last trade here in the NASDAQ. S&P looks like it wants to take out that low of the day potentially here. 69.44.5 last trade in the S&P. Dow on its lows as well. 49.150. Metal's kind of slowing down a little bit here. Vince, talk to us about that target. What are you seeing down there?
Just yeah, let me see if I can pull up here a daily chart here. So I'm looking
and have them put some pressure on it for you.
Yeah, let's unload it. No, so I'm looking to try to get back into this zone, like just before these wick lows to see if we can just clean out. I mean, we're in a range, right? So, we're consolidating. I'm hoping that maybe we could take this out and test into these guys. But we're in this range right now, and I'm just thinking that maybe something bigger is coming today. I don't know for sure, but we have an order down there, and we're just going to let it work.
Stuff there, Coach Vince. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here in the gold market, 46.16s. Last trade there, $91 even last trade in silver.
I may be looking for a short in the Dow too. We'll see. I might try
on its lows here. I think it just made a new low. Yep, new low in the Dow, 49,117, and continuing to sell here.
Yeah, I think I missed that one. That one sold off pretty quick.
Looks like the Dow and the Russell taking the lead now. NASDAQ looked like it was leading us to the downside earlier. We do have Myron speaking right now. Deregulation last year was substantial and is expected to continue. Perhaps 30% of regulations could be eliminated by 2030, cutting inflation by perhaps 0.5 percentage point a year. Seeing the Dow continuing to sell here. We also did get that crude oil inventory number out. Came in at 3.391 million. Forecast was negative 1.682 million. So new year, same EIA. 61.72 last trade there in crude. Numbers just way off all the time.
Tell you one thing, it was a wild open for everything. So I'm
Yes,
watching some other stuff. Like I have a portfolio I'm trading, and there's some stocks in there and stuff. It's just been wild. It was a chaotic open for everything.
We saw the NASDAQ sell off 70 points, bounce back up 80 points, and then continue to sell off. Pretty wild open there for sure. With the uncertainty of, a potential Supreme Court opinion. And top of the hour came, we didn't get it, saw the markets bounce, and now back on their lows here. Interesting day for sure.
Yep. You guys got anything going on right now, or
just scanning right now? Just scanning. I'm looking at. We saw the S&P, we saw the NASDAQ do this yesterday, right, where it took out the low of the day and then turned around. So I'm kind of, it feels like a no man's land trade here right now, right? If I do something here, it feels like a 50-50. But if we react to that low and we don't get follow through, maybe I could be convinced to buy it there. But sitting on my hands right now. Jack, any levels that you see now hour into the market here?
Yeah, lows of the day line up perfectly with 6,900, big fat round number in the SPX. If I take a long, I need to take out this low and then run some stops and see if we can catch it come back.
I'm thinking the same thing. Failed downside auction.
Mm-hmm. Let's see it.
A little bit of a cheap long here, but I'd rather see it sweep the low and come back.
Looking at the tilt here, 61% short in the S&P, 58% short in the NASDAQ, 73% long crude oil, and 57% short in gold, which is trading 46.24 even. Bitcoin pulling off its highs just a little bit here, 96,875. Vince, have you looked at silver at all? We made that all-time high, another all-time high last night of $92.
I took a practice trade in silver last night. It made $50,000 on it. But
there you go.
Crazy, man. But like I said, I took one in the XFA and it was an L. So it looks like I trade silver better in the practice account right now. But I'm trying to get used to it. But it's a beast, man. I can't. It's a beast. It's very, very dangerous. So I know a lot of traders are probably getting in there and putting up these big P&Ls, but man, you could get wiped out quick too. Just be very, very careful if you guys are trading silver out there. I know it's enticing, but boy, oh boy.
Yeah. That is, if it's
I mean,
possible
what's
to
it
make
moving? $6 in a day? What?
Right.
Right, you could lose it, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. So just be careful in that market for sure. Let me take a look at a quote board. I haven't looked at it today. What's up? What's down? Let's take
I got
look.
silver
An hour into the market. Biggest percentage movers to the downside right now. We have the S&P down 0.77%, the NASDAQ down 1.14%, and natural gas, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 7.63% on the day. To the upside today, we got the crude oil market up 0.96%, platinum up 1.64%, and micro Bitcoin. Actually, nope. Did that wrong. Micro Bitcoin up 2.25%, micro Ethereum up 4.3%, and silver up 5.94% on the day.
Wow.
So it's consistently. Yeah, consistently.
Hey, Chad, I still got these silvers here if you want to buy them. I told you 92s, I'd sell them. We hit 92. Got 2 ounces for sale.
Coach Vince doing physical silver deals on
air here. yesterday they were bidding me at 81, 82. I said I'll sell them to you at 92s, and we got 92. So what's up?
You can get them now. Futures trading 91.76.
Vince, tell me those didn't fall off a truck.
Nah. Yeah, they're pretty cool though. I got one with like a Liberty Bell. I got one with some sort of Indian head and a buffalo on it. Yeah, they're pretty cool though.
Nice.
Coach Vince, we might have to go back to the tape. O-Trade says yesterday you said you sell them at $90, but yesterday's price is not today's price. You see
92.
this market, guys? It's up
92%. Check the tape.
Price went up.
That's it. I was down $6 into the close because we were trading 89, right? And we sold around 86. So I lost $6 on these, but now they're up.
We back in '85 when the Bears won the Super Bowl, that year afterwards, somebody minted a whole bunch of Chicago Bears coins, ounce of silver each.
Oh, nice! Wow.
I bought 50 of them.
Did you? Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Never thought I'd get.
Yeah, I think I got these around 22. Yeah, I got these around 22 a piece. I think when I picked these up.
Yeah, I think I bought those for about 20.
Not bad.
A piece, which was expensive for silver then, but I never thought I'd see $100.
Yeah. Wow, it's an exciting time for commodities. That's for sure. What's coffee trading at? I buy like big jugs of coffee. I'm a coffee drinker, and
expensive.
It's like $28 for like 2.5 pounds of coffee. You know, they said it was at all time highs. I think
an expensive data subscription there to see cocoa or coffee's probably on the same thing. I saw somewhere that in like Japan, like for the, I don't know, it's one of the data feeds in Japan is like the equivalent of $3 a month, and I think it's 125 to see cocoa.
Oh yeah, I got coffee. Yeah, I got coffee here. 355.60. Came off a little bit though. It was at 360. Where we at here? We were at 369. Oh no, we were even higher. Wow, we were at 385 back on January 8th. So we come down quite a bit, about 30 cents. Cocoa. Let's see if I got cocoa up here.
First time ever.
Cocoa.
The 3 pound can of coffee that I buy at Costco.
5,011. Yeah, I used to get 3 pounds for 25. Now it's 2.5 for 29. They cut it a half a pound out, and
what are you buying? Good coffee?
More. Shrinkflation. Yeah, Dunkin'. Yeah, I get the big things at Dunkin'. Instead of paying $4 at the door, you know, I buy a whole big jug of it.
There you go. Seeing some selling coming.
Yeah,
it's good. Pretty good stuff.
What's going on here with this NASDAQ?
Seeing some selling coming in here. 25,564 last trade here in the NASDAQ. S&P, couple points off its low, 69.40 last trade there. 69.38 quarter is the low of the day. Let's see if we go take out these lows. Coach Vince looking for another 500 points to the downside here. Well, about 400 points now. 500 points here in the NASDAQ. I mean, hey, ACH, what are we down 1% right now?
Could happen.
Hey, it
Hey,
could.
if I get it, what do I get if I get this? If I hit this target today, what do I get?
$800.
A Lambo?
There,
A Lambo?
there you go.
Buy me a Lambo?
There you go. $800. I mean, hey, if you
gotta
if you
get a
shoot for
remote
big
control
target like
Lambo. A nice one though.
You
Even
get
if
those,
you,
Vince, you'll be the made guy.
Here we go.
get to be everybody's hero.
Just touch 6,900 there
Yeah.
in the SPX. We're very close to it.
Let's see here.
We
69.
can shake and
39.
bake here.
S&P holding that low for now.
Keep long.
Let's see here.
No look below
Maybe
the
take out
initial
the low.
balance.
That would be nice.
Take a look at that tilt again. It did get pretty heavy to the long side. Still 69% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NASDAQ, 65% long in crude oil, and 54% long in gold. The metal markets really do slow down after that first hour of trade from the equity open. Seen this the past couple of days. The metals just slow down and they pick up again in about an hour or two. Right now, looking pretty slow. Crude oil selling off a little bit here as well. 61.56 last trade there in crude.
All right, we're risk
Sand
free on the
metals.
trade. We're gonna let it ride. Let it
There
ride.
it goes. Bam.
All right.
Let it
Lows
ride.
there.
I'm risk free.
At the low.
There
Let's
was
do
a
it.
Lows
whole
there.
bunch of stops right there.
Yes,
It
it
was.
was, Hogue.
Yeah,
Let's do it. Come on down.
New lows there in the NASDAQ, 25,527 last trade here, 69.3450 last trade in the S&P, extending the lows of the day. Just did see some stops go off there, about 2,300 contracts trading in a second in the S&P, 500 contracts or so trading in the NASDAQ at those lows. So definitely some stops going off there, maybe some continued selling. Hogue, let's take a look at that delta. What is it looking like now?
Good question. S&P's positive 2,800 on the lows. NASDAQ negative 2,900. We got some long squeezed into this thing. In the S&Ps at least.
Got some longs stuck in
We're
this
eating
market.
them.
Price is going
We're
going
eating them
down.
now.
Price going down. Buyers trying to step in here.
Where there's smoke, there's fire.
Yeah.
Don't look
There
looks
is.
pretty real robust. It's a cheap short below the initial balance low. In the S&Ps so far, here goes the NASDAQ.
Sellers.
More selling here.
Dollar's getting whacked, Jack.
What up? Who's getting whacked?
No, the dollar. Did you say the dollar?
Yeah. Oh, I said the dome. Or
Oh, the dome. I thought you said the dollar.
that's been getting whacked for a while now.
Yeah. Yep.
69.33 half
robust.
last trade here in the S&P. 25,512 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Made a new low of the day, 25,508.75. We got Coach Vince short from 25,673.
Half. 673 half.
673 half. There we go.
Got to add the 2 ticks to that.
Got to add.
Yeah,
a couple
yeah.
I mean, what's a couple ticks, Vince, if you're looking for 500 points? Right? Like,
Especially with the mic.
what's a couple ticks? Really nice selling coming in here. 25,493. 69.30 last trade here in the S&P. Continuing to make new lows on the day. We said it earlier, right? That flow is to the downside. We took a couple looks at that full session VWAP and rejected off of there, both in the S&P and the NASDAQ. Vince, let's talk a little bit about trade management here. You got a target that's way out there. Do you ever manage this trade?
Mhm.
You have one micro on, so you got to
Oh,
make
absolutely.
finite decisions about
Yeah.
that position. But at what point do you start to do any trade
Mhm.
management here?
Well, I'm at break even at this point. If this continues down, I will start trailing it at some point. But I got to have enough in there
Lost
because
the
I
audio
don't want it
again.
to pull back and stop me out. What's that?
Is it just me?
What
I don't
happened?
know. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Vince. Keep going. Yeah,
Hello?
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, all right.
Yep,
Yeah,
we got you, Vince.
so I'm at break even at this point, and if I get enough in it, I'll start trailing it. But I don't want to trail it too tightly, right? Because if you get a pullback, it stops you out, it goes without you. So I'm gonna give it some breathing room and see if I can trail this thing down and see if we can get my target today. I mean, I know people probably think I'm crazy, but futures traders are crazy.
It's been a while since we had a nice big old
A big
sell-off.
one.
We're down about 1% now in the ES. So there's room to go. Down 1.6 the
Yeah.
NQ, RTY down 0.32, Broadcom down 5%, Nvidia and Tesla down close to 2.5%, Amazon down 2%. Broad-based selling. And you know what? By waiting for that reclaim, I very nearly hit the buy button. We came very close to reacceptance from the previous low and that 6900 SPX, but we didn't quite get there, and then it sold off hard. So dodged a bullet.
Yeah, I don't think you want to buy this until we recover the
No, not
tiny
now.
low. Yes. No, it's all shorts now.
I just did a measurement here, percentage-wise, from settlement, which is 25,906 to your target there, Vince. That would put us about just under 3.5% sell-off day, in the NASDAQ 2%, which we could start talking about now, is 25,385. 25,385 will put us down 2% in the NASDAQ, and we are continuing to see some selling here. Trading on its lows, 25,475 right now, 69.28 last trade here in the S&P.
Weekly kickoff low in the NASDAQ, 25,400.
25,400.
25.4. Okay.
Nice looking target here. And
I'll probably move my stop at that point, I think. Just in case we get a nice little pullback.
With the flow we're seeing to the downside, I could see that happening pretty quick here. We got the top of the hour coming up in about 8 minutes or so. Coach Vince, explain this trade a little bit to us. What got you into it, a trade like this? And then what got you into this trade?
Well, let me back up on this chart a little bit. All right. So I'm looking at the structure of the market, and we kind of have this pullback, bounce, sell off, test, pop, bounce, right? Test, go. And I'm just thinking that we're going to extend this range down. We broke through this zone, so I took a short, and I'm looking to extend the range, right? We're in a big range here. So if you look at it, this is our range. So I'm just trying to see if I can get to the bottom of this range. That's pretty much it, Coach Jay.
There we go. It can
really
be that simple.
I try to keep this, what do they call it? Stupid simple? Whatever.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I just try to keep it simple. I look at areas where I think the market might make an adjustment. And I feel like this center line right here between, where we're pushing up, pushing down, it is an opportunity to maybe extend this thing and readjust positions and maybe, start liquidating a little bit. And that's just where I'm at with it.
Nice trade so far here. 25,490s last trade here in the NASDAQ. Seeing it up off its lows. Made a low there, 25,469 and a half. S&P made a low there, 69.2650. Jack, SPX got to be below that 6,900 now, right?
It is. We bottomed out around 68.90 or so. Got one bounce off it earlier in the day. Punched through it this time. It lines up pretty much exactly because that was the low of the day with when Hoag's talking about the initial balance is the same spot.
Some stuff. We got the S&P down 1% now, down 1.02% on the day. NASDAQ down 1.62% on the day. This is a wild Wednesday for sure. Seeing some selling coming into these markets. Taking a look at the news, not really seeing much as far as news goes, but if you're asking why we're selling off, it's because there's more sellers than buyers right now, more aggressive sellers than buyers. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here. NASDAQ back above 500s, 25,506 last trade there, 69.35 last trade in the S&P.
Okay, now we're coming back to the initial balance low in the ES.
Vince,
there.
5 minutes there too.
we have the spike base to the downside from the 31st of December. Right at our current low, 25,471.75.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see that there. Yeah.
Size in the S&P book here, 69.39, 800 offered.
See if we can build some volume down here. I'm gonna keep an eye on volume and see
Yeah.
how that's
And
looking. But it
S&P
looks like we're
dome
building a little
still
bit of
looks
volume down here. So
S&P dome still looks pretty robust. Still eyes, but
You
there's
see-
still eyeballs on this market down here.
You see that 800 lot, Hoag?
Yep.
69.39.
if we get
on
that
the
25,400, I'm gonna trail my stop down if we get 25,400 because I think that's a point of control, previous point of control. So if we get down to 25,400, I'll adjust the stop down a little bit, I'll trail it because I think this area could be where we bounce. But if we could plow through it, I'll just keep on trailing it. We'll see how we react down here. We're about to change the hour, so we're gonna have a new 30-minute bar coming out.
Opening below that initial
See how
balance
that,
low is
how
going to look
that-
real good for shorts.
We got
Yeah,
10-year
we'll have a
yields
double distribution
dropping.
trend day brewing it at this point.
yields dropping, Jack.
Yeah, yields dropping. We're at 4.136 in the 10-year. So now we're firmly kind of in the middle of the range for the last, since the rate cut in September.
Yields dropping, prices going higher. Equity prices trading lower. See what happens with this 800 lot up here in the S&P. 69.39 is that price. We got Coach Vince short right now from 25,673 in the NASDAQ. Last trade over there, 25,503 and a quarter.
100 at 9 even. 800 at 9 even.
800 at 9 even. Let's see if they want that Phil Hoag. Someone wants to buy them. Like Coach Vince's silver coins there. Got to buy them all if you want them, right?
Hey,
Got
they're still
to
for
buy
sale.
them all if you want them.
Still for sale.
Hey, with 2 minutes, so we're live.
Now the offer goes up to 100. Some to at 100,
Right.
and I'll ship them.
Could have a pretty textbook failed downside auction here, Hoag.
We could.
1 minute, 40 seconds to decide. Oh, here come the sellers.
Yep.
That order is sitting right at the IB low.
How do they know about the IB low?
I don't know, Hoag. A bunch of people say it doesn't matter, but it matters to somebody. It matters to somebody with 800 contracts right now. I'll tell you that much.
No matter.
Initial balance is
It's
useless.
terrible. It never works.
It's what it is. It's terrible.
Yep.
Don't look at it.
No.
25,488 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Continuing to see some selling coming in here. I'm looking at, I had to pull up a,
behind this thing here.
yeah, there is. I had to pull up a daily candle to see what's going on. And we are really accepting price inside of that October 10th candle. 50% of that candle, 25.20 and a half. So I really do love your target there, Vince. If we're going to see some selling, we'll see. It might be a couple days, but hey, why not get it today? Do it all. Sell it all today. Sell it all today.
I'll tell you, if I hit the target, who's buying me the Lambo today? Come on, let's make a bet.
We'll see if
our
next guest can do that for you. But really nice trade we got going on here, Coach Vince. We're going to do a little bit of a rotation. I love this rotating guest that we have coming into Fast Markets. Get a bunch of different opinions from a bunch of different traders. Coach Vince, keep us up to date on this trade. We know where the target is. Keep us up to date on any management that you do, but really nice trade. And if you guys didn't know, and if you like Coach Vince's analysis of the markets, he does a class in Discord Monday through Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern time in the Top Step Discord. Go check him out over there. Great stuff, Coach Vince.
Yeah, let us know, Vince.
Trade well, everybody. Yeah, I'll keep you posted on this. So let's see what happens. All right, guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Coach Vince. We are going to see if we can help Coach Vince with this trade to the downside. We are going to bring in Dr. Volatility for some announcements. James, what do we got?
Hey, everybody. I'm back again to tell you everything you need to know about Topstep. Yesterday, I talked to you about Topstep TV on Instagram, and somebody in chat said, well, what about TikTok? Well, you may have been kidding, but this is no joke. We're on TikTok. That's right. You can watch Topstep TV on TikTok whenever you have your mobile device in your hand. Scan the QR code there on screen to get automatically redirected to our TikTok account and give us a follow. But don't worry, I know our audience. I know most of you probably don't have TikTok, but if you know any market-curious college kids in your life, be sure to let them know about it. Kids, nieces, nephews, all of them in college looking to gain in the markets, send them to TikTok. Send them to the Topstep TikTok. We speak kid here, kinda. But yeah, Topstep TikTok, just like the Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, collect them all and be sure to follow Topstep TV wherever you get your Topstep TV information from. And then talking about Topstep TV and information, later today at 12:15, group coaching goes on. That's right, group coaching. Today we have Hogue, Robert, and Hoop, and they are sitting down to answer your questions live during their lunch hour. Now, Coach Robert sitting down with us for group coaching is always a treat because Coach Robert is our Topstep X expert. If you've been wondering, you've any questions about Topstep X, if you've been watching the Topstep X in 5 minutes or less series and you have further questions, well, Coach Robert is the guy to bring those questions to. And Coach Robert will be here today on Topstep TV at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, right after Shoulder Tap. So you know you're going to stick around for Shoulder Tap, so why don't you stay seated for group coaching with Hogue, Hoop, and Coach Robert. And if you want Coach Robert to answer your questions, well, we're going to drop and pin a link in the chat. This link is going to be pinned for a couple of hours, so you can get your questions into that link and right in front of Coach Robert's eyes. And then hopefully they'll answer your question today at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. That's all I got for announcements. Let's go back to the charts and the guys in Fast Markets and our final mystery guest of the morning.
What is going on? The Silver Surfer, Coach Dakota. What's going on, man? How we doing?
Silver Surfer. Man, how's it going? We're seeing some movement in these markets finally. Finally seeing some volatility. It's been a moment. I should be sharing my charts. I got the NASDAQ up. It's starting to get a little interesting. You can see I have this chart zoomed out on the 1 hour chart back a little bit before November 21st. We've had this nice solid trend line. It's been a big wedging pattern on the daily. If you guys remember, I've been talking about this for slow markets for a while. We tried to break out to this upside, and we failed. We rejected the hold above 26,000. And today, we're testing the lower end. So far, we broke below it. We've closed below it on this hourly chart. But it's unique because this is the first month of the year. You can see this little box I have drawn out. That's where we opened Sunday night. Or we opened on the reopen for the brand new year for 2026. And so technically in the futures market, that was the first traded price of 2026. So that's around 25,460. It's a zone. And I'm just watching, and through this, we're basically scratched for the year, basically scratched for 2026, which is interesting. If we do start to break and keep failing, I think there's a decent chance that we come down and um, test maybe December, or these lows down here at 24,500, which is another 1,000 points. This is a long-term perspective, right? Or at least go test these 25,000. It's a big round number. I mean, you see, when the market sells off, we could start to pick up steam. But we're starting to break some major trend lines to the downside to see if it holds.
We did
Stuff.
tap to the tick the initial balance in the ES right there, 69.38.
And that
That 800
39
line
offers.
Yeah, it's gone. That offer has gone up there in the S&P. 25.528 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 69.37 quarter last trade in the S&P. Taking a look at gold, 46.25 last trade there, in silver, a couple points off its high, which would be an all-time high.
Silver
91.25. Silver is not done. Silver is not done. Any trades for you, Dakota? Anything you're looking at right now for potential opportunities?
Nah, not yet. Lots of volatility here in these markets. You see the VIX is up 10%. We're almost to 18 here in the VIX, which is interesting. Starting to see opportunities in the NASDAQ. Silver continuing to make all-time high. I'm looking at it to reach $100 an ounce. I was talking, Coach Jay, will it be this week? I wouldn't be surprised
days
at this
left.
point. Yeah, it's interesting. On the NASDAQ, I would be looking for shorts. I know we are already down 1.5%, but we could easily get down 2%. Maybe it's interesting market. I'll let you know if I see
For sure.
something. Yeah, that's all we can do. Just wait and see if there's opportunities.
So, Hogue Jack, we just tagged the initial balance low in the NASDAQ and the S&P. Is that an opportunity for a short there?
It is.
It
Should we
could
put it on?
be. No. I'm so hesitant to take shorts in this market, delaying the tariff news or whatever else. I'm fine. I'll let it. Dakota sees it. Go for it.
Okay. All right. I do like the shorts. I do like the short end. I mean, we're making lower lows, lower highs, and there's nothing telling me this market wouldn't go make new lows today. I mean, this is a 100-tick chart over here on the right. That's a nice little pullback right here, and then just a breakdown. And we're seeing that again. Nice pullback. Maybe look for a breakdown lower.
See what happens here. Let's take a look at the tilt. 67% long in the S&P, 70% long in the NASDAQ, 66% long in crude oil, and 52% 50-50 in gold here. Crude oil has been long all day. Pretty range bound over there in crude.
In this market that's been selling off, the one stock that's up that I've been watching is Intel. Intel's up 2%.
It's America's company
Which
now.
brings me to
Dakota.
my point about shorting is the administration wants the market at all-time highs. And if you're looking for a big short, it's like, okay, at some point they're going to come out and say something to make you wrong.
Yeah. It's a good day to buy stocks.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, that was crazy.
Great day to buy stocks. And then he came out like 3 months later and doubled down and said, "You better buy stocks." And it's just like, okay, now it's not even a suggestion. That is a direction.
Yeah, that was right before the 90-day hold on the tariffs, right?
Yep.
Yes. Yep.
Incidentally, we've been talking a lot. Supreme Court just tugged our leash, but the PPI number this morning was a little bit hot. Fed watch, there's other reasons that in the absence of that, we could be going down a little bit. Right now on Fed watch, still 5%. I don't put too much into that. There's basically 0% chance of a rate cut in January, unless we get The caveat is always we could get some crazy event that happens, but only about 2 weeks until that decision. Actually, 2 weeks exactly from today.
Yeah, it's Wednesday, hump day.
Bitcoin new highs. Bitcoin new highs of the day, 97,505 last trade there in micro Bitcoin, making new highs of the day, continuing to push here.
Yeah,
Extend
my
above those highs. Hey, crypto en masse was calling for 100,000 in Bitcoin today, and we are closer and closer, about 2.5% off right now. ACH,
ACH, baby.
NASDAQ's trying to figure out what to do around 500s here.
Broadcom got whacked this morning, huh? Down 5%.
Yeah, it sure did.
Tesla's down 2. Nvidia down 2 and third.
Size back here in the S&P, 767 now at 69.37. 775 contracts offered. You don't see that reversal, Dakota?
No. Now there's a saying about like that 3-bar reversal, but remember everything has context, right? I zoomed out and we're breaking that higher time frame trend line, so I'm less inclined to buy a 3-bar reversal. Just not saying it would be wrong. It's just like context, right? Makes it a little less probable, a little less enticing to be buying the dips right now.
Maybe for see money, take money, but that's about it.
Yeah, Hogue, exactly.
It's almost 800 on the offer now at 69.37, and the S&P is our little offer up there is back in.
Back in, and they moved the price down a little bit, Hogue.
A little bit.
I wouldn't mind a short in NASDAQ, to be honest. $25,500s last trade there. Tilt was 70% long. It is pairing back here now, 58% long. Someone asked, can we look at the price action in silver? It looks pretty wild here. I'm going to be honest. Yeah, take a look, Dakota. What are you seeing there in silver? What I'm seeing, I'm looking at a range since the equities have opened. Right, since that 8:30 Central Time, really not a whole lot going on. A lot of back and forth. Very similar in gold as well. So volatile, man. This is where we were at last night during slow markets, as we were almost at $90 an ounce, and we just blew through that. Man, had a big sell off back down to 89, and right back up. It looks like this morning. I don't see anything stopping this market. It's very hard to see anything stopping this market. I tried a short scalp, and it was just like a quick one, and it didn't even give me enough time to take profits, and it didn't even last long enough. I was down like $100 or so, and then I ended up getting long silver, and I'm up $79. I mean, at this point, is $100 an ounce just all but price, like all but destined? I hate to say that in any market, but
it feels inevitable.
It feels inevitable, yeah. And then everyone's talking on my timelines, and it's like, man, the physical market is $13 above this paper market, and I'm like, we'll see. And then didn't the U.S. stop sales of silver or something? I'm out of touch of what was. Yeah, so something down that line. I know someone in the chat will know.
Really?
Yeah. Let's see if I'm sure
that
there's some headline about that.
That offer moved way up there in the NASDAQ. It's all the way up at 69.72 now.
Looking at the hour chart, Hogue, in the ES, it's not quite as crazy as the NASDAQ. We're still just kind of like right at the level from January 6th right now.
I'm short 2 NASDAQ here.
Short 2 NASDAQ. What price you get there, Dakota?
Yeah, I got 498, 496. I need to change that.
Short 2 NASDAQ for 25,496.
Yeah, micro NASDAQ.
Micro NASDAQ. Yeah, that offer in the S&P pulled up about 30 points there at 69.72 right now. They were at 69.37. Definitely seeing that selling momentum that we saw early slow down a little bit here. 15 minutes until the London close. Jack, you were going to say there?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
I'll add another
You're
contract.
hearing me
if
in
we
your
break
head?
the three here. Yep, there we go.
Maybe.
There's 3.
I might be hearing things. Dakota short 3 now.
495. Looking for a breakdown and maybe even new lows.
Dakota, I don't know if you were tuning in before you joined, but did you hear Coach Vince's target? He's with you on this trade.
Is he? I'm sure it's probably much lower than this, knowing Vince.
Oh, it's like 25 12s.
Yeah.
That would be pretty nice. That would be pretty nice. It'd be nice to take half of that.
Unreasonable, right?
It's not.
Zooming out on that hourly time frame, I mean, makes sense. But will we get there today or tomorrow or the next?
Right.
Or will we?
I like it for a target towards the end of the week, potentially. If we continue to see some selling coming in here. Hogue, that price acceptance back inside that October 10th candle says a lot. And like you said, Dakota, when you came on here, we're talking about maybe being scratch on the year right now. We're trading back, at the yearly open. We've tried to the upside. We've seen the NASDAQ struggle to trade above 26,000s. Do we need to trade lower prices in order to entice some buyers into this market? We'll see. But right now, for a day trade, we got Dakota short right now, 25,
I'm long
490.
3 MES, 69.36.
All right, here we go. Jack is long 3 MES, Jack?
Yep. 69.36.
69.36 long 3 micro S&P, 69.38 last trade there.
When was the last time we had a 2% down day?
It's a good question.
Well, we definitely had it in that sell-off in November, I think.
Oh yeah, November 20th was that? Yeah, that was definitely it. There's been a couple actually. I'm looking at December 12th in the NASDAQ. Looked like a 2% down day at some point. November 20th was definitely one. I know October 10th was one for sure. Been a couple. Probably a lot less in the S&P, but where's the guy who said always buy? Is there a guy that said that? Where is he?
I mean, I'm right there with whoever said always buy. I don't like avoiding the market very much, but sometimes there is opportunity to the downside. So far I'm in the red.
So far.
If I hit take profit, Jack, then I'll root for you.
Yeah, ditto.
If the ES,
Jack, you have a target here in the S&P. Emery said she's long. Yeah, Emery's long with you. She's looking at 69.50s. Trading right back at that IB low right now.
Some there, but I want to see if we can hold above this IB low.
Initial balance low in the S&P 69.38 and a quarter, right where we're trading right here, right now. See if we get some acceptance back inside of that range. We saw a seller there earlier on the offer. They pulled that order up about 40 points. And now they're not even on the offer at all. So we will see here. Dakota, do you have a downside target in the NASDAQ, or are you just looking at just more selling?
Yeah, whatever Vince's target is, give me that.
It's like 300 points lower.
Yeah. No, it's momentum based. Like there's not much for technical targets down to the downside. I mean, I could zoom out to an hourly chart, but I kind of went over that. Maybe 25,000
silver here. Watch the silver market. Back above $92 here. 92,195 is the all-time high in silver. Made that about 10 minutes before the equity open. It's testing that $92 level right now. Let's see if we can convince some buyers up there as Bitcoin continues to make new highs.
Peaked above that IB low in the ES. Very peak, like the smallest of peaks.
I love this one. Nate Trade says, "Why do I look like a hobo? I'm cold. I don't have heat in my apartment right now. Yeah.
Have you? Well, that's something a top. Why do you look like a hobo? Dakota lists the most hobo scenario ever. I ain't got no heat.
Got to eat. Good reason. Good reason to bundle up.
You got heat there, Rockefeller. Also, looking like a hobo. If you've ever seen an actual proprietary trading floor, it's full of hobos. It's
Oh yeah.
a lot of Eastern European guys in gym shorts and hoodies wearing over-ear headphones. Or at least that's what I recall.
Seeing the equities continue to test this initial balance low here in the S&P 25,511. We got London close coming up in about 10 minutes here. Silver, are you going to do it, Silver? Saw some traders talking about shorting the metals. It's a tough sell for me, but hey,
do it. You won't be able to pay
if you know where your
power
risk is.
bill. I shorted last night. See what happens.
Seeing some acceptance. Hogue, I want to ask you this question because you are the IB guy. At what point can we no longer say it's a failed auction? Is there a time where, like, let's say, we test below the initial balance at 2 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Central time, and then we look back inside? Can we still call that a failed auction, or does it have to happen in a certain amount of time?
It's semantics, really. I mean,
got you. Okay.
An early would be a failed auction. Later in the day, some would call it an auction. Fade. Either way,
okay.
It's a buying tail or a selling tail. It's, price
Got
goes too far one way. Sellers back off, buyers take over, and you leave that tail on the outside of it. But we're starting. This is looking good, Jack. We're starting to see some movement back inside the initial balance low. On the NASDAQ,
cut my loss a little early. Minus $98. So
not bad.
Little paper cut. Yeah, I was looking for that breakdown right there. NASDAQ wants to hold 25,500. So that trade that you're in, Jack's looking pretty good if we could break through. These
NASDAQ testing its IB low right now. 25,530 and a half is that price. See if we see some acceptance in here. Hogue, it's interesting that you used the word semantics. We were talking about poly market earlier, and I feel like that's what most of the bets are, right? They're just betting on words and the meaning of words. So could we put, is this an auction fade or a failed downside auction on poly market, and see what the odds are there?
Tail. Either way, it's a tail.
Right. Either way, it's a tail. Seeing some acceptance now back inside the initial balance. The Russell is moving. The Russell, and shout out to Seize the Day that said that. Seize the Day, I saw your comment earlier, and you said the Russell is in a very tradable range. Yeah, out of all of the equity markets, that's exactly what I'm seeing. And the Russell getting ready to make or test the high of the day here, 2654.40. Nick, did I take a trade earlier or last night? I took a couple of trades. Let me just take a look at my XFA right now. I'm up about $629. Took a couple scalps here and there. Yeah, took a couple trades. I'd have to go back and review exactly what they were, but up a couple bucks right now.
Nice.
Nice trade here in the house, Jack. 37s.
Yeah, we
Along
took
for
one
36.
off after 1-to-1. We'll take one off with Anne Marie. And if we get this one here, we'll pull our stop more in line with below the initial balance low.
Nice vision on that, Jack.
This reminds me of yesterday's trade. It's almost the same exact trade as yesterday.
It's the exact same trade.
Where we saw, that 69.50 area, and we were talking about this yesterday. What is the target here on some of these trades? We're going to take one off here at 69.50s. Yeah, this is the exact same trade as yesterday. VWAP is right at the midpoint of the initial balance, 69.53. I got a New York session VWAP right there at 69.52. And we got a 69.59 full session VWAP here. Initial balance high is the high of the regular trading hour session, 69.79.75. That would be a very nice target for this trade. Dakota, nice out there. I'm not seeing what you were looking for. Shout out to Anne Marie. Nice trade by you as well.
I'm now long silver for a breakout.
Okay.
I got to keep switching points and ticks. I got to make sure I'm in the right one all times. See if we could break out through new all-time highs right here. We're breaking through. We were testing it once a couple times here at 92. So let's see if we get this breakout in silver.
London close coming up in about 5 minutes here. Dakota long silver 91. What price is that, Dakota? 91.960.
91.99.
91.99. $91.99. 92.1950. 92.195. All-time high in silver here. Let's see if we get this breakout. We got the house count long, couple, or just one now. Micro ES from the 36s. Once that offer pulled, it feels like it gave the market the room it needed to trade back to the upside. Right? We saw it at, what was it, at 39s and then at 37s, and then they pulled it all the way up to 71s, 72s. Feels like it gave the market the room it needed to push back up. See if we get some price acceptance above VWAP here. Let's take a look at that tilt as well. Pretty heavy long here. 75% long tilt in the S&P, 72% long in the NASDAQ.
How still long ES then?
Still long one.
Yeah, just one.
Look at that.
And love the patience, Jack. We were honestly, we were talking about buying the S&P a little bit earlier. What gave you the conviction, Jack, to buy it this time? We had to wait. You had to wait 2 hours to buy that, basically.
Yeah, well, I have these lines on here for SPX options levels I'm interested in. I don't like trading in the first where was it? Oh, the first 5 minutes 5 minutes here. We were much higher. We did bounce off one. What I like about this is that we went below the SPX 6900 here. And then we kind of grinded back. And then I took it as it was going through it. I actually preempted it a little bit just because it looked like, some of this is feel. It felt like we were making a bottom. We got our first 5 minute green bar in a while.
Right.
And then,
right.
I have a preference towards being long. For this one, just like I did yesterday, I will hold this one for a long time. I'm not seeing anything in the options that would, there's nowhere around here where I would feel like going short. So we're just going to hold this and
let it cook.
Warren Buffett approach. Let it cook.
If you're looking, you're not cooking, and this trade is cooking right now. 69.52. We are sitting at VWAP, regular trading hour VWAP right now. Let's see if we get some price acceptance above that. The Russell just made a new high of the day, 26.55.60. Shout out to Dolby Time in the chat. Dolby, I hope you're trading the Russell right now because it is doesn't get a ton of love, but it moves pretty well. Dakota still long silver here.
I scratched that one. I am back in it though from 71.
Okay, got a better price.
Yeah.
Scratch the first one, back in at a better price. Still looking for that breakout. I mean, you're long the metals, right? That hasn't been the wrong trade very often. Timing and location, of course, for day trades, but you're in the flow to the upside. Let's see if we get this breakout here.
Yeah, I want to be in it if we break through these 92s.
There we go. London close coming up in about a minute and 30 seconds here. Seeing the equities continuing to push up here. That tilt is pretty heavy long here. Paired back just a little bit here. 69% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NASDAQ. Average price 69.49 in the S&P. So back in the money.
What do we got in the Mag 7? Everything's still down there.
Still down. I'm assuming off its lows. I know you're looking percentage wise, but I'm assuming we have a little bit of relief there. With
A
the way
little
they,
bit, but like Broadcom's still down at near its lows, down 5%.
oh
Everything
yeah,
is
look at
down
that.
1% or more, or except for Google is down 0.7%. We're definitely seeing some rotation. The Russell's actually up on the day. As I mentioned, 10-year yields are coming in a little bit, 4.14 right now. That's good for the old Russie. I mean, with the exception of Google, 2026 so far has seen a big shift to more market breadth, right? The equal
Right.
weighted S&P has performed better. You know, we're not seeing this besides Google. We're not seeing like, oh, Nvidia is hitting all-time highs, and that's how we're getting here. So Russell doing well.
Rusty is doing pretty good here. We got to be pretty close to all-time highs there in the Russell as well. Let me pull up that chart. I know we are close. Yeah, we made an all-time high yesterday.
I'm flat, minus 430.
All right,
minus 430.
Flat in that silver trade.
It's chopping me up here.
And there is the London close. And with that, Hogue, we're going to let you get out of here and prepare for. Oh, he's already gone.
Yeah, he
Never mind.
Gone.
Bailed.
Famoosh. I'm going. I'm out of here. Hogue's preparing for the morning recap. We'll see him back in just a little bit here, but that is the London close. Seeing a little bit of buying continue to step in here in the equity, 69.56 quarter last trade in the S&P. House count long, still a one lot from 36. Dakota flat there in silver.
I threw in an order to cover this in honor of Hogue. I wish you were still here to see it. Up around the initial balance high for the true rotation to the other side.
Love it, Jack.
That. Thank you, Hogue.
There he is.
Right on. This is something I would probably hold just indefinitely.
Hogue's always there. He's always listening.
You can't have a runner if you don't let it run.
Look at the Russell here. What is going on in the Russell? New highs of the day, 26.58.60. Kind of just took off here. Dakota, a couple scratches, a couple small losses in that silver. Do you just sit back and kind of reassess here?
Yeah, we tried to break out twice right on that one. Yeah, just taking a step back, watching to see what we want to do. This is a important zone for silver, I think. If we don't break out, we could definitely come back down and test his 91.
For sure.
So either a breakout above 92 or a retest 91. I actually might be getting into a short. We'll see. We'll see this.
All right, taking a look at the it's the January effect, Thomas. What's the January effect? What am I missing? I remember you saying that at some point in the chat, Thomas, but what is the Russell? You're talking about the rotation. There you go. 69% long in the S&P, 70% long in the NASDAQ.
This will be my last trade of the day so far.
All right.
If I take a loss on this, I'll take a step back. It's short. I'll add if we break below 91.65.
Short silver?
Yeah. Don't say it like that, Jay. Don't say it like that.
I'm just confirming the trade, man. I'm just confirming the trade.
All right.
It's like
there
when you
we
meet
go.
somebody.
Let's see if we get this
you repeat
follow
their
through.
name.
I'd be looking for 91 as an ultimate target.
There you
for
go.
the downside here. Oh man.
Put a short silver here.
Come on, I gotta pay the gas bill.
Always.
Short to pay the gas bill. Jack, you put a target up there in the S&P 69.
77
79
quarter.
77 quarter. Got you. 77 quarter. Seeing a little pullback. The NASDAQ just continues to look weak, right? Everything else looks like it wants to go. The Russell's making highs of the day, which may not be great for if we're seeing rotation. But it's just holding everything down. Holding everything down, NASDAQ.
All right, seeing a little bit of a sell-off here in silver, liking it. I'm going to take one off in these lower 40s. All right, got one for take profit.
There you go.
Trail this other
There
one.
you go. Nice trade there. Dakota took a little second to reassess, make sure you're looking at the markets the right way. And silver is still pretty range bound here, right? So trading it like a range bound market, looking for that breakout. The momentum did kind of stop to the upside. We got the silver market settling in about an hour and a half. It'll continue to trade, but settlement is at about an hour and a half from here. But a nice trade we got going on.
Thank you. Yeah, we failed to break to the upside. I was wanting to see a breakout, and we failed. Guess what happens when you have a failed breakout? We could have a chance to go to the bottom end of this range. So we got one for take profit, and let's see if we get a little bit of runner. Can't look. Come on, it's just another market, okay? Just another market.
Just another market. The micro Bitcoin just made another high of the day, 97,895, pulling back just a little bit there. Seeing a little bit of pullback in the equities as well. 25,542 last trade in the NASDAQ. House count down to a runner on that S&P position. Nice trade management there. Got to about half of the initial balance and seeing some selling coming in here after that London close.
There we go. Drop it.
So I'm not just pulling it to break even for this runner. The reason it happens to be break even is because I preempted the trade to get in for the initial balance. So it just so happens to be. Oh, let's be kidding. Like if I see if it would be point, a half a point either direction, I'm just pulling it to break even. Let the market gods handle it.
The market. The market. There's going to be a new market god after Jerome Powell leaves.
I will not call Kevin Hassett a market god. I refuse.
I like this short silver so far. It always makes me nervous being short silver.
As well it should.
As well it should.
Nice trade here. 91.38, 91.39 last trade here in silver. Still holding one, Dakota?
Yeah, I'm still holding one for a runner. Man, these micros are something else, though.
Yes, they are.
Something else for sure. I'll take profit if we get another push, a little bit more of a push lower. I want to see another one more push, just one more through these. Uno más. There we go. That's what I'm seeing. There you go. Boom. Up 239 now. So that was a $500 plus trade.
There you have it.
I think we could see these 91s, but no bias in silver. Get it.
There you go, Dakota. You can make money to the short side in this market. You can make money to the short side. Or buy another Topstep hoodie or something. And if you're wondering where Dakota got that Topstep beanie, keeping himself warm right now, shop.topstep.com. You can get all of your favorite gear, Topstep Trader gear, shop.topstep.com. Go ahead, Dakota.
It's not like the Guardian cap Dobie was wearing yesterday. That Topstep that was good.
Yeah. I don't know where you got that thing from. What size was that beanie, Dobie?
Oh no, Guardian. He had a helmet underneath that.
Seeing a little bit of a bounce. The NASDAQ came down and held the IB low for now. That price is 25,530.50. S&P still holding inside the initial balance here. Dakota flat. Updated that. We got that update already. Up on the board there, up 239. Nice trading, Dakota. Took a couple scratches and back to green on the screen.
Back to green on the screen. This will be day number 27, Jay. 27 winning days in this live account.
Here we go. You know what happens at 30?
I do. That's what I'm going for. I could withdraw 100% of the balance and daily
Yeah, I was gonna
payouts.
say Dakota's gonna ghost us. Just take all the money and run.
It's like, yeah.
When we're warm.
I was talking more so about the daily payouts. Shout out to Diamond Hedge
Uh-huh.
George, who we just saw, live funded trader with us as well, hit that 30-day mark. It's a pretty cool thing, right? That is in the prop space as close as you're going to get to a personal account where if you wanted to make some money on a day, you could take out a payout that day after 30 days in a live funded account, 27 days. Dakota, nice job, man.
Yeah, it's been that since I've been at Topstep. It's always been the daily payouts, withdraw up to the entire balance, and then something that's understated is the 90%, 90-10% profit split.
Percentages add up. They add
Yeah,
up.
90 is greater than 20 or 80.
So it is.
90 is greater than 80.
Speaking of percentages, let's take a look at the percentage of the tilt. Back to 50-50 here. It did get pretty heavy long there in the S&P up near that 69.50 level. 57% long here, 56% long in the NASDAQ, 57% short gold. Gold is just, man, really looks like if you're going to trade the metals, you have to trade them overnight. You got to join slow markets. Trade the metals then, because during the New York session, they really do slow down. Speaking of slow markets, Dakota, Andre does this all the time. Who's on slow markets tonight?
You, man. You.
Do
Jay,
it.
you're
Trade some
joining
metals.
me. You're
Let's
joining me.
trade some metals.
Slow markets is insane. It's insane
Yes,
with
it
these
is.
metals.
We might need to change the name, at least for the time being, to metal markets, because they, continue to move. You look at that Shanghai Metal Open right around 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central. It's when the volatility really starts to pick up. So make sure you join us for slow markets tonight. And if you haven't done so already, if you like what we're doing here, a bunch of winning trades on. We got Coach Vince shorting the NASDAQ. I think he's still in that trade, looking for zero. We got Dakota scalping silver, making some profit as well. We got Jack trading the S&P off of a level, showing some patience as a trader, and then taking the opportunities when they do present themselves. Hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. We are on the way to 200,000 subscribers here at Topstep. Could not do these shows without all of you. We appreciate you all.
Let's go.
Patience, Daniel. Patience.
Almost to 91 here in silver.
These trade.
How the equities are the equities back at the lows yet?
No.
Not yet.
Or at least the
We did
ES.
get that nice bounce.
This little bounce here.
One thing I'm thinking about adjusting is I might I love having numerous units to trade. We might have to go up to 4 or 5 micros just to properly scale out of things. Because the runner tends to be pretty ambitious usually. And, it could be we'll lose this runner maybe, 6 times in a row, but it'll all be worth it the one time it works. I wouldn't mind having one more contract.
If that IB low holds, check maybe.
Maybe. I'm going to be out because we're at the IB low pretty much right now. I'm going to be out not too long before that, and we'll just look to see if we go after the lows again.
I agree with you, Jack. That's why I'm excited for those 100-ounce silver contracts, to where I could feel like I could actually scale in and scale out of silver. Right now, the micro is just huge. That was a 2 micro silver trade, and it just was $10 a tick. There goes NASDAQ. I think looks like we could break through these session lows in NASDAQ, maybe?
Selling here.
Right at the initial balance low right now.
NASDAQ's below it.
In the ES. Groovy.
NASDAQ's below that initial balance low. S&P's right at it right now. Seeing some selling coming in here in the Dow now. Russell's turned around.
Yeah. someone asked about the 100-ounce contracts. It sounds like in February the CME will be releasing a. I don't even know if it's branded yet. If they'll call it a nano, I'm just going to call it a nano for now. But they're making an even smaller silver contract, equal to 1/50th of the big contract.
Yeah, February 9th. February 9th. Is that
I want to take delivery of that. I'll take delivery of that. See if they'll allow us.
Ooh.
It's 100 ounces. We'll pay what, 10,000 for 100 ounces?
Let us know. I would love to see someone go through that process. I've never taken delivery of anything.
I'll do my research. I might consider taking delivery of silver, physical silver. I don't know about $100 an ounce, though. Maybe
yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of expensive, but this could be your transformation into a gold, like a metals bug. You can just bury it in a vault somewhere.
I go sell it at spot and make $13 an ounce.
Seeing some selling coming in here in the equities. Speaking of making $13 an ounce, we got some traders making money yesterday. Our top 5 live funded P&Ls and payouts. Let's bring in JD. JD, who's making money with us at Topstep?
We got a lot of people making money. In fact, our top 5, all in 5-figure territory. Here are yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Up at the top, Sullivan and Tyler both trading gold, silver, and the NASDAQ yesterday. $55,886 in profits for Sullivan and $27,283 for Tyler. Well done to these gold and silver traders. Collins in third place, $12,253 trading the S&P, NASDAQ. Andy's, he's been on this list quite a few times in the last couple months. $10,506 in profits trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. And Nicholas A., $10,369 in profits trading the NASDAQ. If you thought that was impressive, guys, I've got something really big to show you. You ready for this? Remember yesterday we talked about our buddy Omar. Omar reeled in $67,589 in profits trading gold on Monday. And then yesterday he turns around and look what he did. $127,780 payout for Omar L. That's a lot of cheddar going in the pocket right there. Nicely done, Omar. Showing everybody what is possible in the live funded account. Kareb, second best yesterday and the payout list, $49,500. Philip N, $23,045. Sean B, $22,950. And Natalia, $19,780. We had a lot more payouts in 5-figure territory yesterday. These are just the top 5. But Omar taking the lead there. Biggest payout of the year so far. $127,780 going in the pocket.
Yikes.
There you have it, guys.
Omar.
Nice is right.
He mogged Korob there. Is that what they say? I mean, $50,000 is a great payout, but it's unfortunate it had to be shown against that $130K payout for Omar.
$127,000. Nice job by Omar. I think Omar was on our top P&L list today, if I'm not mistaken. So what is he trading?
Metals.
Maybe silver?
Gold
metals,
on that huge day. Also, we're flat up about $100. Good stop so far. Near the initial balance, low on that.
Yeah,
live by the runner, die by the runner.
Yeah,
nice out there. It looks like we might want to take out lows. Go ahead, Dakota.
Silver breaking through 91. No, I was just gonna say, I felt good in my short NASDAQ. I was just a little early, right?
Never wrong.
Never wrong. Just early. I think we break through these session lows though. Vince is in his short still, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, he's hanging on forever. 25,469.5 is the low in the NASDAQ, trading 25,480s here. We got up to VWAP. And could not find any buyers up there. Light go off randomly.
There we go. Let's see if we can get through it. First 2% day incoming of 2026.
Let's see.
Downside? Yeah,
What are we at
yeah,
right
that's bad.
now?
We're
Oh, yeah,
down
Vince is holding that trade.
1.65.
1.65. 2%. I did just measure it a little earlier, but 2% puts us at 374, I believe the price was.
All right. Okay. I can see that. I can see it.
Gee. A little higher. 380s. 380, 389, 2% down. In the NASDAQ, about another 90 points from where we are right now.
We're already down 430 points. in NASDAQ.
Are you selling stocks for silver margin calls? Never thought I'd say that.
Selling stocks to buy Bitcoin, maybe. Bitcoin made a new high of the day there, $98,090. Inching closer to a crypto unmasked target of 100,000 today. Now just 2% off.
Yeah, here we go, NASDAQ. That bounce just got sold off. We popped up.
Yeah, it did.
Almost 490 and just immediately sold off. There's an opportunity for a break to the downside. Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
The lows there in the NASDAQ.
Rotation today, you know, we're down one. Tax just getting sold. We're down 1.7 in the NQ right now. We are flat on the day in the RTY.
Interesting. Flat on the day. It was pretty quiet as far as news goes. I know we had that PPI number come out. We had the potential Supreme Court decision that didn't get out here, but 2% on a fairly quiet day.
What's the deal with that Supreme Court decision? Did they say why?
Of course
no,
not.
They just didn't do it. That's why I was irritated by it. You give people an appointment for life, you know, motivations.
Right.
Catching up on I haven't pluribus. I mean, what are people watching now? I have no idea.
Not Landman, Jack. I started Landman season 2. It is not the same show as season 1. I stopped it. It's not good.
New lows in the ES. I will keep that in mind.
I'm watching Game of Thrones for the
Landman
time.
fans out there watching Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I
for the first time
surprised on it. For the first time, I'm watching Game of Thrones. At least
you fascinate me,
I
man.
know what I got myself into, man. I feel like I need to go to church after that. After the first few episodes. I swear.
Why now?
Just everyone is telling me watch it. So
okay.
Sure.
Dakota gets his TV suggestions from Facebook. That's why he's just catching up. Just catching up. And I'm sorry for anybody who hasn't seen Landman season 2. There's a bunch of people in the chat defending it. Watch it. That's just my opinion. I couldn't get through it, but Game of Thrones. What do you think so far, Dakota?
Like I said, I need to go to church after watching the first 3 episodes.
Yep. Yeah. It's about where I stopped watching it too. 69.20.
I had to double check, man. I had to double check. I didn't get like this episode off like some random site.
LimeWire.
Like, is this really the right one? Did I get the right one? Right storyline.
Yeah, well, as you're watching, so Dakota, the character that the actor that plays Joffrey Baratheon in that, he's actually the brother of my wife's like best friend from college. So I've met him many a times. Lovely guy. Nothing at all like the character on the show.
All right. Well, I haven't made it that far yet, so I don't know.
He's in the first episode.
He's in the very first episode?
A little blonde guy. The king's son.
Yeah, maybe I
don't need your updates throughout this.
Yeah, we as we can see the equities continue to sell off here, making new lows of the day. 25,441 and a quarter new low of the day in the NASDAQ. 69.2375 new low of the day in the S&P. I saw a lot of people talking about Coach Vince's target, and while it might seem ambitious, we're on the way there. We're on the way there. Either way, whether he gets to that target or not, that's a hell of a trade by Coach Vince. Nice trade there. About 200 points in the profit right now, short from 673 in the NASDAQ. Really nice trade going on there. Taking a look at the tilt one more time before we get out of here. It is 52% short in the S&P, 59% short in the NASDAQ, 59% short in gold as well. Gold got down to that $91 level you were looking. Sorry, silver got down to that $91 level you were looking at there. Dakota.
Yep.
Seeing crude oil pick up just a little bit here in the last couple of minutes. 61.77 last trade there in crude oil. What do you got, Jack?
Possible buzzer beater trade like usual. I'm not going to do it because I want to eat lunch, but think about buying these 68 28s if it gets to them. But I'm not going to, so no conviction. That's what I got, Jay.
Awesome stuff. Well, great trade there, Jack. Great trading, Dakota, as well, and to all the guests that we had on Topstep TV this morning. And shout out to you all in the chat. We see all your comments. We appreciate you being here. Do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button on the way out. But stay tuned. We got Hogue coming up for the market recap. And then after that, we got Antonio back with JD and Dolby for Power Players. Antonio has been putting in work in a trading combine. He's close to having it passed. Let's see if we can get that passed on air today here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
With our new profile management system, you can easily update your personal information and your account preferences so that everything runs smoothly on Topstep X, and we will call you the right name when you end up on the big board, perhaps.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Thank you for joining us as always every day. We hope that you're having an excellent trading day. As always, we start with the opening range trades. We did take an opening range trade in crude oil, and we're really kind of focusing right now on the 30-minute chart, focusing on context. And the market has broken out from a longer time frame area of balance, and we're monitoring for continuation to the upside. We did open with a session gap, and I was kind of pleased with the idea that we were going to be long, but the market did not give us what we were looking for, at least right away. Now it's right back to where we got into the opening range long, but it took the long road to get here. Let's take a look on the 5-minute chart, see how this trade played out. Now, again, this is a 5-minute chart, very short time frame. We opened with a gap above yesterday's range. We have since, I believe, closed that gap, but we do not see acceptance inside of that range. Opening range, 1 minute, got us long, 2 micros, 61.78. There's that first minute, that yellow line there. So we broke out and we closed that first bar outside of it. That got us on into those longs, and I was okay with taking a little bit of heat on it. Unfortunately, once we set up the initial balance low, we looked below it and rejected. That was enough to get our stop taken out. The market has since gone pretty much range bound, and is back to the initial balance high. We'll see if we see any continuation to the upside. We did not take the opening range trade, however, in gold, and it might have been the right thing to do, which it was, because as we were talking about on the opening call, we had the PPI numbers coming out. We figured there was going to be some knee-jerk reactions, and so we took a pass on the opening range trade in gold, and it was again a good idea. I mean, this is the first 5-minute bar here. It looked below, it looked above, with great percentage of probabilities we would have been stopped out of that trade, and the market is kind of, let's look at context here. We'll go to the 30-minute chart. Market has opened outside of range, outside of value, reaccepted inside yesterday's area of value, traded to the other extreme of value, pretty much a perfect value acceptance trade, and the market now just kind of holding inside of the value area from yesterday. Now, I'm just going to go quickly to silver, because I usually go to silver on this chart. We had Dakota, took a trade in NASDAQ. We'll check that out in a little while. And I don't even think we need to talk about context in silver. The one thing that I do want to remind everybody is we did put in the all-time high in the extended trading hours here in silver. I'm not looking for that to be a lasting high. So the market did opened with a gap. No closing of the gap. We should probably be looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. And Dakota was at first in the direction of the gap. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. So Dakota first took a long, 2 micros, 91.70. Took a little bit of a loss on those for about $300. And then he boldly took a short in silver. It's kind of hard to even say. He got short a couple of micros, 91.70. Got out one of those at 91.40, the other one at 91.20. And that actually put him up on the day after taking a little bit of a loss. Put him up about $239 on the day. So about a $400 win on those shorts. Nice job. Definitely see money, take money when you are short silver these days. Let's take a look at the S&Ps and a decent, really good house account trade taken by Jack during fast markets. And again, we're looking at context on the 30-minute chart. And for the last couple of days during the opening call, we have been talking about how the market is attempting to continue to move higher, but it hasn't been doing a very good job of it. So we're looking at a little bit of a pullback. Maybe some fundamental information, some political information has had something to do with that, not to mention some slightly hot PMI numbers from this morning. So, market opens, initially leaves the opening range at the dead-ass high, does close the gap to the session gap from yesterday, but rejects immediately, and the sellers begin to come in. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. Initial balance high put in right after the open. The market continues to push lower. This blue line is an area that I've been kind of looking at where we've seen a lot of highs and lows of sessions kind of centering around that level. 62.62 has meant something to somebody. Initially, it did show a degree of support in a very short time frame. Once it was given up, though, the sellers continued to push into this market. So looking at what Jack was looking at, he had an options level based off of the SPX down in this area, down around 69.30, 69.35. We were looking at the initial balance low as some potential for continuation to the downside. But Jack was also looking at these lows here from back on the 6th and 7th of January. So he ended up taking 3 long MES right here at 69.36. Not necessarily a trade I would have taken, but I thought it was a very bold opportunity. Jack is looking at what he's looking at, and it actually turned out to be a pretty decent trade. I think we got out of two of those up at 95.53. Excuse me, 69.53. That is incorrect. And we moved the stop. He moved the stop to break even, and eventually, yes, price did come back down and recheck that stop. So it made about $100 on that trade in the ES on those micros. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. We still have Coach Vince short one micro, 25,673. If you remember what his target was, it's 25,012. But he's still holding on to that short. We'll see how that plays out. We also had OFEC trading NASDAQ this morning. And again, in context, the one thing that we see in the NASDAQ that we did not see in the S&Ps is there was absolutely no gap fill, no session gap fill. Stopped short of it. What doesn't happen can be as important as what does. We've been seeing overall sellers in control of this market. OFEC started looking for longs relatively early in the session. This is the 5-minute chart. OFEC got long 3M MNQ at 25,748. Stopped out of those at 25,690 for a little bit of a loss on there. Another long attempt by OFEC. Long threes, 25,590. He got out of those for a scratch. I just wasn't seeing what he was looking for. And when Vince came in, he came in already short that one micro, 25,673, and his target way down here, 25,012. We do have some information down there. We've got 25,068, which is a naked point of control from yay so long ago, but there is certainly space down there for that to happen. Now, we had Dakota came in, was looking for shorts in the NQ, shorted 3M NQ, took about $100 loss on these. The entry price was 25,520. You know, it was below the initial balance, and whenever we're below the initial balance, I find it very hard to start taking longs, which was the right thing to do in the house account for the ES today. Another great trade from Jack. But do we talk about? Yes, we talked about Dakota's silver trades. So it was a really, I thought, some bold trades taken today. Dakota's short and silver. That was a bold trade. Jack's long in the S&Ps. Another bold trade. So some good trading going on overall. Let's take a quick look at today's quotable quote. Robert Collier, who I don't know who this is, but I do like this quote. Visualize this thing you want. See it, feel it, believe in it. Make your mental blueprint and begin. You're brand new to trading. This is great advice. You've got to visualize what it is you're doing here in trading and what you are trying to accomplish. You have to visualize it. You have to feel it. You have to believe in it, of course. And then prepare to put your plan together for how you're going to make it happen. Kind of reminds me of one of the first taglines at Topstep was see it, feel it. No, actually it was see it, hear it, trade it. Well, here it is. See it, feel it, believe in it. Folks, it's always going to be a challenge. Trading is never easy. I wish I could tell you that at some point it was just going to get easier, but it always is going to be a challenge. There's always more to learn and always wonderful opportunities in trading. So we have JD, Antonio, and Dolby coming up here next for Power Players. This is Topstep TV, folks. You're in the right place. Lots more going on this week, today, the rest of the day. Stick around. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time for Power Players. I'm JD. You all know Dolby Time. He's got the keys for the house account. And the man in the middle, the man of the hour, the guest of honor, today's Power Player, Mr. Antonio, is back for another hour of Power Players. Antonio, what's going on today? These markets are treating you pretty good today, huh? Tell us everything.
Decent. Doing okay in the markets today. Was scanning through the markets for something that would be stress-free that I could probably just sit through. So I found a decent long position or area to get long in crude oil, and decent risk on it, about $100, risking for about $172. 3 micro long from 61.79.
61.79.
You trade a lot of crude?
This will be probably my 3rd crude oil trade ever.
Nice.
I like how you said just a nice relaxing trade too, you know, the old rocking chair trade. Kick your feet up, relax, and watch it go. I rarely get one of those these days. But
well, just so as to not breach the 50% combine rule here.
Oh, yep, for sure.
Oh, that's right. You're close to passing, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll probably finish this one after market opens this evening.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
Long from 61.79. The house account was long from 61.78 on that 1 minute opening range breakout trade this morning. So we were long at the same spot. We got mixed up in that dip and rip at about 9 o'clock Central Time, though. It took us out of that opening range breakout. Otherwise, we'd probably be long with you still right now.
Yeah, that's also what helped me, seeing that nice liquidity swipe and they recover with the V-shaped recovery on that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking forward to
Hogan
those
Trade
equal high cooked out.
Yep. Hogan co-trades during the opening call this morning were both preaching their love of the long side in crude oil today. So very good chance that this trade works out nicely.
We're cooking now.
Dolby time. Like. Yep, starting to cook a little bit. 61.85 last trade. I'm looking at the micro contract. That's where you're trading, you said, right? The micros?
Yes, sir.
Excellent.
Nice. Little MCL. Love it.
Dolby time. What are you looking at for the house today? You on the Russell? You on the NASDAQ? You on crude oil?
Micro NASDAQ. Yeah, something between micro NASDAQ and RTY. RTY has been fun to watch today because it's like the honey badger. It does not care. It's like up 0.08% right now, while the NASDAQ is just reeling. I don't know why. If anyone in chat knows why the RTY just does not care about what these indices are doing, please let us know. My theory is that there's like 5 like mining stocks on the RTY, and maybe that's what's lifting it up. But I mean, that can't be the reason. It can't be the reason. Who knows? But it's in a really nice range here. If we can get to the top of like 26.55s, maybe there's a good short. If we can get down to the 26.38s, maybe there's a good long. We're pretty much stuck in the exact middle though. For RTY, we can do a little 50% retracement thing, and it's at 2647.1, and we're within like a point or two of that. So not really seeing any good opportunity currently in the RTY unless we can get to the extremes, because that's where the good value is, or the cheap trades. I'm very intrigued in this micro NASDAQ, though. I think we can get down to 25,400, and the weekly range low is somewhere between 25,370 and 25,400. So there might be an opportunity to maybe get some longs in that area if we can get down.
Like it. At 400 level, 406, 400. That would be your weekly kickoff low at 25,400, 25,406 last week's low. So those are some nice target areas, and we are on the lows as we speak in equities. Last trade in the NQ 25,447. Last trade in the ES 69.26 on the lows. Everything's on the lows, well, except for the Russell.
Except for the Russell, because it does not care.
The biggest little small caps in town, the Russell.
That's right. That is right. Antonio, we were in the green room. You were talking about setting up Streamlabs, which means Yeah, you're gonna start streaming on air. Have you done some streaming before? Are you looking forward to it? Are you nervous?
Definitely nervous. Never done it before. I'm still new to it. I don't know too much anything about it. So YouTube Uni it is. New learning curve for me. Definitely for sure. But yeah,
It's
nice
gonna
to
make
have
you
you
a better
back on
trader.
air. Nice to be back trading with you, Dobie.
Oh man, we love having you on. The vibes are
For
always
sure,
high.
for sure. What kind of times
Think
are you
it's gonna
thinking
make you a better
about
trader?
when you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you
But
think it's going to make you a better trader?
yeah, I do believe so. I mean, especially because you have an audience. Now there's two sides to that token. If you're looking at having the audience like, oh, I gotta prove myself, or that's the one side of the token. And the other side of the token is the side that we're on. I've got to be consistent. This is not about proving anything. This is going to help me not do some of the dumb stuff that I might do if nobody's looking.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. There is that extra layer of accountability when you're doing this in front of other people. Even though you ask them not to, a lot of people out there, they're going to follow your trades no matter what you do. So
yeah, no, that's absolutely correct. And the fact that you know that they're going to do it, it's going to stop you from doing a lot of dumb stuff in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to put out a losing trade. But once you get comfortable with the fact that, hey, we may win or we may lose, take the trade or not.
Yeah,
I'm
you don't want to
taking
get
it.
screen capped going on tilt. Internet's forever.
The internet's
15
forever.
seconds of fame.
Or you might just clickbait somebody and do a tilt session. Just full tilt a combine. Let's go. Run the numbers.
It's good TV right there. People love the drama, right?
Come on, man. You need clickbait too.
That's right.
And I think people get a kick out of it too. There are some people out there that just want to see us lose. You know, they're there for the laugh.
They're here to see us lose. Let me get back to my trade on my screen though. But yeah, they're here to see us lose. No doubt. That's 100%. They're here for it all day. But the thing about it is we're not here for it. So you can see whatever you want to see. If you want to see me lose, watch for like 7 trades. We'll get like 3 of them winners.
Nice.
Still profitable. Still profitable. Nice trade here in the micro CL that you got going on.
Yeah, it's not looking bad. It's not looking bad. It's holding up and I reduced my risk.
When did you get into this trade? Have you even seen red in this thing at all?
I got into this trade about 15 minutes before we came on. That's what I said. I was scanning through stuff to see if I could find anything. There wasn't anything in the micro NASDAQ. Silver would have given me my target way too quick. And this one it hadn't moved just yet. And these relative equal highs here at the 62s, it just looked pretty good to take. And I didn't know how low of a risk it would have been taking 3 micros. I mean, I was risking $100 with my stop loss way down here at 61.35. So this one is the most stress-free one that I could take. NASDAQ didn't give anything up, and silver would have given up the profit too quickly. To be able to sit through a trade and explain it out and actually just talk through it and manage it actually. Because like I said, my risk was down here. I was at $98, 61.46, and I reduced my risk to $35 here at 61.67. I believe I'm gonna leave it there for now because more than likely they'll come back and hit that, and I'm cool with $35 loss.
Very good, very good. That's how you manage risk right there, folks. 61.87 last trade. Still got a few ticks on this trade. What's up, Dolby?
We're going to get an offer in the micro NASDAQ. We're going to see if we can get short 25,500.
And since my risk is so low, I actually might join you, Dolby.
Okay.
There you go.
Get in short one.
I think these 400s are in play. So we had a kind of just nice stair step sort of pattern going on in the micro NASDAQ.
Liquidity
So
built
just
up to the
range,
downside. Yeah.
under range, under range, under range. And we're so close
At
to those
least maybe
400.
to 560s, 557 ish.
For a stop, that's pretty wide.
No,
I
no,
think
no.
we can
For are you buying it or selling it?
selling. We're looking to
You're
sell.
selling it.
Continuation to the downside. Yeah, we want to pull back up to these 500s and see if sellers come back in again and then push this down.
Yeah,
I got
if we
these
get
500s
past
right here, Marcus.
483s, if we get past those 483s, that pullback looks nice to sell off of.
Yeah, we'll see if we get filled. We'll see if we get filled. I'm looking forward to
Okay.
this trade here. We'll see what happens.
That 400 level, yeah, that 400 level is a real nice target too. Like I said, 25,400 is Hoag's weekly kickoff low. 25,406 is last week's low. So taking out those lows is a good
There's
target
some good
right now in
stuff
the
there.
NQ, I think.
Yeah, it's
If
also
I'm
a
able
big
to
round
go
number.
risk free, go ahead.
I was going to say, a big round number trade in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ really enjoys those 25,000 or 500s, 600s, 400s, 26,000 evens. Any big round numbers in NASDAQ tend to be pretty responsive. So if we do get filled, I do expect to have this move favorably for us relatively quickly. And that can give us an opportunity to maybe reduce risk if need be. But I think this is a good one. What do you got?
If I can go break even here within the next 10 minutes, I'll definitely join you on that short.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, it's moving a little bit. It's moving a little bit.
I think we'll
See
get the
what we
break
get.
even
Movement
here
to the
shortly.
getting a little bit of movement in gold. We just put in a temporary swing low, 46.1230. Bounce off that a little bit.
Tony, have you been messing around with any of these metals? Silver's popping off. It's going crazy. All of our life funded traders are.
Oh no, yeah, I've been doing very well with silver. Silver's the main reason I'm up today like I am.
Ooh, nice.
How are you trading it? Are you trading both sides of the market, or are you just looking for dips to buy? What's the strategy with silver?
Yeah, I trade both sides, buy and sell. Last night I caught the sell on silver back down to VWAP, and then I just went to sleep.
Very good.
Because I knew I'm like, okay, I only need like $163 to get 50% of this combine. So after I did that sell back down to VWAP out of that range that they created, it was just a no-brainer. I'm like, all right, let me go to sleep now. I don't need to trade anymore because if I do, then I'm going to go over what I can do, and I'm just going to be sitting there looking crazy for the rest of the day.
Silver is an opportunity machine right now. We got damn close to getting filled on this micro NASDAQ. Like a tick or two away, actually, from getting filled.
Yeah,
we
we have some headlines coming out.
Let's see.
We have some headlines coming out. Neil Kashkari is speaking right now. I'm going to sift through this for a second and see if anything is worth relaying.
I'm going to go ahead and risk
A lot of
off
headlines.
on micro crude.
Nice. Break even?
Couple ticks or a couple points in profit, $4. I at least want to cover the order, so yeah, I'll go $10 in profit.
Well, still not filled yet. Actually touched our order. Did not get filled. Let's see.
That one there, this is looking iffy here for me. This looks like they may they may just continue to rip.
We're in.
Because
Short one.
I don't know if they want to try to retrace back to VWAP or not yet. They haven't touched it in a while.
What kind of VWAP are you looking at again? Are you looking at an anchored session?
It's anchored to the session.
Gotcha. Where do you have that at right now?
It's sitting at right around 642 and a quarter. 642 flat.
642, got it.
Yeah, we would get obliterated if we got up to VWAP. This needs to just stair step lower and lower and lower.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect it to Super Saiyan up to VWAP, but the fact that they haven't touched it in a while, they may get drawn to it or try to bring it down to where they are now.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes a lot more sense. But the short is looking great. The way they're rejecting those 500s, Dopey.
So far, so good. This is NASDAQ. Anything can happen here. Just blink twice, and this thing could be up 100 points. Also, be down 100
Are you working
points.
a couple? Are you working a
I'm
couple
gonna go
more
short
offers,
one.
Dolby?
Just one.
I'm gonna take short
Just
one
guy
from
just
the
now.
92s. I'm gonna take short one from the
Nice.
92s and just to take the lows. Goodness gracious, that's a lot. It's all right. We can make that up on the back end tonight.
Yes, chat.
Oh,
I have the
perfect
Guardian
timing.
cap on right now. I have the
Perfect
Guardian
timing.
cap. I'm getting crushed by chat recently, Antonio. You put a beanie over some headphones, and all of a sudden, you're like the Guardian cap guy trader.
It's all right. It's like rocket power. They wear socks with their sandals, little shoebies.
Hey.
We can
Very
go.
Yeah, I
jeans to
want
the beach,
to.
right?
I'll just take this down to the 420s.
All right,
Yeah,
we're break
I'll take it
even.
down to
We're
420s.
risk-free. Yeah.
They'll be looking for a 100-point banger here, huh? All the way down to
We're
25.
going to go back-to-back
Your full price.
100-point bangers. That's the goal. Back-to-back 100-point bangers. We had a
I like
great
to wait in the
one
bushes.
yesterday. Had a great one yesterday. Buzzer beater, 100-point trade, buy-in. I think it was 800s in the NASDAQ. And it was a good theory. I mean, the theory was that, we're stuck in a range. We had a lot of news coming out today. So what are the odds of the market really making brand new highs or brand new lows? And that was kind of the theory behind the trade, and it worked out pretty well. It didn't. We ended up buying the low. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
I've been
Let's
trying.
check in on the
Feels like
tilt real quick.
Hey, what do you got?
What is the tilt telling us? In the equities, 65% long. In the ES, 60% long in the NQ. Crude oil, 73% long. We've got the tilt backing up Antonio's trade here. And in gold, we're at about 59% short. Let's see. Crude oil longs, average price 61.69. So crude's longs are getting paid in crude oil right now, according to the tilt. Sound off in the chat if you're long crude oil.
Let's go.
Looking good over there.
Yeah. Almost no heat on this one. No heat in the house, no heat in the trade. Right, Dakota?
Mm-hmm.
Already up 40 points in this one.
Raphael Bostic has just left the podium. Conclude remarks.
Sniper entry.
Big round numbers in NASDAQ. Match made in heaven. Match made in heaven. We're also through the 50% retracement of that range. That's a good question, Hoop. Antonio, do you have any socials yet? Is your YouTube channel made?
My YouTube channel is not. I got the foundation. It's created.
Okay.
Let's say that it's created. Like I said, it's a brand new world for me, so I'm taking baby steps and figuring out how to get it done. But Dolby, shout out to Dolby every time, man. The mic, the webcam came through for me, man. Looked out for me real nice. I mean, grab this one, this one, you'll be all right. All right, cool.
We got you pro now.
Awesome.
We got you pro.
Awesome. We got another headline out. Some more news. Kashkari is still talking. Neil Kashkari. It will take a few more months for government data to recover from the impact of the government shutdown. So it sounds like they're still flying a little blind.
We moved our stop down. So we're plus 20
cut
points
Crude.
no matter what here. Why'd you cut Crude? What happened there?
We're rocking on NQ. We're rocking on NQ.
Yeah, we are. Bro, I had another
I was
100-point
trying
banger.
to
We might
wait.
just have to take
I was
the
trying
rest
to
of the
wait
week off.
until I could see a trade to take, and they finally gave one up. So we rock here. All right, cool. I like it down to the, like I said, to the 420s, at least to sweep the lows, maybe some wick action to the downside to spike it out, or some even further downward action, but I don't need much out of this one. Basically, this one's going to be 72 points from entry to TP.
Yeah, because you just need what, like another $75 about is what it looks like to get to that 1500.
140, 144. Oh, 144. Actually,
Yeah, we good?
that's crazy. Those numbers lined up like that. I wasn't even doing the math, and I looked up at the RPNL and then my TP, and it actually does equal 1,500.
Right. Moving our stop down, so we're plus 30 points.
Very good.
And I'm gonna go put my stop at. Nope, I don't like the way they're doing that. I'm gonna leave my stop off here.
It's getting
Risk
wiggly.
on or risk
All right,
on
we're
still
out.
for me. Yeah, risk on still for me.
Nice job.
And
We're
when
flat,
this
plus
candle
58.
closes, I'll manage it a little bit better.
Nice.
Dolby, did you say you flattened that trade?
Yeah, we were just walking the stop down. That was a pretty wicked bounce we just had there. That was like 20 points pretty quick. So we got like 30 points about in that one. Took like no heat. I still think there's
You
room
want
to
to
the
know what may have been
downside.
the catalyst for it?
We're on
The
base.
catalyst may have been here. This nice big blue wick on this sell candle.
Oh yeah.
That may have been the catalyst for your bounce.
Yeah. Also, in addition to that, and that's a good call. But we also have a bunch of wicks down here as well on the 5 minute.
And I want them to get swept.
I know, right?
I want them to get. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Might have been.
See, I like this. I like this sell wick here, and that was the catalyst for this little pop that they had. So they came back to the bottom of this open on this buy candle. That's a beautiful play there to wick the bottom of that candle out and close that price up.
Yeah, nice stuff. Let's go.
Okay, so yeah, now I'm gonna go ahead and manage this one a little bit better. I'll go a couple ticks in profit here at, let's say, 88.5.
There you go. Say leave a little bit of room for slippage. I like that. I like that strategy also.
Yeah, we're gonna let this one case.
Just slam it again.
All right, guys. Real quick, pinned to the top of the chat right now is that group coaching form. If you've got a question for Hogue, Deanna, I'm sorry, Hogue, Robert, or Hoop, grab that form, fill it out. They're going to answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. That's happening at about 12:15 Central Time, right after the shoulder tap. Hogue, Hoop, and Coach Robert. Coach Robert from the Technical Titans. If you've got any API questions or automated strategy questions, have them ready for Coach Robert. Grab that form and fill it out. A little more movement in equities here. What happened to our tilt? Yep.
I kind of feel
crude
bad
oil
about
tilt's
it.
pairing off a little bit.
I'm just living vicariously through Antonio now. He's got
Right
the diamond
on,
hands.
right on.
Nice trade.
Let's do it.
He's got the diamond hands.
Nice trade.
I got salad dressing hands right now.
Salad dressing hands.
Yeah.
What they call it? No, you got butter claps.
Butter clap.
Where's our boy Carl Hungus been?
Hey,
He's come up with the great memes for salad hands and all that stuff.
That's actually a Danielle Oliver original, salad hands.
Salad hands? Really?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I don't know where she got it from. It was brilliant, though. Absolutely brilliant. Keep on rolling over here, NASDAQ. I know you want those 400s.
Yeah, 3 minutes showing its hand.
25,456 last trade in the NQ, targeting 25,400, 25,400. Solid downside target, big fat round number. Also our weekly kickoff low.
Yep, last week's low and weekly kickoff low. It is the bottom of the weekly range. So it has the potential to be the mother of all V bounces if this ends up hanging in there.
Yep.
Bigger the range, bigger the bounce. A weekly range will bounce more than a daily, bounce more than a 4 hour, more than a 1 hour, so on and so forth.
This
Yeah,
has been a
check
real
these out.
clean move lower in the
Yeah,
NASDAQ
no
today.
kidding.
Very clean.
Few and
Looking at
far
a 5-minute
between.
chart.
We don't see a lot of
Mhm.
these. Just really clean stair step to the downside.
Yeah, I think where my adrenaline comes from, since I don't get it much from the outside world, I think my adrenaline comes from sitting in my trades.
It's amazing what the mind can do.
The chaos
Get
in
us
my
all
life
amped
comes from
up.
sitting in a trade. Like, how long have I been in this trade? I was in the crude oil trade. So sitting in a
Hey, we
trade,
can,
that's enough. That's enough adrenaline for me.
oh, we can raise our heart rate just thinking about it. Pretty cool
It's
stuff.
true.
And keep you up at
It's
night.
true.
Cold sweats.
Yep.
When is the last time a trade kept you up at night? Sound off in the chat too. Don't be afraid to answer. When was the last time a trade
Oh
kept you up
man,
at night?
Never.
I think it was probably. It may have been like August when I lost like 18K in that 2 week
Ooh.
that 2 week of Red Sea, just 2 weeks red days. DLL
Yeah, I just
every
started
day.
That's
dreaming
heavy.
again, and I finally had the college paper is due at noon tomorrow dream, and I had written my paper on like the wrong Gmail account, and so then I couldn't retrieve it. And then like 90% through the dream, I'm like, dude, you're 40 years old. You're not in school anymore. And I'm like, oh, that's right. And I woke up and I felt fine. I was like, what are we doing? Stressing about papers. Not a trading dream,
hours
though.
to take that one off.
Oh, dude, those are the
Remember,
worst.
yeah. Remember how important those things seemed at the time? And you look back on it like, man,
And then you
why
don't
did I
do
do
it.
that to myself?
Oh, man, that got my heart rate
Then
going.
you don't do it, and it was never important. Yeah, all right,
Oh.
cool. But you were stressing about it just to not do it anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
Look at me now, Mrs. Applebaum. I'm on TV.
Listen.
I'm on TV.
What do they do? They do something like this now?
Yeah. We're having a good time. A little bouncy on the NASDAQ. We're hanging around this 50% retracement of this 15-minute range, which is 25,470. Hopefully that can just keep a lid on this thing. We can head lower to 400s.
Yeah, beautiful wick fill. I'm looking for maybe 3 bearish candles at this point to the downside to create us an imbalance in price. Let me get 3 blue candles and I'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
You got the blue candles. Yeah, you got the blue and white theme there. What's with the blue and white? Is there like a story behind it?
Basically, it's just psychology based. I'm a firm believer in the reason that these things come default red and green is to trigger things inside your brain, inside your mind.
Ooh.
Red, you see red, it creates panic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, green is a calm color, a cool color, but we also tie the color green to money. So with these colors, they're both calm colors. Number one. That's number one. They're calm colors. They don't psychologically trigger anything in my brain like revenge trading. If I revenge trade, it's because I'm revenge trading. It's not because these candles are doing something to my vision and making me want to do something. These are calm colors, number one. Number two, the bullish candles are gray, white for a reason, because smoke rises.
Okay, there we go.
The bearish candles are blue because water falls, rain.
Oh, I like that. Like Earth,
Also,
Wind, and Fire going on over there.
Let's go ahead and get to the meat and potatoes. I'm a Cowboys fan, so let's go ahead and get past that. We're gonna brush past that there.
There it is.
We're gonna brush past that there. The important thing was that these candles are a different color.
Yeah, sorry you guys got stuck with Eberflus. We had him for a while too.
Oh, dude, he's the worst.
But I also did it. to my UPNL and my RPNL.
Oh
So
yeah.
when RPNL is negative, that color is blue. When it's positive, that color is gray. When UPNL is positive, that color is gray. When it's negative, that color is blue. You guys or other traders who don't change colors or don't deal with or dilly-dally with layouts, that UPNL, if it's positive right now, it'd be green. If it's negative, it'd be red. And you'd be like, okay, that automatically triggers something in your head to want to do something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
So,
with you. Colors make a difference.
To take that part about it, because that's one of the hard parts about it. To take that out of the whole trading thing, that psychology part, because it's already tough. We already have an issue, being disciplined. So to take that part out to reduce any type of noise that you can reduce, figure out a way to do it. And that was me doing that.
Whatever edge you can get.
I'm gonna give it a shot.
Do you
It's a
change
good
the
argument.
colors? Do you change the colors of your candlestick or your P&L unrealized realized? Put it in there and let us know. Let us know.
There was another question in there. You mentioned you want to see 3 strong blue candles. Someone asked what time frame. Antonio is in fact looking at a. Oh yeah, we're seeing a little bit of buying coming in. I'm looking at a 5-minute chart right now. This doesn't look like the strongest buying though.
I'm going back in.
Nah, they gave those 3. This may be the one to push price above. That may be the one that creates an imbalance there. Because all they did was they just took back that entire bearish candle.
We're gonna reoffer
So,
at 505.
Yeah.
They'll be getting back in at 505
to go short.
Yep.
Okay.
We'll see.
I got these.
Got a nice little cushion.
Yeah, I'm
Hey,
gonna
98 last trade. Here we go.
Hold on, I'm gonna grab
500 trades.
I'm gonna grab another one here.
Everyone's getting back in. You're in, Dolby?
All right. Pop it.
Yeah, short 505, 1 micro.
501 quarter.
505s?
We got 505s.
Oh, nice.
All
I didn't even
right.
see a print 08. What was your price again, Antonio?
501 quarter.
501 quarter.
Yeah, I mean, as long as
Antonio short 1 MNQ 25 501 quarter. Dolby short 1 MNQ from 25 505.
Yeah, I mean, it worked
Still
once.
targeting that 400 again, huh? Was this the retest?
We'll see. We'll see.
Nice little 5-minute range going back to about 10:45 or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's also tempting just to take this $20. I mean, that's a pretty quick $20.
Got 10 points
It's
in
not
it
quite the
already.
whole thing. Yeah. I mean, there we
Still
go.
more selling coming in.
There we go.
See where this candle closes. Got a couple minutes till this 5-minute candle closes.
I'd even be fine with 70s.
Got a 9-period EMA on the 5-minute chart at 25,478. Call it. Gonna move back below there. This trade will be looking even better.
We're going to break even. We don't want to see this get all the way back up there again.
They'll be
Well,
controlling
there's a lot
risk.
of green. Hell of a lot of green. But let's just go risk-free. Because the nice thing about being at 505s is that you got that 500 kind of sitting underneath there to hopefully offer up some resistance. But yeah, let's see if we can get these 400s again. Target doesn't like a free trade, though.
What was that, Antonio? Ooh, adding to it. I like it.
Yeah, so do I.
Getting shorter. Getting shorter.
I'm gonna add one.
What's your average price now, Antonio?
Average is $4.99 3/4.
This thing is juicing.
Risking $85.
85, nice.
Antonio short a pair of micro NASDAQ 25,499 in the orders. All right, do one more quick check-in on the tilt.
So we got a range in the 1 minute only.
Yeah, we're just testing a little bit now. So 488s is the low of the 1 minute range. The upper end of the 1 minute range is like 504s, 505s. We've had a really kind of annoying series of lower highs coming in kind of off the bottom, which is telling me that buyers are kind of liking that just a little bit more every single time in those low 400s, 430s, up to 460s. Let's see if we can.
I'm gonna mark out this imbalance here that we have. So if we can get down below this imbalance and sit up under it, close up under it, maybe we should be good to go, sweep the lows as well.
Yeah. So it's also tempting us to see money take money too in the NASDAQ, but it's not the theory. The theory is 400s.
Yeah, I like to.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Let's go. Let's go. Get up on. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Let's
go.
Now
Now we're 470s.
Run that.
We've got our NQ longs a little bit underwater right now. We've got a 62% long in the tilt with an average price of 25,564. So
bleed them.
Bleed them. They're getting.
Whoa.
They're getting blood right now.
Failed moves, come fast moves. Big run numbers in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm closing. I'm already over.
Hey,
I'm closing it.
Nicely done.
There's
Nicely
a pass.
Done. Hey, lock that thing out. What?
There's a pass.
Combine pass. You saw
lock that thing out.
TV. Let me timestamp that. 11:50.
Go. Good stuff.
Antonio passes a combine live on Topstep TV. Nicely done.
Love seeing it.
Run it.
All right, our stop's at 459.
Hold on. What was that? That's an 81-point banger there, Dobie.
Yeah.
Yep.
With some decent volume. That's some decent volume.
This thing is.
And sellers still stepping in.
This thing flips.
Yeah, I like this one. That was a good play, getting back in there.
Holy moly, did that flip. Man, it looked so strong getting up to those 500s and then just flipped. So
but
fast.
Immediately after I marked out this imbalance, they came for it.
Yeah.
They were finishing this 5-minute candle, and then I was marking this out. And as soon as I marked it out, they came for it. And now they're inverting it.
We got just down to 430s. We got to break these 430s, and I think 400s are super good. Our stop is at
420 was my original target. Yeah, good stuff.
If it wants to bounce, it can bounce. If it wants to bounce, it can bounce. You don't want to leave a trade like this with.
No, you got to take what you can get from this one.
Yeah.
Did you say stops at 25,460, Dolby? 460?
Yeah, we're at 460s.
Got it.
Cool. That's the beginning of the imbalance to the downside. 462.
I'm never taking off this Guardian cap. Never. It's my new identity right now.
Nice play.
Well, real quick, guys. Well, we got a couple minutes left. I'm going to bring Gabe in real quick to talk about some little update on that PPI number that came out this morning. Gabe, whenever you're ready, jump on in here.
The 0.2% jump from October was fueled largely by rising energy prices. November's numbers came late due to delays from the government shutdown last year. The report also includes some data from October, which shows the producer price index rose 0.1% during that month. The PPI tracks the prices producers receive for the goods on the wholesale market. It is frequently seen as a predictor of what consumers may see in the months ahead.
Thank you, Gabe.
Okay, that was a quick one. That was a quick one.
445 last trade in the NQ.
We're hanging out down here too. This is good.
Yeah.
These buyers are not popping price like they were last time. Kind of have a nice sustained price action between these 430s and like 450s. This might be the one. Might be the one. I'm a Packers fan. What are you talking about? Someone time out Ricky Lawyer real quick. Someone time him out.
Ricky Lawyer.
Send him to the gulag.
Yep.
Man.
I'm a Packers fan, bro.
Where did that come from?
I was at the Bears game, my guy. It's the greatest sporting event I've ever seen in my entire life. It's not even close. Greatest sporting event I've ever seen in my entire life.
Really? Not even close.
Oh yeah.
You never saw Jordan
Not
play,
even
huh?
close. I was too young. You know what I mean? Too young.
That's
I
unfortunate.
mean, I saw the 2006 NFC North Championship game against the Saints where it started snowing right when we won. This was still
Mhm.
better. This was still better. The energy of Soldier Field right now is absolutely electric. It's out of control.
Are you going to go on Sunday?
No. Stepdad sold the tickets, and good on him. He got a pretty penny for him.
I bet.
He got a pretty penny for him.
You trailing
Be
them
real
out, Dobby?
cold, too.
Yeah, we're down to 454s.
Okay.
I don't want this 1 minute range to break to the upside. This thing just
Okay.
needs to fail.
Trailing on the
I like
1
it.
minute.
I like
Yeah,
it.
I mean, we
Like
lock
it
in
too.
$100. $100 right there. Oh, micros are too small.
Pipe down. Pipe down, small fry. Micros will pay
Chat got
you.
me going this morning.
Micros will
Oh,
pay
it's only
you.
one micro. Oh, it's only one micro. It's not enough.
You just watched
Okay.
Antonio pass a trading combine using micros.
Yeah. Trust me, there are plenty.
It can happen for you too, friend.
There are plenty. Listen, 2 micros, you're up $200 right now. That's plenty.
Yes,
That's
sir.
good stuff. That's good eating right there. You don't have to make $10,000 every time you trade.
And you got breathing room to where you can scale out. If you're in 1 mini, then you're just cooked.
You are.
Mhm.
Here's the other thing too. If you trade at smaller size, your decision making ends up being a lot better because you're more fearless. You're not scared taking a trade because your stop is like, 10 points because you don't want to take the risk. But if you hop into a micro,
When you
you're not going to
when
be
you know that
double
10 points
pumping
is
on
gonna
your
get
on
hit.
your. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. So trade what makes you feel comfortable executing your system and your trades. If that's one
Yep.
micro makes you the most comfortable, then trade your one micro. If you're trading like shit, trading 1 E-mini because you're so locked up in your head that you can't even
Facts.
execute your system, then it's garbage. It's absolute
facts.
garbage. You're not going to go anywhere.
Yep. And trust me when I say, if you can't trade small, you definitely can't trade big. All right, guys. That's all the time we got for Power Players. Antonio, thanks for coming in. Congratulations, passing the trading combine. We're gonna clip that, I think, and
Oh, yeah.
post it to social. Dolby Time, I will catch you a little later. We're gonna take a short break. Shoulder tap with Jack and Ben's coming up, and then we got group coaching with Hogue, Robert, and Hoop. So make sure you stay tuned. Again, that group coaching form is pinned to the top of the chat. Fill it out if you've got a question. All right, we're going to take a short break. Shoulder tap coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. And Sony, you're right. Beautiful barcode. Yeah, 5-minute chart last hour. We've just been in a 10-point range here in the ES. Then we saw the payouts and some of the P&Ls. It looks like some people are making some big moves today.
Yeah, big moves today. Big moves the last several trading days. Our live traders, a handful of them, have really been hitting, in some cases, back-to-back home runs. On the whole, for our live traders, more red than green. So more traders red than green today. But the tippy top of the P&Ls are quite high. We've got 10 traders up 5 figures today, which is great. We're pretty regularly hitting that. And Omar there up. I think that may be a typo. Actually, he's up $39,000 at last check. So that's a 3.9 instead of 2.9 at the top. But yeah, several traders up over 20 grand. So another big day for a couple people. Omar in particular, as you mentioned, Jack, took a $127,000 payout from their live account, I believe. And they've made approximately that much money in profits from this account too. So started with a large balance, took a 6-figure payout, 125K, and then has made roughly that much since they started this account, about a month ago. So just sensational trading, gold specifically, trading some pretty serious size in gold, which I know we've been recommending against, and I would still stand by that for, most traders. But Omar is doing the thing that you have to do when you're trading large size and volatile markets like that, which is being incredibly precise about his entry. And so he's, just really sensational trading when you look at the X's and O's, Jack, from Omar. So congrats on another big day. Risk team has been in touch with him about locking in those profits to make sure we keep taking it home. And yeah, love to see what he's doing to start the year.
All right. That's quite something. And the card we have today is quite something too. This is a wild one.
Yes,
we got
it is.
Here.
Yeah, we've got a card up for Quentin, who it's been a little over a month since we last checked in with Quentin. One of our most consistent live traders that we have, is averaging almost $1,000 a day in net P&L, and has now been doing so for 102 trading days. So not a small sample size anymore. The steadiness, and as I was updating this card from the last feature, Jack, the numbers are remarkably steady compared to where he was, a little over a month ago. So that tells me a lot that he's not doing anything. There aren't any big crash and burns. There aren't any, just enormous 1-day or 2-day P&Ls that are setting this off. But he is steadily marching higher. He is leaning into the expanded loss limits that we've allowed for him a little bit. But for a trader that's trying to size up, I think that's going to happen naturally. And you are also seeing larger P&L highs and end of day P&Ls from him associated with those expanded loss limits. So, that's what we want to see when we expand a live trader's risk and they begin using that risk. We want to see them, continuing to, you have to naturally post larger P&Ls if you're going to take larger losses to keep those ratios in check. So the non-P&L statistics, the winning day percentage, winning trades, reward over risk, and number of trades per day, I think is a good bellwether for those as well. All of those have remained pretty steady. So, love the consistency. The payouts are continuing to march higher here. I know that this segment is called Shoulder Tap, but I really don't have much in the way of critiques here. Just wanted to highlight one of our excellent traders and provide an update for the people who follow regularly and are aware of Quentin and his live performance. So love what we've seen here as well, Jack. What do you pull out of the trade reports for particularly the last month or so that Quentin's had?
So yeah, I get sort of like name blind sometimes. So I forgot we talked about Quentin before. I mean, obviously this is a huge, you have 102 days averaging nearly $1,000 a day in profits. That's pretty awesome stuff. And Love has never traded a single product in this besides gold, the big gold contracts, and is not afraid to take some big swings, but not the biggest day is like 16 grand or something like that. So it's not someone who's just put it all in for that. I think I have since the last month. We'll refresh with the The first thing here, we got the histogram of his daily performance, and this is a 100K account. As you can see, kind of, feast or famine, right? They're using that. It looks like as this account has grown, because it got quite large, we expanded the loss limit, but not afraid to swing for it, but is more than made up for it with the winners. It's a pretty nice distribution of the winners, too. I'd be nervous if there was a giant gap there where it's like they're either, and we see this a lot, at least Quentin is taking, the 2 grand winning days, 3 grand winning days. Sometimes we see these things where it's all DLL and then it's like 2 days that are up a significant amount. So I do like that. He has a risk. He's going to use it. Really impressive. If we look, this is the equity curve for this without counting in withdrawals. And yeah, it's very impressive. I think that they had like maybe a 15K starting balance or something like that, and Quentin has ran this up. But this is out without withdrawals. So one thing that I have looked into, this isn't about like, I want to say before this, like, this is awesome. Everything's good, Quentin. You've done it. I want to show it's like 99% awesome trading, but there's one thing that I might be helpful. And it brings me to something I want to talk about. So I've been going back and putting in the payouts. And if the payouts are correct, I want to show something on the next image we have here. Because this was interesting, Ben, and I have not talked about this yet with Quentin. So Quentin has also been paying himself along the way. He's taken, I believe, like $50,000 in payouts. Something I struggle with sometimes in doing these shoulder taps is let's take Quentin out of this. Great job, Quentin, but just something I want to talk about. We show the good, the bad, the ugly with cards, but one thing I always think about with showing these, we have a lot of traders here, and I think about the idea of survivor bias, right? If let's say we just started our own trading firm tomorrow, Ben, we're not going to MP, and we had 1,000 traders just going wild. After a month, we could show whoever did the best, and it wouldn't really give an idea of overall performance or like what should normally happen. You have outliers. So really the 1 week that I have a little bit of this almost ended was early in the count. If I did this math right, I think there was a payout in August of 2025 for like $5,500. And following that, as we showed there, he only takes the DLL. We got really low. How low? If I did the math right here, at one point, he went into a day with $1,989 in the account. Okay. On that day, he made 6,000 and everything's been gravy from there. But it made me think about survivor bias in that if you manage your account a certain way, you're more subject to like the luck of it. I have no doubt that because he made $6,000 that he was willing to lose that account that day. And it happened to work out. If it didn't, then we're not talking about Quentin because the account would be lost and we would have missed all this lovely stuff that happened afterwards. So the one piece of advice I would give is after that payout, there was definitely too much percent-wise of the account being risked. And hey, it worked out. We say this all the time. I mean, I would just say to Quentin, like, you've been doing awesome, but sometimes doing awesome can put you in a place that can lead you to make suboptimal decisions in the future. Hogue told that story about the people he was working with that made all the money on their first futures trade and then lost it all and more on the second. Overall, this is great, but once again, just to everyone, be careful of the percent of your account you are risking if you're looking to keep it once you get low. Anything can happen. We say it all the time, but Quentin was riding the lightning there, and I'm super glad that it worked out. And since then, it's just been a rocket ship up and to the right. I want everybody to have the opportunity to survive to see that rocket ship. So that's all I will say about that.
Yeah, that's an important point, Jack, and I'm sure we'll talk about it more this week. But there's an important distinction between account management and trade management. I think that those two things get conflated, or one gets considered without the other. And so you have to, you've got to survive to be around for these great opportunities. You get to a funded account, you want to keep it funded so that you don't lose that account, and then you have some great trade opportunity that you're available for, but you're in a trading combine as an example. So that's sticking around and staying funded, staying solvent so that you can participate in the really prime opportunities is super important. And Quentin did that and kept the account balance and has been dancing his way to the bank recently. He's been performing quite well the last few days.
Awesome job when he has the account to support it. The last thing I'll say is it seems weird talking about, I showed that equity curve without the withdrawals. It's just up and to the right. He's made $100,000 like profit in that account pretty much. And it seems weird for me to be like, well, yeah, you almost lost it. I mean, it's a weird lesson to give. But what I'm saying is I'm confident that in 95% of the cases, maybe more, if you're risking that much near to low, we don't know about the traders that have done that and lost. It didn't happen in our reality. So we don't know who would have had a huge account if they had only not blown out, right? But I bet it's 95, 98% likely that that'll happen. So just something to think about. Well, Ben, good to have you back on the stream here.
Yeah, glad to be back. We'll do it a few more times this week. So I'll see you again tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, looking forward to it. Meanwhile, stick around. We got group coaching up next. We got the Riz, Robert Cooney, Coach Robert, that is, in the house. Hogue and Hoop will be there as well. Get your questions fired up, and we will be right back after this.
Welcome, friends and traders. It is time for group coaching just afternoon here. Hope you got some lunch, something. Hope you've got your questions in. We have some really good questions. We got quite a few of them. We will get to as many as we can, but as always, it's always good to have Coach Robert and Coach Hoop on group coaching. Coach Robert, it has been, I don't know how long since I've seen you. How you been, pal?
Hogue, I'm doing wonderful. Hoop, good to see you again. I've seen him before, but Hogue, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I'm doing good. You know, keeping busy in the background and jumping into the show every now and then. While we have this on the screen, I'm going to give a nod to Dobie right here because I caught this last session he was on. He has Topstep TV hat on. I'm not going to wear it the whole time. So I'm going to do that. People think we're the same anyway. And the next thing I'll put on is my own little hat here. See if I can do this. I'll keep the TV hat off. Then we'll put this one on right here just for him. And if y'all know what that means.
Just remember,
right?
Dolby's
there we go. Just a nod to them. Oh, good to see you. Good to see everybody here. That's my introduction. I do have one more shout out if I may really quick. It's my mom's birthday today. Getting up there. I will not say her age, but she's got to watch the show today. So I sent her the link. She's clicking on it. My dad's helping out. And so, hello, Mom. Happy birthday. Hope you enjoyed that new car you got. And on with the show. Thank you, guys.
Wow, a new car, huh? Well, happy birthday, Mom. Very nice.
Way to go.
Very nice. And Robert, you've always been a man of many hats.
Another dad joke by Hogue.
That last one I don't really like, but that's just me.
That's okay. To be expected. How are you guys doing? How's the market? Silver's gone crazy, eh?
Yeah, it sure has. Sure has. It finally woke up after gold has been screaming higher for basically the entire last year. Finally, we're seeing silver following suit. Hoop, how are you? Any trades today?
Yeah, I'm, the directional market. Don't fight a directional market. Well, when you look at this one today, that's natural gas. That's 12 straight 30-minute down bars. You don't see that one a lot. So, once again, heard my inner Hogue, don't fight a directional market. So waited for maybe a little bit of confirmation down here. We got one green candle, but we're having a hell of a hard time holding it. So I'm long 3 micro natural gas from here, and I'm long 1 MES from the bottom of the range, and might peel it off here because it looks like for about the last hour and 15 minutes, we've been stuck between 69.35 and 69.23, and it doesn't look like it's going to vary right now. So that's about what I got on right now.
Well, looks like you had a good day, and I guess if you are going to fight a directional market, wait till you find some basing, which it looks like you've kind of found here.
Yeah, and I can manage the risk, right, Hogue? That's the old reversion to the mean. I mean, when we started in prop, it wasn't a day trade. You could hold it. So it's different now. So I think, it's the same thing we were talking about in the green room before, spread trading. Everybody wants to know how you reduce risk in the metals. Well, if you're long gold and you're short silver, you do get a break there. Even though they're in different markets. I used to do it in the meats a lot. I used to be, if you're long the front, short the back, right? Roll over. So there's ways to reduce risk. It's just different in prop. But the other thing that's moving these markets sometimes is this rotation from, that everybody's been talking about, silver gold ratios. So it's something I never really, I've watched one market, but now I get it. They say when it gets too wide, silver will rally. So once again, it's just one of those things I'm watching. So
awesome. All right, we have a lot of questions.
Nice.
And since we got the Riz here, the first one is a great one for you, Robert, and it's, I think, of course, very simple for you, but Acoustic Immersion, one of our friends in the chat who's here early every day, and always good to have around, is asking, is there a way to drag and drop targets and stops while opening new positions on TopStep X.
Dragging targets and stops while opening new positions. Yeah, you can do that. It's there's a little more context behind there, meaning do you want to place a trade and adjust that, and then another trade and adjust that, and another trade and adjust that? Or is it something you want to like place one and then put each other stop on? So my screen is up there. Great. Thank you very much. When we go to the settings, I can do this kind of quick, but we go to the settings. We want to make sure that we are using the auto OCO brackets versus our position brackets. That's a single one. Then we can go, we can add a bracket set. You can see I have some up here already. And I have mine labeled for dollar. I have the dollar sign in front. If it's $50 take profit, $50 stop loss. But if it's ticks, then I just put, let's see, go down a little further. It says 40 SL. That means ticks, 150 TP. Now, what I would suggest is placing 3 different ones where you have the stop loss the same and 3 different targets. So when I go to make a trade, I can choose one of them, which is, I'll start with the lowest one. We have a 40 tick stop, 80 tick profit. And then I would choose the 40 tick stop, 100 tick profit, and then the 40 tick stop, 150 tick profit. And what does that mean? It means when I put them on the chart, we can have our brackets up here, and I will choose the 40 stop loss and 80 take profit. And let me go with something that people know here. Let me pull up NQ.
You should use your practice account.
I'm not going to put it on with it. So we're going to put this on as a buy stop. So I have my OCO. If I go up the top here, I'm going to right click. Let's go way up the top. I'm going to do a buy stop. And we can see that I have one long with a target and a stop. And we can, now I have 40 stop loss, 100 take profit. And I can do the same thing. Stop buy, and there it is. Now there's 2 different orders, okay? And then if I have a third one, place a third one, 150, and go above that. Now, I'm just doing them above each other so you can see it on the chart. But what you would actually do is just, you can put them in the panel on the right-hand side by choosing your stop market order. You put the exact price in by doing it the exact same way. So if we flatten all, just to show you the second thing, we have a flatten all over here. I have a stop market on, as you can see, MNQ. And I'm going to choose here's 2255. We'll make it 600 just so it's easy. 255, 600. And I have my 40 stop loss and 80 profit. And there is where I would place my order. And there it is. Now, if I do the same thing, there's an 80, and I'll put the 100 on, buy again. I'll put the 150 on and buy again. Now you can see I have 3 at the exact same price because they're stop orders of the market. My stop loss is the same for all of them because I have 3, but I have 3 different targets. And then obviously you can take and you can adjust these as you go.
Drag and drop them. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. If you drag the stop loss, it will move all 3 because they're the same price. Here's my targets. I'll adjust these. But if I grab the actual position, if I move, check this out, they will all follow and maintain what I have those preset for. I'll go a little bit closer, a little bit further, a little bit further like that. Drag these down, and you can see how they all maintain. So that's it. That's the way you can do a single price to make an entry with same targets or different targets. You just simply set up the OCO brackets and put them the way you want. Now, it gets a little tricky if you have 3. If you just go, hey, I'm going to do quantity 3 and place it. Well, that's all the same order. That's one position with 3 lot size. So you're not going to be able to separate them out. And that's why I did it the way I did it. Just put 3 in there. I said, buy one, buy one, buy one. All the same price, all the same stop. And now I have different targets that I can move the way I want. Hopefully that answers the question. Great question, by the way. And hopefully that answers it. Go back and watch the show. Yep.
Yes. Great question and great example. Thank you very much.
I covered that MES at the top of the range up there.
Okay.
I'm just, once again, range trading is not my favorite, but I'm just playing what's in front of me here, and now here we're pulling back into the mishmash.
Yeah, there was a good out right at that IB low. I'm assuming approximately between 69 70 69.37 to 78 in there somewhere is probably where you get out.
Yeah. Yeah, right around, I think it was 36 and a quarter. Yeah.
Awesome. And I think, I'm pretty sure I haven't seen anywhere in chat that our Coach Vince is still short the NASDAQ all the way up at 25,673. If he's still holding on to that, he's still looking pretty good on that short.
Vinny and D can hold trades as long as anybody in Top Step. I'll just tell you that right now.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can. Well, you know, Vinny and D and me go way back. We go way back.
Yep.
So the next question is basically on market limits and halts. Yes, Roy, we do have market halt limits in TopStep X. In the equities, anytime there is a 5% move to the downside, we expect the traders to flatten up their positions, particularly live and XFAs, because there is a 7% limit where the equities can lock limit down. Where if you're stuck in a position long, you can't get out. You can't get out. So that's why we have those limits short of where the actual CME limits are, is because we're trying to protect you and ourselves to getting into a position that we can't get out of. Now, when we used to, hit the limit in the pit, we've hit that limit a few times in electronic trading, and typically what happens is if it locks limit for a period of time, they're going to close the market, and then they're going to reopen the market with expanded limits. We've seen before where that 7% limit locks limit down, and then it opens at the 12% downside limit, and it still won't let you out. So that is something that we do to protect you from, getting stuck in a position that you can't get out of, and as well as TopStep. Now, how often does that happen? When's the last time we saw a 5% move? I think in the last 5 years we've seen twice.
In the equities, maybe twice, 3 times. The carry trade is the one that rings a bell to me in the summer. That was the one that was really vicious. But, it's usually an October thing, to be honest with you, Hogue. September, October is when you typically see it.
Right.
But the more thing is, Hogue, from where he came from, is being stuck and limit and you can't get out. I mean, as an ag trader, there's no worse feeling of, being stuck in the hole, and there's no bid or off. I mean, there's no site that you can get out of. So you can always get out in the options, but yeah, it's a huge risk protector for a trader.
Yes,
for sure. And they're there for a reason. I'm just telling you.
Yeah,
they're there for a reason.
There have been times in the soybeans where they'll go limit up or limit down for 5 days straight. And if you are stuck, you are stuck for that entire ride. There's nothing you can do about it. So those limits are there to protect you and to protect us and to protect everybody in trading, basically. That's why those limits are there.
It happened a lot in the COVID days, right? Back in March of 2020, where, but we're talking equities, NQES, which are drop down, stay there, 15-minute circuit breaker, down again within a minute, 2 after it open, right? And I mean, those are hard days, but same rules.
Well, the other thing that happens too, Hogue, like when crude went negative, the reason crude went negative is because the front month doesn't have limits. So, that's changed now. But then, that was the first time anybody saw something go negative. So, limits are there to protect people, period. Trust me.
420, right? 420, 2020. Crude went negative. Yeah.
That was crazy.
Kind of funny.
Yeah, it was, that was, something that none of us have ever seen before. I've never seen any futures product or product at all actually go negative. So when they tell you it can't go to zero, don't believe them. It can. That was a very unique situation, just to kind of give a little bit of context. There was, there was a lot of crude oil for delivery and
Yeah.
nowhere to store it. So it became very, very expensive for you to be holding crude oil because, again, there was nowhere to store it. So, I mean, it was something to see. There were a lot of trading platforms that weren't prepared for that. They didn't go below zero. And a lot of customers got stuck in it. I think it was Interactive Brokers that had to pay out millions of dollars to cover those losses for those traders because they weren't able to get out because the platform did not recognize that it's something you could go below zero. So, I mean, it's never happened before. Why, you can't go below zero, right? Well, it did. And
that was ACH like no other ACH, right, Hope?
Yeah, I get flashback because I saw that. I was trading at that time. I wasn't trading Crude, but it was around that time, and I had flashbacks of Y2K. You're talking back in 2000 because I was doing IT at the time, an IT company, and some of my clients were like tech departments of hospitals, a research center in the hospital that was close by, and police departments, cities and towns, small cities and towns around me. And Y2K, we didn't know what the heck was going to happen, So for those here, any technical knowledge, remember that, it was a big scare, a big kind of worked out to everybody's favor. It was all set and nothing really happened. The Earth still rotated, and here we are again.
Yes. Yeah. Eventually, everything comes back to where it should be, apparently, right?
Yeah.
Right.
All right. We got a question here from Krishna, and this is something that every trader experiences, and it's something to kind of, it's worth continuing to kind of go over, especially for new people and especially for our friend Krishna who asked the question. Now, Krishna has been trading for about 5 years now, still struggling with over leveraging and over trading. Every time he loses, who hasn't done this, he increases size by 2 to 3 times to try and get the money back in the very next trade. Every time he is a winner, he tries to increase the leverage, seeing the profits as free money, and loses the extra buffer, and then tries to go back to get that money back by increasing leverage. Just seems to be continuing to repeat that cycle. He just wants to trade to recover losses, never really profits big, usually ends up ending around break even. He's wondering what he should do. Now, we all have that idea of, okay, we just took a loss. Now, if I double down and it goes my way, maybe I can get the money back and I can actually make money on it. But it's counterintuitive to what seems to happen. When you do that, you're kind of, let's say you do that and you do earn that money back and you do make money on that trade, but you did it in a way that is not a good habit to create. It's bad behavior. Whenever you're doing that and you succeed at it, you're kind of instilling bad behavior in yourself, Krishna. And after 5 years of doing that, this is going to be a hard habit to break. And when you're up money, one of I think the most dangerous things to be thinking about is, hey, I'm up $5,000 today. I'm playing with the house's money. Wrong. It's your money. It's your money. You earned it. You have to protect it. You can't leverage just because you're up $5,000 on the day. You've got to stay in your process and in your strategy, no matter how much you're up. I mean, yeah, you can increase size over time, but I'm talking about increasing size over months, weeks, months, and years, not on the day. So when you're treating the money that's in your account that you've earned trading as house money, it makes it much easier to lose. Hoop, there's a lot to unpack here, a lot of similarities between all of us that experience this. What are your thoughts on this? And what would you tell Krishna?
I mean, if it doesn't, and as a scalper, I have to be careful of taking a trade and it not being like my best setup or even, a B setup because, I'm up $1,000 on the day. If I take a paper cut here, and this is how the snowball starts, right, Hug? So,
Yes.
you've got $1,000 of cush. You're good. You're long one. The market starts to pull back. Well, I'll just add in here, and next thing you know, you're only up $500 because you've added, did the moron trade, right? You can call it DCA. It's a borderline, and then all of a sudden you lose $500 because you're really like, hey, I'm in bad trade location. I'm getting out. And you do it again. Now you're only up 250. Well, now the panic button goes, right? So the risk settings, you've seen Mandy use it. You've seen traders hundreds of times here on TopStep use it. It's the best tool you can have. It's the only way, I believe, at times. If you have great self-discipline, great, but to protect yourself against the markets. And, that's the way you have to use that tool, in my opinion. It's just, over the years, Hogus, is just between us being VIP coaches and seeing guys on the floor, just how south, when it goes south, how, once again, on the floor, it was very visual. So, yeah, use the risk settings. That's my biggest one.
Yeah, and to be just a little reference here, the moron trade that Hoop is talking about is you put a trade on and it goes against you, and instead of admitting you're wrong, you put more on, and it goes against you again, and instead of getting out of and taking the loss, you put more on, and before you know it, you're at a point where you just have to get out of the trade because you can't take the pain anymore. Robert, it's such a deep question, so many different ways to look at it and think about it. What do you think, Robert?
Well, first of all, we have all been there. You're 100% right with that. So is Hoop. We've all been there. And thanks for clarifying the moron trade. It doesn't mean M-O-R-O-N. It's M-O-R-E-O-N, right? More on. Two words, but just it has the audible to there. So we ought to be, we've cleared out rubbing anybody wrong in chat or anywhere else, So that's why we call it. It's just kind of funny. The first question I would ask Hogue, and for this trade, I apologize if I forget the name, is that what you did on your trading plan? Take out your trading plan, look at it. Is that line on your trading plan somewhere? If it's not, why are you doing it? And if it is, cross it off right now. You just don't want to do that. Mathematically wise, if you just lost the trade, you now have less of a balance in your account, and that will, by definition, reduce the size you're into your trades. It may not be by a lot, maybe only a little bit, but it could be the difference between going from 1 mini to 9 micros. It's still going to cut you back a little bit. And 100% Hook, don't make those bad habits. It's spot on. As far as adding to winning trades, that's a really tough one. Also, I would ask, is that in your trade plan as well? I'm not saying if there's a runner, I personally don't use them, but everybody trades different. But if you want to put a couple contracts on and you hit your profit target, let's say you're long 3, for example, take 2 off and you leave 1. Sure, I'm totally fine with that. A lot of traders will trade like that because you never know. You're hate to use the word free trade, but you've taken your profit, right? And if you want to leave it on there, what's the worst that's going to happen? It's going to right back, and it would have been taken off right where you took those off anyway. Totally fine. But if it does go in your direction, that's fine. However, I would say, are you guessing at it, or is that part of your plan? So step 1 is follow your plan. Don't add to those losers, and you don't want to fight it back. That is more of the gambling mindset, which is, hey, I'm just going to go again. Now we know martingale is you're doubling every time, right? $5, $10, $20, $40, $80, right? Where it's versus $10, then you go to 20, then 30, then 40. So there's incremental adding, and then there's doubling adding. I don't think either one is the right way to do it. Place your trade. It works or it doesn't. Take the win, take the loss. If you have too many losses, adjust your trading plan. Maybe you have a really good trading plan and it just didn't quite fit you that day. Totally fine. But you know what? That's welcome to trading. It's not easy. It's not easy. Just don't make it any harder than it has to be already.
Yes. Thank you, Robert. And the last thing I want to say, Krishna, is there's a hierarchy of decision making. the best decision that you can make is a trade that is part of your plan and strategy and is a winner. A trade that is part of your plan and is a loser is still part of your plan. It is still a positive trade because you followed your plan. Even if the trade didn't work, you still followed your plan. The detrimental trades are the trade that you take outside of your plan that is a loss. You have to pay for stepping outside of your plan. The most detrimental trade that you can take is a trade that is outside of your plan, maybe just to try and earn money back, maybe because of FOMO, maybe because of whatever. But that trade that you take outside your plan that is a winner is going to instill bad behavior. And what you're doing when you are adding to those, when you are increasing your leverage just to get money back, is bad behavior. So all of those are the number 4, the most detrimental trade if they are winners. Don't do that to yourself. It's very easy to create bad habits. It seems to be very difficult to create good habits. Always seems that way in trading and in life. Question for Robert, not you, Robert. Robert L. Is lunchtime in New York or Chicago something that we should take note of? Does it have an effect on the market? If so, what time period during the day should we be attentive to this? Thanks much. Hoop, I know that you kind of believe that time is a strategy, is a tool. Tell us about it.
I was talking about it yesterday in Discord. If you're a metals trader right now, you better be aware of not just Globex Open, when Shanghai opens, when Europe trades. I mean, and once again, trust me, I'm not staying up 24 hours watching them all. But if we talk about traders and things that happen in the market, we talked about it for years with, seeing reversal patterns like at energies, how they would sometimes typically for a while reverse the last 45 minutes, what they were doing the whole day. So there's a lot of ways, but yes, time is a level 100%. Putting it down and journaling it and talking about in your trading strategy where that comes into play. Euro close, right? We saw it today. A lot of shorts covering into Euro close. Those are all, important things to just make sure you're aware of, just like any number that comes out, whether it's CPI, PPI, non-farm, or, no news from the Supreme Court. Time is definitely important to the world and being prepared that we have managed the risk accordingly into those. And we used to talk about it, right? Robert, I'm sure you probably did back testing. Let's just bracket the number, right? People used to do this. They used to say, well, I'm going to put my stop here and I'm going to put my thing here and we're going to fall in between this. But it's just, the probabilities, like you said, 50-50. I don't like 50-50. So, but yeah, time is a level in so many ways in this industry. 100%.
Thanks, Hoop. Robert, I know the charts that you look at don't really encompass time in your strategies, but do you feel as though time of day is important to your strategies?
I do. Great question. And thanks for remembering that, Hook. I don't use time as far as time charts, 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. It's just the way I look at it. I want to see what the market is doing based on, buys and sells, what is happening, where the ticks, how much is coming in, not necessarily volume, but trading. That's where the tick is counted. So the chart itself is not a time chart. But as you alluded to, I believe time is a factor, as in time of day or even time of week if the CPI on a certain day, and then also time of month where we have options expiring and triple witching and everything else. So yes, I do agree with that. Since I'm a short-term intraday trader, there's just a couple things I just generally stay away from. One of them is a little bit at the beginning of the Asia Open. Let the market settle in a little bit. You're talking about an hour or so for the Asia Open, which is 5 p.m. Central Time. Same thing with the London Open, which is 2 a.m. Central Time. And then for the love of everything that's holy, stay out of the first 15 minutes of the U.S. Open. This is just me talking. So that's how time plays it to me, right? That's just me. Everybody's different. And then, of course, the mock order. When the mock order, it just doesn't. My philosophy is this, Hogue. Speaking of time of day, we have 22 and a half hours or so to trade per day. Why would I want to choose that trade for me anyway, at the worst possible times, meaning they don't fit what I do? And so I just look at it in that realm. Yep, here it is. This time, that time, this time. Don't trade there. Just sit back, wait, see what happens. Missing the quote big move means nothing to me. It didn't fit my strat. That's just how it works. I'm really glad I didn't do anything today. I was a little under the weather this morning, so got a little bit late start, and I am so glad because it's a choppy mess. And my strategy would have gotten. I'm looking at ES I have on my chart right now. Would have been pretty much tore apart today. So would not have been a good day for me. So I got lucky on this one, right? You got to have a little bit of luck in there sometimes too.
Sure. Well, Robert, a lot of folks depend on volume. Okay. Sometimes volume can be, part of a tick chart. How quick are the bars on a tick chart forming? But if you're somebody that's looking at volume, you're always going to have, bigger volume on the New York Open, lower volume during lunch, bigger volume near the New York close, as just an example. Right. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the volume during lunch isn't important, because there's always going to be lower volume typically, unless something goofy happens and there's some big spike or something. But it doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad volume. So it's very subjective. I actually know somebody that put together a moving average of volume at specific times for a number of days. So the average volume for the noon to 12:30 bars in the S&Ps, the average volume is this, and he can tell if the volume is above average at that time or below average at that time. I've asked him, for information or the opportunity to take a look at this. I haven't got the opportunity yet, but just because it's lunch doesn't necessarily, and the volume is lower, doesn't mean that ignoring the volume at that time is advisable. So, there's times when the volume's coming in, it's the first couple of hours of the day. There's times when there's going to be lower volume, and it's going to be the lunchtime. Everybody in New York is out having a 2-martini lunch or whatever the case may be. And then you've got your higher volume later on in the session. If you count on higher volume for your opportunities, then that tells you maybe an area to kind of stay away from the markets. And yes, time of day is an indicator. There are things that happen throughout the day. Dee was talking about the gold at 10:30. What is it again? The hoop? I forget. The gold fix.
Yes.
So, that's something, if you're trading gold, you may want to be aware of. And there are day time frame tendencies of some of these markets, like Hoop was talking about. Man, time flies when we're having fun, guys. We have got to get ready and get off to the news segment. It just never seems like we have enough time. But Robert, great to see you as always. Great to see you, Hoop, as always. Hopefully we were able to get to some of your questions. Of course, we keep them in the back here. And as we get time, we will, be getting to more of your questions. If you missed it, stick around, keep coming to Topstep TV. And we're trading with Topstep next year. We got Dr. V is going to be with us with JD and Gabe. It's going to be a fun one. Always love to see Dr. V on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time to trade with Topstep. I'm JD. You guys all know Gabe. You know him by face. You know him by his name. You know him by his voice. And in the middle, one of our favorite mindset coaches is back. Happy New Year, Dr. V. How are you doing today?
I'm fantastic. Hi, Topstep. Happy New Year, everyone. Glad you're here.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Great to have you here, Dr. V. We're going to catch up with what you've been doing in just a second. Gabe, I understand you have a trade on right now. You're short a couple of NASDAQ from 25,518. Looking for this thing to roll over. What got you into this trade before we start getting into it?
Yeah, indeed. So looking at this range that we've been barcoding in since about, 10:50 this morning, looking to see if we've been really struggling around these 500s. And there's a little bit of a supply level that I had from 510 to 527. So positioned myself right in the middle of that zone, risk above the 530s, and looking to see if we can roll right back over into the lower end of this range and maybe make new lows.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for the context, Gabe. Gabe's short a couple of NASDAQ. Now, Dr. V, on the other hand, you're up almost $2,000 today. You locked out your account. What were you trading today? What was going on in the markets for you?
So today I was trading NQ. The sentiment was pretty clear this morning, so I really love when this happens. So now I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you can see my screen.
We have Dr. V's screen. Hang on a second. Well, we have the NASDAQ up. You could just walk us through it. Looking at Gabe's charts for a minute.
So based on my higher time frame chart,
there it is. We've got it.
So based on my higher time frame chart, I had a pretty beautiful and crystal clear bearish sentiment for the day. So I was looking for a short setup in NASDAQ. So I had a beautiful trade, nothing crazy, but very nice. So you can see my 4-hour chart on NQ right now. As you can see, we had a 3 touch point trend line that we lost this morning. So because we lost the momentum to the upside and also we stayed contained within the downward pressure, I was leaning with the bears. So if we go on the 1-minute chart now, I have a beautiful indicator with Camarilla pivots that are levels based on a 2 days calculation. It's a beautiful indicator, and I had a beautiful call to short this level right here. So I just shorted my level to the next level, and that was my trade, and that was perfect. So aligning with the higher time frame sentiment, and then looking and waiting for the perfect setup on the 1-minute chart to align with the bears. And then I had the beautiful double top right here on my level, took my short entry, stop was above here, and then I went to my level. Easy.
You make it look so easy, that's for sure. Dr. V definitely knows what is going on in these markets. Closed out the year with a nice $25,000 payout. Took another payout earlier this month, and then we were just talking in the green room. What day is it today, Dr. V?
It's payout day.
It's payout day. Dr. V has locked out the XFA of $1,900 and is requesting a payout. That's how you do it. Great start to the year. Great end of the year and great start to the new year. Well done.
Yes, thank you.
For sure. Always just trading the NASDAQ too. Have you looked at any alternate markets? NASDAQ is the bread and butter though, it seems, huh?
Well, it depends on the day, but today, I mean, the sentiment was clear and the setup was so beautiful because it lost my level pre-market. So I got a bit of a FOMO saying, oh, maybe I missed the level. Maybe it's going to sold off from here and I missed it. But then NASDAQ was so nice and it just came back to the level, just pulled back for me, made a beautiful double top and say, hey, V, you want to get in? And I said, sure, hell yeah, NASDAQ, let's get in. So shorted the crap out of it, and I'm so happy. But, you know, that was a much bigger move that I didn't expect. That's okay. So I made good money. I'm happy. One and done. I mean, what else do you want?
$2,000's a great day. I don't care who you are, right? Let's check in on these markets real quick. A little update on the tilt. I've got 64% long in the ES, 62% long in the NQ, 68% long in crude, and 67% short in gold. Gold, the outlier. A little bit short in gold. Gabe, how you feeling about your trade so far? Still confident on it?
I'm feeling, JD. We're definitely not rolling over as quickly as I would have liked to see. But you know, we could come back, retest this level a couple more times. I'd really like to see us stay under 505. My stop might be a little tight, but we'll see if this will end up rolling over here. I do like the fact that the tilt's a little heavy in the long side right now for me. I think that's a favorable thing for my shorts, kind of fading the tilt right now.
Very good, very good. Leslie Paul Farkas making a ruckus in the chat saying we're missing something. What are we missing? There's a ship sailing and we're talking about a dinghy, says Leslie. I don't get what you're talking about. We got last trade in the ES, 69.40 half. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 25.501. Last trade in the Dow, 49.215. Last trade in the Russell, 26.5310. Gold, 46.4370. And crude oil, 61.96. Switch over to silver. Maybe that's the market you're thinking of. Yes, nice V-shape recovery in silver. Silver is making a rip for new highs right now. 92.610 in silver. Maybe that's what our friend in the chat's talking about. Nice rip in silver. So, Dr. V, you haven't jumped on the bandwagon. You haven't jumped on the silver bandwagon yet, huh? Any interest? Have you looked at it at all?
I got a very bad slippage once. So I'm, yeah, maybe for swing trading, but day trading silver, I got a bit, scared since the last bad slippage.
Yeah. It's been a tricky trade, even trading very small. It's been you could wipe out an account very easily if you're on the wrong side of that market, the way it's been moving. But here we are, 92.635 last trade in silver. Keep going at it. I'm going to switch to a 30-minute chart, and we are at nice new highs. That's a very clean 30-minute chart in silver right there. Looking at that, you'd think it would be so easy. Not the case, though.
I mean,
the gold-silver ratio is collapsing. Say again, Dr. V?
I was saying, like, silver, you just wait to pull back and you go long. I mean, there's nothing else to do with that. It's just so bullish.
I know,
all
right?
These investors from the 1980s, like, finally making money on that silver trade. Like 40 years of bag holding, finally paying off.
A 50-year hold on a bag of coins. Yeah, here we go. It's time to cash in. Where's the top in gold? Is there a top in gold? I don't know. What is the gold-silver ratio at right now? We can figure that out with some simple math. We have 46.4390 last trade. I'm going to figure this out real quick.
While you're doing that, JD, Dr. V, I got a question for you. So you've been trading for about 3 years. Futures about a year and a half, maybe 2 years now. You know, we haven't had you on in a little bit. What is one of your goals this year for 2026, leading into your 4th year of trading?
Even less trades, I think.
Less trades? Okay. So quality over quantity?
Yeah, exactly. And more self-regulation, less fighter mode also. So for me, 2026, and also we were discussing that topic with my community this morning, it's the year of self-regulation. It's the most important trading skill psychologically that you will have to develop, right? So the way you regulate your nervous system during uncertainty and also when you lose. Brag about your losing trades because these will tell you if you will make it or not. We're all good at making money. Oh, wow, I made $1,900. Yeah, but how much do you lose, right, when you lose? So keep your losing days small, right? And also be proud of your losing days. You were able to stop. You were able to say, this is a crappy day, I'm out. So it's really the year where we try to have these brain connection between the emotional brain and the frontal cortices, the prefrontal ones, the executive one that keep us in the right direction. Because the emotional brain is always the first one of the line, okay, on the line. It reacts very fast. It's very automatic. It wants to protect us. But in trading, everything is threatening. And the only certainty is uncertainty. So we need every day to fight with our own biology. And the way we do this is keeping these regions talking to the limbic system. Okay, and one way to do it is to talk to yourself, self-instruct yourself, because we will have these automatic thoughts like, oh, just one more trade, right? How many times I had that automatic sentence in my head, just one more trade. But really, is it part of the plan or not? So feeling the urgency to do something is totally fine. It's not because you feel it that you have to act on it, though. And this is where you need to talk yourself through your trading. Record your screen and your voice at the same time. What are you thinking before you act? Right? So that was a short answer, was it?
It's good. No, it's a great answer.
That was perfect. Perfect. Yep. Everything should be a teaching moment in trading, right? Every win, every loss. You should learn a little something from it, right?
Yeah.
I'm of that opinion. Markets have gone just a little. Pardon? Say again, Dr. V?
No, I said we have to learn, because if we don't learn, we're lost. You know, it's going to be just more painful and longer. So.
Mm-hmm. It's the truth. It's the truth. Leslie Paul Farkas in the chat says I should ask my dad about black swan events. I'm familiar. I'll never forget the spotted owl crisis that hit the lumber market back in the mid 90s. My father was a lumber trader broker. And the decline of the spotted owl in the Pacific Northwest shut down logging for a long time, and lumber prices went through the roof. Talk about an outlier, right? That was quite the black swan event. I remember vividly. Shout out if you remember the spotted owl crisis, the Great Northern Spotted Owl crisis. Don't mention that to a lumber trader.
I was not familiar with that, JD.
Yeah.
It was a real thing. It was a real thing. All right, last print in the NASDAQ 25,511. What's your risk on this trade, Gabe? You got a...
Yeah, I'm risking 38s. 538 quarters where my stop is currently. I gave it a couple more points of room here just in case we maybe want to peak above 525 level. No, we did have 160 contracts that were previously sitting at 525, and they were all traded out around the top of the hour when we came in. So I'm looking to see if that seller wants to show back up and hold this line. If we do break above and see some strength, I probably could see a nice return back up to 580, 590, maybe 600. I'm into that next level of supply that I'm looking at above the previous high from 1030. So it's either going to hold here or we're about to see another 60 to 80 point move higher.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you for the context, Gabe. Silver still cooking. Yes, Hoop, I see in the chat, just putting in a new high at $93. 93.020. Still going. Look at all those green candles in a row in silver. Let's take a look at a 15-minute chart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 consecutive green bars on a 15-minute chart in silver. Nothing's stopping this thing right now. I know we've got a lot of traders looking at silver, so we'll keep coming back to it throughout the session. Quick check-in on the tilt. Not much change. 69% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NQ, 68% long in crude, and 67% short in gold.
JD, you see that comment from Unconditional Love in chat? Silver at fair value would be around 300, with gold at 46.50, about 15 to 1. Historically, it's been accepted about a 50 to 80 to 1 ratio. We're at about 50 right now.
We are. I just calculated the ratio. It's about 49.7, right around there. Gold to silver ratio. And what we mean is the price of an ounce of silver. How many ounces of silver equal the price of 1 ounce of gold? That's your gold silver ratio. And you, in that 50 to 80 range is, call it contango, right? Or not contango, but call that a normal market. When you get above 80 or below 50, that's when spreaders start jumping in to sort of condense that spread a little bit. But what do you buy and what do you sell? Right now, if you were going to trade the gold silver ratio, would you be buying silver, selling gold? Or selling silver? Or selling, yeah. Buy gold, sell silver, or sell silver, buy gold? What would it be? This is not financial advice at all.
Shout out to Dolby in chat.
Sell everything but the Russell, says Dolby. Let's check in on the Russell. Dolby's new market of choice, the Russell. We also had 4 traders in our top 5 yesterday. Top 5 live funded P&Ls from Monday, all trading the Russell. Pretty sideways price action in this market right now. We got one guy saying buy silver, buy gold, and another guy saying sell silver, sell gold. What's the way to do it? How do you spread it? Let's trade in the Russell. 26.56.40. What was that, Dr. V?
I said buy Russell.
Buy Russell. Exactly.
Sure.
If you weren't locked out right now, Dr. V, what market would you be in? What kind of trade would you have on?
I think the move already happened. I would not say anything. Trade less. So I had a
trade less.
Move. Yeah.
Less is more sometimes. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Checking in on Gabe's trade.
Taking a little bit of heat right now, JD.
A little bit. 25.522, 519 last trade in the NASDAQ. It's bouncing around. Pardon me. CYA up at 38. See some sellers step back in here. What's the S&P looking like? Chart looks almost identical to the NQ. We've expanded above our earlier range. We haven't broken out on impressive volume at all. Is this just a battle of the bots right now? Is the squeeze on?
Yeah, it looks a little more like just an algo battle. You did have another 130 plus contracts trade out on 515s about 6 minutes ago. There's definitely some form of size trading here in the NASDAQ around this level. So I still like it, but one thing I'm not a huge fan of is the fact that we're kind of starting to create a little bit of a potential pivot here off the 490s, seeing some higher lows in the 1 minute. The one thing I do like is the fact that we haven't broken out and closed above 526 yet, which would be the previous little high that got me into this trade. Once we do that, though, if we get a closure above 526, I'm going to be more than likely to get tagged out here.
Not over yet. Not over till you get out, right? President Trump was
Indeed.
scheduled to hit the podium at 1 o'clock Central Time. I haven't seen any updates on that yet. No comments coming across on the financial juice. We will keep you apprised. Who went to go get the beige book now that Andre's out of town? That's a good question. We always send Andre over to the Chicago Fed to pick up the beige book. He wasn't around today. Silver reversing, that's the question. Let's go take a look at silver. One red bar does not make a reversal. You want to see a little more structure than that, right?
Well, we broke the momentum.
So still looking at this 15-minute chart, we do see a little selling coming in right now. Again, one red bar does not make a bull or a bear market, right?
But
By
the
the top.
bear is the big water slides, which I love.
One day doesn't make a trend. One red candle doesn't make a reversal. But we'll see. Could this be that 3-bar reversal setup that we talk so much about? It's possible. Who thinks the top is in silver right now? Who's watching this market? Sound off in the chat. Is the top in? Check back in over here on the NASDAQ. You're awfully quiet, Gabe. How you feeling about this trade?
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit more size than my last few days. I usually was trading about one contract. I'm in 2 right now, so the swings are a little bit larger than I'm used to, at least in the last few trading days. I'm quiet more so just because I'm really curious on how we're going to handle these 20s, these 520s. I'm tempted to cut it a little early. We see that 526 high get broken above. Not take this full $800 of risk, but at the same time, I've been doing a much better job of just not touching my trades, just being patient and letting them play out. Also, by the way, Dr. V, I noticed, with your answer to taking less trades, that's been one of my main focuses in this XFA on air is 5 or fewer trades. And so far, I've been able to do that every trading day that I've had on air is stick to 2 or 3 trades has kind of been my average. And that's not typical for me. That's pretty unfamiliar, pretty foreign. So it's a little uncomfortable, but also starting to see some fruit to those newer habits. So I'm right there with you.
Great. Especially with Topstep X, right? You can lock out your account. Like you just put 4 trades for the day and then it locks you out. So amazing. And also about your stop. So yes, I have a 4 trades maximum. That's set up. What was the reason? So your stop is 538, right?
Correct, yeah.
So what was the reason for your stop at 538?
A little bit of breathing room above my zone. So invalidation for this 1 minute level of supply would be 527. But in case we wick above it and kind of come into a little bit deeper into this area, I wanted to have a little bit of few points of room above.
Okay. And then when you said earlier, I might want to cut it earlier, what could be your rule to cut a trade earlier? Or do you have some rules to cut trades earlier?
I don't really have any rules necessarily, like hard stop rules. Most of my trading on air so far in this account has been not bailing, has been not touching trades. Once I'm in, I accept the risk and I move on. So I guess to answer your question, most of the times that I've bailed from a trade in the past has been just discretionary.
Okay. Because I think it adds complexity when we use too much discretionary, right? Because we want to say, as a scientist, because we are scientists, right? We try to replicate a method. And if you cut your trade now, you really don't know if the breathing room that you gave was enough. You see what I mean? So you need data to say, like, for NQ, that we know NQ is crazy, it needs room to breathe, but how much room, right? We need to learn how to dance with the person we're dancing with, and NQ tends to, dance a little bit crazy. But then you're saying, hey, I'm gonna let this thing have some breathing room at 538, and that's my trade. So I think we should just respect the bracket, and that way we can have very clean data that we can actually say, okay, that's enough breathing room, or that's too much breathing room, or that's perfect. But we need a lot of trades to answer that question. And that's why we come into trading with more conviction, because the data and the experience is supporting it. Every time we have a discretionary decision, it's hard to put on paper, right? I felt
Agreed.
like I don't like the price action, so I closed the trade. I don't like the price action is not really like, something that is mechanical. So it's emotional based. And it could be, you could be right in saying so, but now you want to change your plan, maybe more because you don't like that it's still not going down, rather than from a mechanical perspective or a structure perspective.
Yeah, I mean, structurally, we haven't made a new high. Like we've pierced above, but we haven't closed above the previous 1 minute high. So structurally, it would be safe to still hold this trade. And so far, I'm content with the room that I've given it. I think one of the ways that I've observed other traders actually determine how much buffer or breathing room they want to give their position beyond their invalidation point would be using the ATR on the time frame that they're actually entering trades on. So like the ATR of the 1 minute or the ATR of the 5 minute bars, just to get some sense of volatility, and then factoring that volatility into
That's perfect.
what they want to use as a buffer.
Exactly. And that is exactly an example of mechanical trading, right? It's not based on thin air, it's an actual calculation that you can replicate. So every time the volatility looks like that, well, here's my stop. Just like the old school guys, right? They were putting on trades and their stop were based maybe 2 ATR below or above. That was the rule, based on the volatility. So that way, the more we can reduce decisions that are based on how we feel, the better. We need to get ourselves out of the markets. The humanness has to be taken out. So how do we do that? We have a bracket. We let the trade work or not. It is the trade that we have. That's it. And then we assess. It's like putting, again, the cake analogy. You put the cake in the oven. Are you opening the door every 5 minutes to look at it, or are you letting the cake cook, right?
I'm a little bit more in line with looking at the things that I'm baking. Half the time it's because I don't set a timer, but like if I'm making a pizza, I'm definitely going to look at the pizza to make sure it gets to the baked level that I want it to be.
But you're waiting a certain amount of time before you open the oven first, right? So
Well,
you know
course.
it's going to take a half hour, right? So
otherwise, you're just letting the heat out,
Exactly.
Oh
I
my
think that's the
God.
point.
Like, can we watch the show? No, I can't watch the show. I need to stare at my pizza because there's a turning point and I don't want to miss it. So discretionary pizza baking, I like it.
Running Nose chats in chat said, "Man thinking, no alarms, no timing." I can agree with that.
It's all feel. It's all feel.
Yep.
Well,
I picked that up from my dad, though. My dad, I've ingrained that into my head. Whenever we made pizzas together on Sundays, watching sports, he was the one. No timer. He'd just get up from the couch every 5 minutes and check on it until it was just perfect, and then he'd take it out.
If you can smell it, you know it's almost ready, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, my charger.
So,
That's
Gabe,
funny.
back to what you were saying before. Only trading this account on TV. Do you find that trading on TV? We talked about this. Dolby and I talked about this with Antonio a little while ago during the 11 o'clock segment. Do you think that only trading while you're on TV is making you a better trader? Does that make sense? Do you feel like
Yeah.
you're not making moves that you normally might when you're sitting there by yourself? You're not over trading. You're not revenge trading. You're not getting into a trade just to get into a trade. You find yourself a little more disciplined because you're actually showing your trades to the public.
I do.
Is that a thing?
Yeah. I know Dakota and I talked about this, and Dakota said the opposite. Dakota's like, I feel like it's harder to trade on air. Personally, I actually like it. I enjoy it. And that's mainly because of the fact that you hit the nail on the head. I mean, we're talking about full transparency. Every decision I make, whether it's responsible or irresponsible, is going to be seen. And I think that that's a level of accountability that I've appreciated.
Yeah.
Sticking to my rules a little bit more often. That's something that I think is beneficial. But not everybody might have that perspective about trading in front of people.
Well,
It's definitely a real thing.
Yeah.
It is more stressful. Go ahead, V. Dr. V.
No, I think it's.
You find it
I like it too. I like the idea of trading in front of everybody. I think it's a very good exercise because then you need to self-instruct yourself more. You need to give yourself instruction because, you have accountability live. Also, I think we have maybe some pressure because some people might take the same trade. So we feel responsible that people might lose money because of us. And that's the part that I feel a bit bad about. Okay. Because I'm very used to losing. I have, it's part of the game. Yesterday I had one loser and then one winner. Monday I had two losers, one winner. It's part of the game. But then when you're live and you have a losing trade, you're like, oh, I hope you didn't take that trade. We feel bad, although it's part of the game, right? It's how we lose. But I really like the idea. And I think also for me, when I started to have the community and working with traders, it really also helped me when I explain things or I explain the way I look at the market. It really helps me also to be more disciplined. So I think the part of being in front of everybody is really helping us becoming even more focused and grounded as traders.
I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, so Gabe had to explain why he took the trade, where's the stop, why is the stop there? Like, it's all prefrontal trading. It's not an emotional trade. He didn't touch his stop. Okay, he had, I love to hear the live thoughts in his mind, right? Oh, I'm thinking of closing this maybe earlier. That's an automatic thought that we all have. So it's awesome.
The miracle for you says in the chat, most in chat here think a losing trade is a bad trade and a winning trade is a good trade. The biggest hurdle ever to profitable trading. Not wrong there. I agree with that.
No, a good trade is a trade that you respected your rules and your risk tolerance. Exactly. You should be very proud when you walk away after a losing trade, your setup did not work, you just walk away, be proud. Like, that's trading. That's exactly what trading is. 80% of doing nothing and 80% of mental gain. Because again, as a human, to lose money or to be wrong in something is not comfortable. So you need to be vulnerable enough. And that's difficult, to be vulnerable, because most of the time we will associate vulnerability with weakness. Another problem I had in December, early December, was that I was not taking my profits. I was waiting for a bigger move based on the November that I had, which was so volatile and much fun. So I would have all my trades going back to break even or with a loss and not taking money from the table because I felt weak to take my profits. So I had to come with more rules on how to exit a trade because just based on my target is maybe not enough. Okay? Because at the end of the day, I mean, I'm in a trade to make money, right? Not that I'm focused on the outcome, but the idea of trading is that at some point you make money from your trades. It's hard work. So seeing all that money going back to zero, I was like, okay, this has to stop, right? So yeah, we need to define like the rules that makes us comfortable, and also having the flexibility, to learn and to grow. And the only thing that we're sure of is that we will learn nonstop. If you think you're done because you had an amazing month and you're like, oh, I'm consistent, nothing can happen, like I got the keys to the market, think twice. We always stay present to what's happening. Always. Okay? It's never, we never get the keys of that. Okay? We learn how to dance better and to interact better because of the self-regulation that I talked about, but we're never done. We will have days that we will suck, and that's fine. It's not perfect. Sometimes it's messy, right? But how can we learn from it? How can we journal that to become better and to rewire appropriately? So guys, if you feel that you have still too much impulsivity, walk your way through your trades, talking to yourself. Record your screen, record yourself talking. It's so important, and it's backed by science. Okay, the first studies were made 70 years ago about how self-instruction reduces impulsivity significantly. So please use that simple tool. Why should you get in the trade? And what happens afterwards?
Exactly. We say a lot around here, profits are a byproduct of your process, but my father came on here last week and he said something a little bit different. He said profits are a byproduct of your professionalism, which I think is a little bit better because it's not just process. There's mindset shifts that come into factor as a day trader, right? And if you can keep a cool head when normal people would just freak out and start clicking that button, it improves your process a little bit, right? Staying calm, not overreacting when you're having a bad day, which happens to everybody. If you think you had a great week, congratulations. But those drawdowns do come. Every trader gets hit with drawdown every once in a while. But if you can keep your calm, if you can keep cool when those days come, you'll see exponential improvement in your trading, right?
Yeah.
That's why I thought professionalism was a. Oh, please go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your idea.
I was just gonna say, I think the word professionalism is a little more. It packs a little more into it than just process too. So it includes everything, right? It includes mindset, process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's the brain. Okay, it's the brain. We have such a hard time making it, it's because we fight biology. It's normal. But I read another study last week about how personality does not affect if you're gonna make it as a trader or not. What affect that is how you can come back from emotions. Okay, either a good emotion or a bad, it doesn't matter. But how can you go back to a normal state? The faster that you can go back, the faster you'll make it too. And it's all about taming that emotional brain with the use of the prefrontal cortices. And again, you will feel, for me, I don't feel calm when I trade. Okay. It's always a little bit uncomfortable, and it should be, right? If it's too comfortable, well, you know, so it's never comfortable. And some days we're very stressed. Okay. The last month I had a 10 grand trade on 5 accounts. Okay. That was insane. So looking at that profit target, I was not feeling calm at all. But guess what? I didn't do something, you know? So you can feel. It doesn't mean that you should do something about it because you have a process in mind. So that's the thing. Feel the way you want, but observe it. And then go back to the rules, the instruction-based mentality. Okay, I feel like that. I am aware that trading is very threatening for my brain, so I am aware that I will feel like this. I know. It's part of the game. That's why it's so hard. But what is my plan now? You know? So I would like to know, like the chat, what are your trading resolutions for this year? What are you trying to
Are there
implement?
any? Does anybody have a trading resolution? We know Gabe doesn't want to overtrade anymore. Taking fewer trades each day. Is there anything else in there, Gabe? I know you're super locked in on this trade right now.
It's all good. That's the biggest one. That's the one that's done the most harm, is overtrading, not having the ability to walk away.
Love it.
When do you walk away? What's the best time?
Quick check in the oven. Oh, you guys, you're
You
awesome.
said quick check in the oven. Oh, quick check in the oven.
Quick check in the oven.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate that.
Quick check in the oven, Gabe.
Right now, my eyes are locked in on the oven.
Yep.
Win more,
We're sitting
lose
right
less.
on top. We're still sitting right on top of Gabe's entry price here. Short from 25.518 in the NQ, 25.519 last. It feels like it wants to roll over. We've run out of steam. We're trading below the initial balance. Initial balance low in the NQ I have at 25.589. Is that correct? No. 25.533. I was looking at the high, not the low. 25.533. Still trading nicely below there. And it sort of
Dr.
feels
Reed.
like what's up, Gabe?
Did you see this comment in chat from Kashmir? It says, be more right. That's their resolution for 2026. Be
Oh
more
my
right.
God.
I think that might be a little problematic for a goal, but hey, each their own.
Oh,
Won't
it
be
depends
wrong
on
anymore.
Yeah, but it depends on what. I mean, you could be
True.
wanting to be right on respecting your rules is fine.
That is true.
Very true. All right, guys. We've got a couple minutes left, but we have a real short news break to get through real quick. We've got an update on that retail sales number that came out earlier this morning. Let's roll it. What's going on with retail sales?
A new report shows U.S. retail sales rose 0.6% in November. That beats the expectations of many economists and is an improvement over October. The revised numbers for that month show a 0.1% decline. The November report is out late due to the government shutdown. It's not adjusted for inflation. That means higher prices can push up retail sales totals.
There you have it. Thank you for that update. Looking at some people's resolutions in the chat, no overtrading, no over-leveraging, keeping an account for a good period of time. That's the goal, right? Longevity. Stay in that account as long as you possibly can.
Protect your
I know it's
cute
difficult.
assets, guys.
Protect those assets. Oh, we just got a little spike in the NQ there.
This
Good
is
volume.
looking like it's about to come and get me.
Still trading below that initial balance low. Excuse me. Let's see what it's going to do, though. Real choppy. Very indecisive. Not a lot of conviction in the direction of this market right now.
Everybody's tired. The bulls, the bears, they're all tired. Now we get the dolphins.
Now we get the Dolphins, right? Still going through these resolutions in the chat. There's some good ones in there. Upgrading to 4K resolution. That's a good resolution. Right back to the entry price, Gabe. Was that a head fake or was that a head fake?
It looks like a head fake, but at the same time, one thing I've noticed is we've really been failing to close above the 525 level with any meaningful bodies. So, I mean, we could do that right here. And I think we are looking like that. About 10 seconds left in this candle. Should be the first larger body to close above.
VIX, where is the VIX right now? VIX is up 7.7%, 7.5%, 1720 on the VIX. Trading below 15 yesterday. Still respecting that initial balance low in the NQ. Keeps bouncing off of it. Rejection at initial balance low. That's the third time in the last half hour that we've tested that initial balance low and rejected it.
What was that IB low price again? 530?
Initial balance low, 25,533.
Oh, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Aligns with my stop being a little bit above. So I like the location still. If we do stay underneath the initial balance low.
Decent rejection off of it. 3 times since we started this segment. We got a 5-minute. What's that, Dr. V?
I love how we were speaking about this trade like we want it to go down, you know. It's just
we do.
like trying to find some like meaning in this. But it's just a nice price. I think they're happy at that price, you know? It's fun for some reason, you know?
Not fun for me.
It's a real tug of war right here. This is what you call a rock fight, right?
Yeah, I'm trying really not really hard not to touch it. That's the main focus right now. It's just don't touch it.
Yeah, don't touch it. Do like I want to see your hands, Gabe. Show me your hands. Okay. You should see your hands all the time.
No pizza in the oven. No pizza in the oven.
We're getting hungry with this pizza. What is it? What's happening? This oven is preheating or what? What's happening with this?
I'm gonna have to order a pizza now after work. I'm just thinking about pizza.
Why wait? Just order now. Yeah, we're really jockeying for position right here. We're respecting. I've got a 9-period EMA at 25,511 on a 5-minute chart. We were respecting that line for a while too. Just dip below it momentarily.
By the top said the pizza's burnt at this point. Yeah, that would be the case. That would be one well done pizza about now.
Or it's still frozen. Like for me, it's still frozen. Like nothing.
Did you never turn the oven on?
Forgot to turn the oven on. Yeah.
Like there's no heat in that position. What are you talking about? Nothing is burning. I mean, I wish it could burn at that point.
Right. All right, here we go.
A little bit of selling coming in. Is this
Here we
it?
go, sellers.
Is this what you've been waiting for?
Don't get too excited.
I do have a bid in
Don't get too
down
excited.
at the 85s to take one of these 2 contracts off. Once I do take a contract off, I'm going to go to break even. Be closing up this hour. Let's see if we get this flush at least down and back into this, I'd say upper kind of middle of this range.
We've got one more minute. Let's give Gabe his 20 points. Let's do it. Everyone out and push.
Is
think we
NQ
can
in
do it.
labor?
I feel
Oh,
like I'm in labor.
No, you don't, by the way.
No, I don't. That was a joke. Shout out to all the moms that are watching. That was a joke. I don't know what that experience is like.
We're getting closer, Gabe. We're not shutting the segment down. We won't close the segment until you get your 85s.
Well, knowing how long it's taken just to get out of that zone, we might be here through power hour.
It should happen real fast, though, right? You'd expect it to happen real fast after all that consolidation.
Yeah, if we can stay under 500, I think I'm in the clear for those 85s. But if we pop and close back above 500, then I think I'm just going to have me flatten here the hour.
It's one of those scenarios. Once the longs start feeling that they're on the wrong side, they're going to start dumping their positions, and that adds fuel to the break. But unfortunately, we're popping again. All right. I wish we could stick around.
Just kidding.
Wish we could stick around for a few more minutes, but we got to make way for Power Hour, folks. Jack Mandy and Dolby Time will be here to close out the day. We've got those MOC orders coming out in about 50 minutes, 50 minutes. We'll see what's happening on the MOC. We're going to keep an eye on Gabe's trade also. Dr. V, thank you for joining us again. Great to have you here. Happy New Year again. We're going to have you back again real soon. Looking forward to it. Gabe, don't touch that trade.
See your
I'm not
hands.
touching it.
Yay!
I'm not touching it. I'm not touching it. All right, guys, we're going to step aside, take a short break. Power Hour coming up next. Make sure you're sticking around for it, too. All right, here we go. Topstep TV. Let's go get it.
Topstep TV. Let's go.
This is Power Hour. Mandy's been nice enough to come back and join us, and Dolby Time is leaning off the screen to unsneeze his cat or whatever.
Yeah,
Once
poor
again,
guy.
he's got the Guardian, the Romeo Dobbs hat on. Dolby, I
Every
can't look
winning
at you
trade, it
until
gets
you
a
got-
little bit bigger. Every winning trade is just a
Exactly.
little bit bigger.
Like Joe Buck's head. All
Oh,
right.
Whoa. Move it.
Wow, we just popped
Whoa.
there.
Whoa, news?
Gabe did cover
What
his first
was
target.
that?
What was that?
Supreme Court finally decide?
No, they don't do opinions anymore. Wow.
Hello.
Let's see
That was a
what
hell of a
comes
move.
off. Trump is
Trump.
speaking, so probably something like that.
That would do it.
Most recent from there. I signed an action that will allow us to take 25% on the sale of chips. I assume that means
potato
to China. Anyway, we'll let that sort itself out. Mandy, how
Okay.
you doing today? Racking it up in the XFA, looks like.
Oh, yeah. You guys, last night silver was just, as Hogue would say, really juicy, and I snagged a majority of that move, just scalping all the way up, taking some here, taking some there. I traded a little bit this morning on the sell-off on NQ. I was on MNQ, excuse me. I did end up last night. I think I ended up at 4,600. Now I am this morning got another 200 plus. I had locked myself with like a $300 to $400 trailing stop, and so actually hit that. So I am not trading my XFA anymore. Personal lockout on the day. I'm gonna show you guys just real quick how to do that. I know there's always a few people who like to ask how to do that. You just go over here to your risk settings on the left, come in here, and I kind of already adjusted them so I don't end up with the same loss limit for tomorrow. But you can come in here. I put like 350 in here. Liquidate and block and enable trailing. That's kind of the max I was going to go for today, but that's enough. Other things, blocked out the silver so I didn't accidentally end into a full silver mini contract. That would be wild for my account size. And NQ, I've just told myself I'm going to limit myself to no more than 2 silver micros and no more than 5 micro NASDAQ. So just make sure you hit save on that. And that's what locks me out for the remainder of the day. So I'm just going to go trade on a combine. There's no need for me to, hang out in this account anymore for the day. It's a good
You're
one.
locked out. Let's Dolby. We'll talk to you in a second about the markets. I think what got it moving there was Trump backing a little bit off on Iran. Have been told killing in Iran is stopping, no plan for executions. So that took a little bit of a risk on there. Takes a little bit of the near-term uncertainty out. So we're rallying on that, it looks like. What a world. Dolby, you are the house account. Let's try and think of a cool word. Head of state, manager.
Ooh.
You'll be trading for us today. What are you seeing right now? And what are you going to be trading? You love like the weird indices now, like Russell.
just one weird one. Yeah, probably micro NASDAQ or RTY. I mean, it looks like we're just bidding to the upside here, so maybe we might get a infamous NASDAQ V bounce, which is I'm kind of down for. So maybe we can find some long somewhere to see if we can catch some momentum to the upside. We had a really nice long into close yesterday with Mandy, actually. 100
that
pointers.
was
So maybe,
amazing.
yeah,
That was fun.
maybe we can do it again. Maybe we can do it again.
Let's go.
Yeah, micro NASDAQ, I think, has a little bit more headroom than the RTY does. RTY is trading 26.60 right now. It is broken out of its 30-minute range, broken out of its 4-hour range. It looks very strong. Maybe if we can pull back to 2650, 2658 or so, that might be an interesting level. So we'll see. But yeah, markets are moving right now. This is awesome. Let's go power hour. This is great.
Yeah. This is a great power hour.
Got the pump to begin power hour. We also like to do a little above below, as you know, Mandy. What do you think?
You know, I was kind of thinking about yesterday how we played out. We had that nice move there at the end after a rally. I think we're going to kind of do maybe the same that we did yesterday, but inverse, since we had a big sell-off today. So even though we're pumping now, let's say we get a rotation back down. Let's go above below, looking at 520, 25, 525. I think that'd be fun.
25, 525. Cool.
MOC,
Yeah,
you know, you got to consider that.
So the above below is 25, 525. Trying to see if that was, you know, the same forward as backwards. It's not. Cool. All right. Well, we're pumping these highs again, getting up towards that SPX 6925 level right now in the ES. Captain Range, do you have any orders in the market yet, or are you just waiting to see this?
No, I mean, we kind of got left in the dust here. It's tough to hop into a trade when you get pretty much instantaneous price action right at the beginning of the segment. So we're gonna have to let this settle down a little bit. There's no ranges right now I'm seeing in the micro NASDAQ because we just printed a very strong 5-minute, actually 2 very strong 5-minute candlesticks. We did test the 50% retracement of the range between 420s and let's say 500s or so. So I'm feeling fairly confident to the upside. It's just a question of where do we think, you know, buyers might step in on a pullback. I'm not a huge fan of just buying it to buy it because it kind of puts your stop in a weird area. But if we can get a pullback down to maybe those 530s, that might be an interesting area to get long. I mean, RTY is also bidding to the upside pretty aggressively. If we could get back down to like 2657s or 58s, that might be interesting, but it's just printing new high after new high in the 5-minute. We are left in the dust right now, it feels like, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with that news candle. It seems a little overblown to me, but who knows? Things like to go up, could squeeze some shorts. Palindrome was the word I was looking for, but forgot in the moment. You know, like race car.
Taco Cat.
Mandy, Taco Cat.
It's another good one.
Yeah, those are always fun.
Mom.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just name Dad also.
Wow.
If you call your grandfather
favorite palindrome,
that would also be one.
And Silver, hear about all-time high. Wait, is it all? No, not all-time highs. Is it? Yes, all-time highs. Where are we at on Silver?
We're on the moon. We are on the moon with Silver.
Yeah, we are. All-time highs.
Brad
Air
Tim.
horn, right?
Get to it. Go hang a salami. I'm a lasagna hog. That's intense.
There we go. That is a good one. Yeah, Silver. I got Silver up here. This other chart. It is also breaking out of its 15-minute range. It is so bullish. My goodness. What is up with that market?
100.
Silver?
Yeah, Silver is out of control.
Silver
absolutely
is...
out of control.
Hundreds not out of reach at this point by, I mean, maybe even end of week, but
tonight, tomorrow,
for sure by the end of the month. The rate we're
Parabolic
going.
works. I mean, we're not even that far away at this point.
Who is?
No, we aren't.
Who's stepping in
Less
front
than-
of this? You'd expect some sort of huge, you know, manic blow off puke if we were going to come down. I don't see it just like slowly reverting.
Oh, the come down from this silver high is going to be brutal if this thing pops. I can't imagine how aggressively that thing could sell off. But not there yet. Not there yet.
Oh, it will. It will.
Uh-huh.
But regardless if you think silver's going to be in 300 in a year, sure, might happen. I have no opinion on it, but this will have a huge dump at some point.
Well, it's going to be brutal.
Yes. It will.
It's going to be
well, because what was the last pullback on it? Was that like it was a 5%?
Yeah.
Isn't it a standard on a
Overnight.
pullback like 25% or something over a longer term period?
Maybe. I just recall, if you're talking about silver, that night a few weeks ago where it was, I think, like 81 or something. Like it looked like a big overnight, and I think it'll probably happen overnight too.
Yeah, I think what the candlestick you're talking about is the 1229, where we hit a high of 82.68, and then the low was like 70 and a quarter. I mean, you're almost talking like $12 there in one day. It's the biggest.
You can
red
see the way the
candle I've seen.
CME's doing all these things with margin is like, they're rightfully trying to protect theirs as well, but it's going to be fireworks. That's a very exciting market. We did retrace a little bit of that big pump. I don't see anything more across the news wire. I don't know if Trump is still talking right now.
Let's see. Is he live? He is live. He is doing a bill signing ceremony in the Oval Office right now. And RFK Jr. is currently talking. So I don't know. We'll see.
Got a little pullback on silver after those after 50 cents there. Just about break even on this 5-minute candle. And Q pulling back a little bit as well.
So you're trading silver right now in the trading combine too? Are you hooked?
Yes. Silver on the trading combine. Yeah, M and Q. It's been good. I'm still taking trades there. It's just silver's so juicy right now. I'm also trying to be like, hey, if there's not a good setup right now, just kind of take it off my screen and go back to NQ or MNQ. That's been really, really good. To like, if I feel like I'm over trading silver, and make sure I get back to my like fundamentals, back to my first love, NQ in the future.
I just love that no one cares about NQ anymore at all.
Oh yeah. What about
last season?
Believe me, I see people talking about the strong like fundamentals and stuff for silver, but that's all out the window in a short squeeze, and things don't go parabolic and then just like settle.
Yeah.
Just kind of hang out.
Yeah, be normal.
And in every short squeeze, there's a supply and demand imbalance in play. Usually it's believing, like, think about GameStop or Volkswagen for my OGs. It's OS. This is going parabolic. We don't even, are there enough shares to cover it? But they always do pop in some way, but you can't try and play the top because no one knows where it stops.
Yep, exactly.
No, pullback here kind of across the board in the indices. RTY is, coming back a little bit, about 3 points, and NASDAQ has sold off about 50 on that news. Mandy, would you ever consider longs here?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, literally just about now. If we can maintain above 530s, longs are going to be a really nice entry. Let me see what 3 minutes doing right now. 3 minute, we are holding below pressure, just bouncing off of the 14 moving period on my moving average. Let's give it another minute and a half, and then I'll kind of digest to see if this might be a little bit more of a retest back to like 500s, or if we think this could be a good spot for longs. But yeah, that is what I was first thinking, for sure.
I think longs look pretty interesting here in the NASDAQ. I know we're down, 1.4%, but that V bounce is very tempting to be a part of if it happens.
It looks the pricing in the equities. I'm looking at the ES right now. Looks a little bit more in line with the sort of move I'd expect off that news. That seemed a little bit over its skis there. Maybe some shorts liquidating. Right now, looking at options, I kind of like the longs here off of. Well, certainly if we get down to this green line, that's 6,900 in the SPX, I'd be interested there. Dolby, you ease into these things. You might be going earlier.
We got bids in. 509 3/4 and 500 evens for bids. We're gonna see if we can stay over this range that we had between these 420s and say 500s. That might turn into a little bit of support. It was resistance. Maybe it flips. So we'll do 510s and 500s and see if we end up switching to like a range over range sort of situation. Maybe we can start getting this V bounce going. I was thinking 520s, but then I was like, we're so close to 500. So close.
Yeah.
Silver's pulling back a little bit. Man, what levels do you like for NASDAQ here for
longs?
pullbacks? For longs.
Yeah.
For shorts.
530s for long, 530s to 540, kind of right here, right now. I'd like to hold above my 5-minute EMA, which is my green line. Let me see if I can zoom in for you guys. I know it's kind of hard to see on air. 3-minute, we've had a lot of crossing, so I don't love how 3-minute is looking. Oh, this is perfect. This will tell us a lot more. On NQ 15 minutes, or MNQ, we came and tapped this yellow pressure, holding well above it now. I think longs are pretty dang good here, bouncing off that 14 moving average. Yeah, give me like 45 seconds. I'll be entering long if we're kind of in the same spot right here.
It's like RTY also bounced off that level I was talking about. 2657s, 2658s. Already up 2 points there. Longs are feeling good.
5-minute. Greens on top for 15-minute. Let's even look at the 30 real quick. Sometimes 30 will be really strong. Wow, still green on top, still on the 30. The only thing we did come touch VWAP. So yeah, I'm entering long right now. We're gonna enter into let's go 3 contracts on MNQ. Stops below this last wick. So we're looking at like 5/16s. Upper target, we're gonna go a little more than where we were at. I like 72s. I've been there.
Are you still doing inverse risk reward even in silver?
Silver depends. It depends. I've gone more 1-to-1, but inverse can still really play out nicely. Kind of depends. Now here's the question I get here, like on MNQ. Sometimes right at that 5-minute, even though it gives me the signal that it's gonna probably push here, I always seem to get a pullback. So maybe I just need to be better at getting on a pullback on the 5-minute. It's hard to know. Sometimes you get the pullback and then it pushes up. Sometimes it just goes up. So I like entering right at that candle close because my risk is usually well below anywhere that it's going to hesitate. Like it won't usually touch my stop loss. So this is looking pretty good for now, holding above my EMA, my green pressure line. So this is definitely a pressure play, as I like to call it.
Looks good.
Yeah, thank you.
Trade looks really good. Jack, is there any reason for this RTY to be as aggressive as it is? What's going on? I know you hate the RTY, but is there
On the
like,
upside, I
yeah,
mean, for
what
trading,
are they
it's
vibing
fine.
off of?
It's a couple things. The main one is that we've had a real shift towards breadth. I hate saying that word. I always have trouble saying it. But like, for instance, the Mag 7's all getting hammered today. Still is. Still got Broadcom down 4.5%.
Mhm.
People are rotating more into some of the smaller cap companies. Also, the interest rates have come in a little bit today. These are all good things for the RTY. Plus, it's kind of breaking out of, it didn't make a new all-time high since like 2021 or something until a little bit towards the end of last year, I think. I was going to say to Leslie too, I'm well acquainted with long-term capital management and bond arbitrage spreads and stuff like that. I'm familiar with black swans too. I was going to show my favorite here real quick as we got this is my favorite day. I was not yet professionally trading, but here's a real blow off here. Volkswagen stock.
Wow.
These are day bars here. Traded as high as 1,000.
That's a squeeze.
Yeah. And like most of them, it's supply and demand thing. It had to do with I forget the specifics, but the government owns a certain percent, and basically all the shorts, there was not enough stock to cover after Porsche did something interesting.
Yeah. From what I remember, Porsche was like accumulating Volkswagen on the down low.
Yep. And they eventually kind of relented, I believe, that like they never took it to the full extent of what could have been done.
Right.
RTY, new highs.
We've locked in 10 points, or almost 10 points.
Nice.
9 points so far on NQ.
Let's go.
To see this continue to push, but sometimes we can get a little bit of exhaustion, and I just, as a scalper, love to secure my profits, not give anything back. So trailing stop at 50 and a quarter. Might get tagged out here, but nice push again here.
Yeah, it's a good trade. This is a good example of where a limit order versus a market order. Mandy gets to play. I do not. You might get left in the dust here.
So you got 19 seconds on this 5-minute candle.
Gotta get out this RTY, go back to what works.
Yeah, man. For the RTY structure I was looking at, even though it didn't get filled, the range was really solid between 26.38 and like 26.58, and so we were just looking for a retest of the 58s on like the range break. So some sort of pattern like this. It's like that would have been the entry. That would have been your 58s right there. It's a little bit kind of nervy to take that trade because it's like it has to hold or else you're kind of hosed, but it's a good momentum trade. It's kind of like a nice little stair step pattern, but did not get filled on it.
We got tagged out on that.
Oh.
Just fine.
Yeah.
I think we came back to reclaim 5-minute yellow pressure line. That's probably why we got tagged out. You could get better letting, like maybe take 2 on profit and just let it run.
Yeah.
Yeah, here goes the runner. Here goes the runner. That's not usually me, but maybe I'll get more. But I'm also trying not to have FOMO.
It's always better to not chase. It's always better to not chase. It depends too. I guess if you're like a momentum trader, I don't know how a momentum trader really defines chasing, because if you're just buying momentum, it's always
kind of,
at least in my opinion, gonna feel like a chase. as a range trader, chasing is pretty easy to define. It's the breakout happened, or the move happened, or you didn't get filled on your limit order, and now you're just hitting buy market because now you're giving up your location, and now your stop is in an awful spot.
And Marie says cumulative delta is 16.8K positive in the ES.
Wow.
Good to know.
We're pushing here on
RTY still
MNQ.
pushing.
Oh, I haven't looked at silver in a minute. Let's go back.
Silver's actually in a pretty interesting spot.
Yeah, retest these 93.5. And looks like it. Oh, that's the 15 and up. Hold on. Yeah, retested and rejected again.
Nice stair step.
Yeah.
You know, if 93s can hold, that might clear our path to 94s. But nice little consolidation, bid up, consolidation. RTY, still cooking. I don't know if we're going to get a pullback here.
Yeah, Bitcoin too.
Real.
Bitcoin spot market 97,356. Went as high as didn't quite get the 98,000 in the spot market. But yeah, huge day there.
Yeah, crypto's back. Crypto's cool again. That's nice.
I suppose.
I suppose that's the right answer. You know, if you can reclaim 100K, that would be amazing for all the Bitcoin people out there. I heard was that MSTR was up like 7-8% today? Do I even have it?
Not without even looking at it, wasn't up 70%, right?
It was like 7.
Yeah, well, it's up 3.5% right now.
3.5. What's the daily on that looking like? Pretty hectic. It was at one point trading at 190 today. Now it's trading at 179.
Okay.
Dude, now that their market cap is below the net asset value of their Bitcoin, I feel like there's no reason to be trading that stock. Like just trade leverage Bitcoin. I don't know what's going to happen to it.
RTY doing RTY things, still bidding to the upside. Oh man,
all right.
This feels like this is just going to
MNQ
squeeze into
still
close.
going.
Everybody flat right now?
Yes.
Yep.
FOMO.
Dolby, your voice definitely said FOMO. Not
FOMO. I have FOMO.
I don't know. We had a little
All I have
hesitation
to
there.
do is, yeah.
To push through.
I mean, the nice
on
thing
that
is
last minute.
yeah. RTY pulling back a little bit. The nice thing as a range trader is that if you want the market to pull back, all you have to do is hit buy market, and you're guaranteed to have it drop like 30 points.
Yeah.
It's a curse. Oh my goodness.
Silver's at an interesting point for me right now.
Oof.
Starting to cross my MA EMA. It's making that really interesting. And here we go. Let's see if we can reclaim that high candle wick there on MNQ. Got about, what, 10 points to go.
What a move.
VWAP at 600. I'd like to see a test of VWAP and then just rotate back down for the rest of the hour. We are over the bottom of the hour, so should get interesting.
I'm on back, man.
Speaking of being at the bottom of the hour, we got some news we're going to take real quick. Why the Fed matters to your money. That's right.
We have a bad Fed chairman, President Donald Trump at odds for months with Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who revealed on Sunday he's under criminal investigation by Trump's Justice Department.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president.
Trump has denied involvement in the Powell probe, but for decades, Federal Reserve chairs have insulated the central bank from politics, and economists broadly agree that's a healthy necessity.
It's really important to say that these people are not political. They really want to act in the best interest of the economy.
Because Fed policy decisions trickle down to every American household, from the price of groceries to mortgage rates.
Through monetary policy or influencing rates across the economy, the Fed helps keep inflation under control and the labor market healthy. The way that people feel this in their household is generally in the interest rates they pay on credit and loans.
And NerdWallet senior economist Elizabeth Renter says short-term economic gains from cutting rates can reverse in the long run.
More hiring, higher economic growth, and these things are especially attractive during an election year. But over time, these lower rates can overheat the economy, leading to that higher and higher inflation.
In the current climate, some Fed observers believe the central bank could pause on rate cuts to avoid the perception of political influence. In Washington, I'm Karen Kafa.
There we go. NerdWallet guys on it. We're up to close to 69.25 in the SPX right now. Well,
Jack, if Powell got arrested, what job do you think he would have in prison?
That's a good question. Not a lot of economists in the clink. Dolby, I don't know if I've told you, but I've never been to prison, so I don't know what jobs there are. I don't know if you can be a cook, but I'm not sure what else there is, right?
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
they
there's
have,
a
like,
couple
project
things. You could be,
managers
like,
or
a
something? I
tattoo
have no idea.
artist. You could do tattoos. You could work in the kitchen. I think you could make license plates. Work in the library.
You could do like
Mandy, you're
import
muted.
export policy.
Could be. You could be an import export. Entirely possible.
Cell phones are expensive, I hear.
They are. They are. Oh my goodness. RTY giving me FOMO. If we can get a pullback
That's
to 590s, might be worth a stab for a long in the micro NASDAQ. We'll get a bid in for one. We will bid 590s.
Let's see. Have any of
Mandy,
our
you still muted?
big...
Oh, yeah, you're still muted, Mandy.
Whoops.
Whatever killer punchline you just had, I'm on deaf ears.
Well, I was just gonna say librarian. That's the only
Librarian.
job I remember from Shawshank Redemption.
Prison? Oh, okay.
Yeah, for prison. Oh, I want to take shorts on silver.
Ooh, yeah, maybe.
Is it a bounce here or a short?
Something
I'm
I've noticed
respecting
with
this 14 period really
with,
well.
The metals, especially with gold, is that gold likes to test the 50% retracement of a after a range break. So let's say the range is like 0 to 10. If it breaks up to 12 or 13, it tends to go back to like to 5, and then we'll bid back up again. So the 50% of silver, the last range it was in would be around 92.60, give or take. So I'm kind of curious to see how that one plays out. This RTY, micro NASDAQ are still just cruising here. Ooh, Fred, nice comeback today. Very nice comeback. It was down 820, now plus 80.
Wow.
That is a trip. That is a trip. Hope your mental capital is doing okay.
Just checking stuff across.
In 590s.
Where do we got? It's all negative. Let me check the 0 dates.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
MNQ just going.
Just nonstop right now.
Yeah. There's nothing stopping it above here. About 14 minutes until MOC.
Yep.
I mean, your moving averages must be looking pretty good right about now, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're great. Oh gosh,
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna enter this short
unwound.
silver.
Would you call it
Alright.
pasta? Where it's all like all the moving averages
Spaghetti.
are
Spaghetti.
spaghetti. Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna go 1 micro on silver. Let's see if we can test this lower end. Go above our, oh, that's a lot.
Well,
We haven't had a
Mandy's-
push below this purple, which is
Mandy's
my,
fighting the
I think,
gray lady.
one.
Getting into that silver.
The gray lady.
I know. Maybe that's the balance. Oh gosh. We're gonna do tight stops here. We're gonna go a little tighter.
Gray lady, man, that sounds ominous.
I think it's what they call the New York Times, but we needed
The gray
like
lady.
some nicknames for silver. I haven't paid too much attention to it over the years.
It just hadn't dropped below this purple yet, and now it finally has. So that's where I'm thinking there's a rotation. My purple is my 21 moving average. It just might bounce right off of it. It passed it. So I got a little fake. Just, okay, you guys just don't short silver. Let's just not do that. Should look at my XFA P&L. Yeah. Just look at my XFA and just do what I did last time. Just buy it all up.
That's right. Hands over eyes, press the buy button. Have a nice wide stop. Good to go. We're going to bid
Yeah.
600 and 590s in the MNQ here.
Go for
That's
it. We
the
still got
MNQ.
Trump on the mic, just so everyone's aware, talking about Greenland, Iran, mostly, from what I'm seeing the headlines here.
Okay. Shouldn't impact us too much.
Tagged out. That's okay. Don't short that unless you're Gabe.
How many contracts was that?
There's just one. More than plenty.
One,
More
and it
than
was
plenty.
still like, what was your P&L swing on one micro?
500? 600?
Just casual. Casual silver things. Actually, it did go to the 9260s, which is about the 50% of the previous range.
Yeah, this is where it's like, that would have been a great entry for longs. Probably. I said unless you're Gabe. Gabe took a short, right?
We're not that sassy on this show.
My enunciation
trying to get
needs to
sponsors,
improve. Apparently.
Yeah, right.
I start spitting on the screen. You guys will know why. I'm trying to
Mandy,
emphasize
say tick picks. Tick picks. That's how you practice. Yeah, there you go.
Tick pick.
Well,
My son, my 4-year-old's actually in speech, and it's really cute. We're practicing like his ticky sounds and his coughing sounds. Maybe I need to take up some speech too.
It's very important. I got really good at enunciating. My wife makes fun of me every time I pronounce Arnold Palmer at a restaurant because like I have to slow down and say it correctly because it's one of the hardest things to say.
May I have an Arnold Palmer?
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of tick picks, we have Power Hour and Fast Market content on its way. James is in back ready with those, so we will get to that right about now.
Right about now, indeed. Hello, everybody. Earlier this morning, we told you to go to Topstep on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and tag us and show off your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you wanted to show us. And here they are. From Temp Trader, 2 Topstep XFAs coming your way tomorrow. Active XFA sitting at green day number 4. So tomorrow is payday. Best single 2-day combine performance. Patience pays. Perfect signal and took advantage of the play. Nice work locking up that $3,000 P&L you got in your screenshot there. Congrats. We can't wait to see what you do tomorrow. I hope you do end up paying yourself, taking home a nice chunk of change. Up next, from Turt, another great day on the Topstep no activation 50K evaluation. My results are $420 on the MNQ, bringing overall account balance to $52,012. Under $1,000 to pass a second funded in 2 weeks. Working on limiting my emotions and sticking to a plan, small number of trades, chooses wisely. So sounds like you've found a method that works for you. Keep it up, keep jabbing away, and keep putting up those numbers and live to trade another day. Not all days are green though, as Breakout Run shows us. Took a loss today. Have not been able to accept losses the past few months. Today I changed that by using Topstep's lockout feature. I've made this mandatory now in my trading. My wins may be smaller, but lowering size allows for my emotions to be more relaxed. Definitely take advantage of those risk settings in Topstep X. Lock yourself out when you feel like you don't want to give any back. Lock yourself out when you've hit your personal profit target. Lots of ways for you to utilize the amazing risk settings in Topstep X. So take a look, and you might be singing its praises on X soon. Coming here, the last final 2. First, from Harsh. Day 9, patience paid, discipline stayed. We don't need big days. We need repeatable days. And there he is putting up $401, and that's how you do it. Get in there, put up the gains that you were looking for, close it out, take it home, come back and do it all again the next day. So congrats to you, Harsh. And finally, I said it yesterday, and I wanted to do it today. I did go to the Facebook community. If anybody's in there, we are looking for them. So here's one I pulled from our Facebook community group from today from Ty. Came back strong and ended the day in his Express Funded account up $2,393. While we don't know the whole story of how maybe down bad he was, I think locking it up at 2.3K is a perfect way to end a Wednesday. So those are your Power Hour and your hashtag Fast Market submissions. If you feel inclined to share yours, well, come back tomorrow and then tag us on @TopstepTV on the X or go to our Facebook group. Either way, we'll find your submissions. But for now, back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Dr. Vol. You've done it again. We're selling off a little
I'll
bit.
just do it.
I don't know.
We're long.
Just like
Long
that.
600.
Well, I
Totally
learned
long.
something.
What'd you
I
learn?
had no idea Topstep had a Facebook page, so I'm following right now. That's funny.
Oh, nice.
Oh yeah, I'm on it 4 or 5 hours a day in the evening. We are trading 69.56, so we're about 10 points down in this 5-minute candle. It's about the close.
About to get long 90s as well. And that will be okay. We're now long 2 MNQ 25,595. Stop is at 575. Total risk. Let's do $100 of total risk. This will be our last trade of the day. Cool.
Chat corrected me. It was 2 silvers, micros. I fat fingered that. I didn't even realize it was 2. Thanks, chat. No wonder that loss felt a little heavy.
Thank you, chat.
Chat's got our back.
Trump is done speaking. Maybe that's a little bit of what happened there a few minutes ago. So we are free for the last 15 minutes here. We got 4 minutes and 15 seconds until MOC.
Oof. This feels incredibly mid right now.
I was gonna say that
Really,
grunt said
truly.
it all.
Yeah, we're getting stopped out on this one for sure, unless something very magical happens.
Where's your stop loss?
570.
Okay. Yeah, I might come retest these 57s. Hold on.
Yeah, maybe it goes
60s. It might come retest 60s.
Maybe it goes halfway back and goes, yeah, it's like 60 or 550s, somewhere around there. We'll see. Maybe
There's a
buyers
little
come
bit.
in and saves the
Little
day.
bounce.
We'll take it. Take whatever we can get here. No, don't really enjoy betting against the V bounce in NASDAQ. It's one of its favorite things to do. It's a good old V bounce.
We are up against VWAP though. Thoughts on that?
What do you have at VWAP?
600, 602, somewhere in there.
Okay. I don't really watch VWAP. Sorry, George.
He's offended.
It's okay to be
Well,
offended.
Dolby's about flat on flat P&L on this position right now.
Nice.
About
down 40.
30s.
RTY is bouncing. That's nice. Maybe we can get a little 1 minute range to build here just above our stop. Maybe it was, a little rejection of VWAP. Pull back down. Maybe he has to go find some buyers. We'll see. Momentum does not feel great. I'll tell you that. But if we can get back over 595, that would be fantastic. I didn't get FOMO'd. We were pretty patient waiting for the pullback. We had these bids in for a while. And there were limit orders too, so we were waiting. Maybe MOC can come in and save the day here.
2 minutes.
Yeah, can we last 2 minutes? We'll see.
Totally.
We were
easy, buddy.
I know. Well, I was thinking we were talking about the speech stuff, Mandy. I had a friend, still do, who's got a daughter when she was younger who couldn't say the word castle. It would sound like a-hole
Something else.
with the S's.
Ooh.
They'd always have fun if he was ever here for a party or something. He would just ask her, he'd be like, hey, can you ask Mr. Pelzer if he likes castles? And I dare you not to laugh.
Something about little kids saying it incorrectly is just too dang hilarious and cute. Even though it could be bad.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy.
My favorite is
1
my
minute till MOC.
daughter.
Whoa, we are barely still in this.
My daughter singing the explicit lyrics on Taylor Swift, and I was like, "Oh, we probably shouldn't say that, sweetheart."
No, don't you have like the Kid Bop version of that song?
I should, but mom likes to jam out sometimes.
I don't know. Yeah.
The kid pop stuff is like, Guantanamo Bay level. You can't listen to that stuff very without losing your mind. We got 24 seconds.
RTY is getting crushed right now. NASDAQ's hanging in there a little bit.
What to do?
10 seconds. I mean, we're gonna end the day green no matter what, which is always nice. Oh, we're out. Oh yes, son of a gun.
You got out right on. Oh, that sucks.
That's a heartbreaker. That is a heartbreaker.
I did get long silver though.
Oh, nice.
Setting up for a buy again.
Oh.
Nice rejection on the 15 minutes of my moving average pressure. We held
nice.
Holding well above that. 5 minutes starting to cross, so this is a little preemptive for me. You go in with all-time highs though the next 10 minutes. That's what I'm playing with right now.
Yeah.
Dolby, were you like one tick away from being stopped out at MOC?
We got like 3-4 points. It wasn't that bad of a beat. It was 67 3/4 we got stopped out at. I think the low is 64 evens. So not the worst.
Got those MOC imbalances. We got
not the worst.
Near 1.8 billion. S&P buy side minus 163 million. NASDAQ plus 544 million. Mag 7. I'm sorry, that's the Dow. Mag 7's minus 205 million. So mixed.
We've had worse beats, for sure.
Yeah,
Unlucky.
that one yesterday in the ES, and it wasn't like it was just like one final micro. But if I had size on, I would have had to walk away.
Yeah. Hey, it's a game of ticks. It's what we signed up for.
Absolutely.
That is what we signed up for. It's part of the game. Just gotta go get better entries next time.
Silver, come on.
Man,
this might end up selling off here.
Well, that'd be good for you.
What,
I love it. If you're gonna be wrong, be real wrong.
Yeah, I agree. I would go to 0
Yeah.
right now. So my micro trade makes me feel better. The hell with the 401k.
Glad I'm not
Well,
trading
if we get
this on my
down
XFA.
Maybe 520s, 525s could be interesting for a long if we can get down there.
Elon just cooks sometimes. He was saying the other day that you shouldn't save for retirement.
Interesting.
Once again,
Yeah,
easy
because he
for
thinks
him.
everyone's going to be have a robot or something. Everything's robots
Yeah,
with that guy.
you got it. I think I'm gonna do it just to be safe.
Yeah. Everything's robots with that guy.
It's funny because we have to say, like, you've seen us always go, even though it's a financial show, constantly like, this is not financial advice. This is not financial advice. And he can just go up there and be like, don't save for retirement.
Oh. All right, do your thing, NASDAQ. Complete your V-bounce. It's your destiny. It is your destiny.
I almost want to add a second silver here.
Long the silver.
It's respecting really well.
Yeah, let's go.
Thirty
Fix it back
seconds.
below 17. Yeah, we get a little
Still are
liquidity
not
injection here.
Yep.
Mm,
Do it,
indeed.
NASDAQ. Do it. We're
And
finishing up on
here
today.
we go. Up.
There it is.
There you go.
There it is.
Jack, was that there we go relating to anything? That
Yeah, at 255, we get another. They amend the
Oh, sorry.
MLCs. We get
Just how you said it. Sorry. There we go.
I got
My favorite movie. Favorite movie. Dark Knight. So good.
Oh yes, perfect. Let's
So
pretend
good.
it was that. I was thinking there's a story. Dolby, I'll tell you this story sometime.
Appreciate it.
Unfortunately, this is one I definitely can't say on air.
Those are the best ones. Nice
Well,
move,
this
NASDAQ.
520s.
Well played.
below.
Well played. Let's go, Mandy.
The 70%
trade.
on the above below is winning this.
Now, where do we think we close in NASDAQ? Like 680 at this rate?
That is one of my upper targets, that's for sure.
Ooh, wow.
Well, really quick before we leave here, let's take a look. We got the 230 live leaders.
Ooh.
Get them up there. Still looks like they locked it in. Omar up 39, 390. He's been trading that gold.
Wow.
On and Tim M. They may or may not be related, but they are up 33 and $22,000. Centhiel, 21K. Cindy, 18K. Huge day for some of the live funded traders.
No palindromes there.
I mean, Tim M is getting dangerously close.
Dangerously. NASDAQ, do it. Go to 700s. Go to 700s.
I entered a second long on silver.
Nice.
And that counter's
That's looking
asking,
pretty good.
I could look up what their loss limits are in the live account. If you're doing well, you can negotiate with risk. That's kind of how it worked in professional firms too, is you go and make your case and they will expand it. So like today, even the card we were looking at for Quentin, I saw that it was a 100K account. I think his loss limit now is $5,000 or $6,000 or something. So if you earn it, we will raise it.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of traders like having that daily loss limit actually lowered a little bit. So you can have a little bit more longevity in the live funded account. It's a lot of work to get there. And it's like, you don't want to have a really big daily loss limit to tempt you. But if you're good enough and you're confident enough, we'll expand it. Man, we're gonna pop the top here, NASDAQ, get 650s. Minute 20 left. What's your silver trade doing? Silver seems a lot slower than it normally is. You got what?
About
3?
break even right now.
You got 3 on right now. 3
3.
SIL. Wow. Mandy, swinging some size over there in the micro silver.
I am.
No fear.
I wanted to only add one, but I don't know why we're fat fingering extra cons.
No fear.
We got some size coming to the dome now. 40 seconds.
Yep.
Num, 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 num. Under 30 seconds, a little bit. We're hanging around. I think right here is where I expected to close, just around the 69.25 SPX.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been wrong before.
10 seconds to close.
5, 4, 3, 2.
NASDAQ.
Oh, some late
Let's
movement
go.
to the upside.
There it is.
And some even
Good
later
stuff.
movement. Nope, still going up. All right. Great stuff, Mandy. Great days today in the
Thanks.
XFA. Congrats on that.
Yeah,
And
incredible stuff.
Dolby, we got to work. That's a rookie-sized hat. We need you to pump up that hat. We need a bigger,
We'll get a bigger one.
You need like a bike helmet with a hat over it. Possibilities are
Been there
endless.
before.
So, Mandy, thanks again. We'll see you
Always a
real
pleasure.
soon. And we got James here to take us home. Have a great day, everybody.
All right, come on, everyone, get in the van. We're going home. You can't say no. We've been here too long. Make sure you have your buddy. And hey, guys. Wow, what a great power hour. Thank you to Mandy for another great day of trading. Thank you to Dolby for your hat and a hat. And thank you to Jack for driving us home, as always. And thank you to you, the chat, for hanging out with us all day long, bell to bell. We know you wouldn't do it anywhere else, right? Right? We appreciate you being here with us, and we appreciate you hanging out with us, and we appreciate you staying here with us, as At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up next. That's right. Just because we go off the air doesn't mean the trading show has to stop. You can get your trading fix by staying right here as the video will auto roll right into At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. And then after that, later on at 7:30 p.m. tonight, Slow Markets is back. You saw Coach Dakota this morning. Now catch him at night at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Slow Markets. It is the #1 hottest trading show at night. And if you're not watching, tonight's a great night to start. Then 1:30 a.m. Aaron Trades will be back with the London Open. Deanna's coming up after that at 3:30 a.m. with the Euro Trade. And then we're going to be right back here and doing this whole shebang all over again. Another amazing day of Topstep TV, bell-to-bell action. We got news, we got market movement, we got everything you need to make sure you stay locked in and to make sure that you never trade alone. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. For now, I'm James Harden. At the Buzzer is up next. You're the chat. And this has been Topstep TV. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.